prevailed over all the people of Africa, or Libya, Tunisia, and had smitten them in battle. And at the edge of the sword, Zipho advised with the children of Kittim to go to Egypt. He just kept wanting to go to Egypt, so bent at that. That's probably, in fact, one of the reasons he left Angiers in the first place, that now that he was fighting against. So he felt like, wow, I should be able to take on Egypt now. Okay? To fight Egypt. Go to Egypt to fight with the sons of Jacob and with Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. For Zipho had heard that the mighty men of Egypt were dead, and Joseph and his brethren and the sons of Jacob were also dead, and that all their children and the children of Israel, and that all their children, the children of Israel, remained in Egypt. Okay, so it's only the second generation that was left. And Zipho considered to go to fight against them and all Egypt to avenge the cause of his brethren, the children of Esau, whom Pharaoh with his brethren and all Egypt has smitten in the land of Canaan. That's during that burial of Jacob. And when they went up to bury Jacob, in Hebron, and Zipho sent messengers to Hadad, the son of Bedad, king of Edom, and to all his brethren, the children of Esau, saying, Did you not say that you would not fight against the king of Africa, for he is a member of your covenant? Behold, I fought with him and smote him and all his people. Okay. Now therefore I have resolved to fight against Egypt and the children of Jacob who are there, and I will be revenged of them for what Joseph and his brethren did and ancestors did to us in the land of Canaan. And when they went up, to bury their father, in Hebron. So now then, if you are willing to come with me to assist me in fighting against them and against Egypt, then shall we avenge the cause of our brethren. And the children of Esau hearkened to the words of Zipho, and the children of Esau gathered themselves together, a very great people, and they went to assist Zipho and the children of Kittim in battle. And Zipho said to all the children of the east and to all the children of Ishmael with words like unto these. And they gathered themselves and came to the assistance of Zipho and the children of Kittim in the war upon Egypt. And all the children of, and all these kings, the kings of Edom, kings of the east, the kings of Ishmael or Arabs, and Zipho, right? Yeah, that's about 4 kingdoms now. Zipho, the king of Kittim or Cyprus. Yeah, Shalom, Lester. It's been a while. Went forth and arrayed all their hosts in Hebron. And the camp was very heavy, extending a distance of 3 days' journey. That's like 120 kilometers. A people numerous as the sand of the sea shore, which cannot be counted. And all these kings and their hosts went down and came against Egypt. Went down in elevation, I believe. Against Egypt in battle and encamped together in the valley of Pathros. And all Egypt heard their report, and they also gathered themselves together, all the people of the land of Egypt, and of the cities belonging to Egypt, about 300,000 men. So 300,000 gathered, okay? Let's see. And the men of Egypt sent also to the children of Israel, who were in those days in the land of Goshen, to come in order to go fight with these kings. And they started oppressing the children of Israel at that time. Okay. And the men of Israel assembled and were about 150 men. And they went to to battle to assist the Egyptians. Why were they that small? 150 men. About 70 came 2 generations ago, and now they are 150. Although they're usually small like that. But of course, they expanded over time. And it's this smallness that some people try to rely upon to justify why the Middle East Israel is so small. 150 men. And they went into battle to assist the Egyptians. And the men of Israel and of Egypt went forth, about 300,000 men, okay, and 150 men, okay. So the 300,000 we read the other time was just the Egyptians. It's a lot. So they were really a minority. And they went towards these kings to battle, and they placed themselves from without the land of Goshen opposite Pathros. And the Egyptians believed not in Israel to go with them in their camps together for battle. Okay, watch this. For all the Egyptians says, perhaps the children of Israel will deliver us unto the hand of Esau and Ishmael, for they are brethren. Because they remember that these guys are brothers, Esau and Ishmaelite. So whether they would just mess us up in battle. And all the Egyptians said unto the children of Israel, remain you there together in your stand, and we will go and fight against the children of Esau and Ishmael. And if these kings should prevail over us, then come you all together upon them and assist us. And the children of Israel just did so. Okay, no worries, we'll stay back. Yet expect. Okay, maybe you should wait a little more, right? This, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Do we have guests? Do we have questions? Do we have questions? To be fair, maybe I should have waited. And this chapter is kind of long, 50. So, okay, let's see. If we don't have guests, we just have to continue. I started very, very late. In fact, I don't know if I've started this late before ever. Let's see where we're at. Expect, I think we should just continue. Let's see where we stop. Okay, so the children of Israel did so. They're like, okay, we will just wait till if you have been conquered in battle, then we join. Yeah, thanks, expect. Except there's, well, I should have said that, to be fair. If there's anyone that came for a question specifically, they can come up so we address their question only. Then we can buy time with that. Sorry for that. We can buy time with that, but if not, we just have to continue. And Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, king of Kittim, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, king of Edom, and all their camps, and all the children of the east, and children of Ishmael, a people numerous as sand. Okay, that's Zepho, Hadad, king of Edom, Zepho, king of Kittim, Hadad, son of Bedad, king of Edom, children of the east, and children of Ishmael. So all numerous, a people numerous as the sand, came and camped together in the valley of Pathros opposite Tachpanches. Right? And Balaam, the son of Beor, the Syrian is Aram. So the guy is a Hebrew somehow. This Balaam guy was there in the camp of Zepho, for he came with the children of Kittim to battle, and Balaam was a man highly honored in the eyes of Zepho and his men. So they quite respect him. And Zepho said unto Balaam, after you have gathered the whole battle, try by divination for us, that we may know who will prevail in the battle, we or the Egyptians. So interestingly, I don't know why they asked this after they have gathered. I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know. They asked this after they have all gathered. we or the Egyptians. And Balaam rose up and tried the art of divination, for he was skillful in knowledge of it, and he was confused at the work. He was confused, and the work was destroyed in his hand. Let me read that again. Let me read that again. And Balaam rose up and tried the art of divination, and he was skillful in the knowledge of it, but he was confused, and the work was destroyed in his hand. And he tried it again, but it did not succeed. It's been long that God has been against this guy. You probably begin to understand why he did not stress himself and bother himself when this Balak, many years later, was trying to get him. It's like this thing, boy, he still persisted though. But he kind of knew what he was saying. And he tried it again, but he did not succeed. And Balaam despaired of it and left it and did not complete it. For this was from the Lord in order to cause Zepho and his people to fall into the hands of the children of Israel, who had trusted in the Lord, the God of their ancestors, in their war. Wow. There is no divination against Israel. Yes. And he said, he frustrates the devices of the crafty. Okay. So that their hands cannot perform their enterprise. That's what he's doing. And that crafty there is as good as witchcraft. You see? They can't perform their enterprise. Okay. They can't perform their enterprise. Let's check another one. Let's see. So it is God that also frustrates the talking of liars and makes diviners mad. Right? He frustrates the talking of liars and maketh diviners mad, that turneth wise men backward and make their knowledge foolish. So sometimes it's not that the people that are against you are not smart, they're not this, they're not that. It just frustrates the talking of liars. It makes diviners mad. Right? It disappoints the devices of the crafty so that their hands cannot perform their enterprise. And he frustrates the talking of liars. And that is how you can see that there is no divination against Israel. Wow. So I can imagine he was just trying to make that his regular candle wax thing into the horses of Zepho and the rest, and make another one into the horses of Egypt. And then he just was not able to do that. Please, what's the scripture you just read? Isaiah 44, verse 25. Isaiah 44, 25. Let me read a little bit before it and after it. Isaiah 44, 24 now. Thus says the Lord thy Redeemer, and he that formed thee from the womb. I am the Lord that maketh all things, that stretched forth the heavens alone, that spreadeth abroad the earth by myself, that frustrateth the tokens of the liars, and maketh diviners mad, that turneth the wise men backward, and maketh their knowledge foolish. Right? That confirmeth the words of his servant, and performeth the counsel of his messengers, that saith to Jerusalem, thou shalt be inhabited, and to the cities of Judah, you shall be built, and I will raise up the decayed places thereof. Thus says the Lord, that says to the deep, be dry, and I will dry up thy rivers. Okay. That saith of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasure. Even saying to Jerusalem, thou shalt be built, okay, and to the temple, thy foundations shall be laid. Right. Interesting. So he's saying quite a lot of things there. And this is just about when Cyrus gave that commandment to build Jerusalem. And that was quite important. That was the start of the 490 years. Yeah, so that's Isaiah 54, Isaiah 44, verse 25. I just read 44 to past 25 to the front of it. So I can imagine the wax was just in working. Those things were just getting destroyed. And to be angels that would be literally doing that, if you could see the backstring, see that spiritual x-ray, that's what you would see. And Zepho and Hadad put their forces in battle array. And I can imagine Balaam would be so ashamed of himself. You know, a big day when 4 kings were waiting on him and just could not do what he wanted to do. And Zepho and Hadad put their forces in battle array, and all the Egyptians went alone against him, about 300,000 men, and not one man of Israel was with them. Verse 31. So there's almost like 3 sets of people that God wants to show things. The first is Zepho and the other guys, and the next are the children of Egypt, and then the last one will be the Israelites. But he would let the Egyptians also kind of be dismayed while Zepho keeps getting proud before Israel then joins. I think that's what's going to happen, if I remember right. But let's see. And all the Egyptians fought with these kings opposite Pathros at Tachpanches, and the battle was severe against the Egyptians, as you see. And the kings were stronger than the Egyptians in battle. About 118 men of the Egyptians fell on that day. And about 36 men of the forces of the kings and all the men of Egypt fled from before those kings. So the children of Esau and Ishmael pursued the Egyptians, continuing to smite them onto the place where the camp of the Israelites, onto the place where was the camp of the children of Israel. And all the Egyptians cried to the children of Israel, "Hey, David, how you doing? Good." So all the children of Israel, right? They cried. The Egyptians cried to children of Israel, saying, "Hasten to us!" Just 150 men, and these are 300,000 men in Egypt. I think they didn't count the 4 kings. They're probably a lot more than 300,000. And this is almost like a continent-wide war, because Cyprus has joined Libya, Tunisia, right? And we just didn't find Canaanite as such. Most of those guys are just subdued by the Israelites before they left them. So he jumps over to the Congo and then to the Eastern Africa, because said the children of the East. So that's about those 4 kings coming over to fight against Egypt, where the Israelites was at the time. So just 150 men. Okay. So hasten to us and assist us and save us from the hand of Esau, Ishmael, and the children of Kittim. These 300,000 men minus maybe 100 that was just unalived. We're crying to 150 men. And the 150 men of the children of Israel ran from their station to the camps of these kings. So watch how they are going to play the children of Israel. These almost 300,000 men. Look at how they will play them, right? Which is just a shame to the Egyptians. Just a shame. It's just like what Balaam was doing when he would always move. I mean, such a terrible stuff when people are not responsible to stay with stuff like that. Okay. So the 150 men ran to the camps of these kings, 4 kings, and the children of Israel cried unto the Lord their God to deliver them. So they cried unto the Lord. I don't know how 150 men runs into a minimum of another 300,000, or perhaps more. And the Lord hearkened to Israel, and the Lord gave all the men of the kings into their hand. And children of Israel fought against these kings, and children of Israel smote about 4,000 of the king's men, these 150. And the Lord threw a great consternation in the camp of the kings, so that the fear of the children of Israel fell upon them. That's it. So destroys their counsel. Yeah, good afternoon, phenomenon. And then the fear of the children of Israel falls on them. And all the host of the kings fled from before the children of Israel, and the children of Israel pursued them, continuing to smite them unto the borders of the land of Cush. That's a long distance. Although Egypt was quite large then, maybe up to Sudan. But if this is sounding like they were getting onto beyond Central African Republic into the Congo. I wish you mentioned the number of days. And many times these battles take a long time. There are times when one kingdom will fight against another kingdom, and that kingdom they're fighting against has very strong walls, and these kingdom outside would build a siege and would seal them inside and would camp there for years. You see, they will stay there for years so that these guys will get hungry. They can't do commerce and all that. I think that's the kind of things that happened with Samaria when people started boiling their children to eat. It wasn't a natural famine; it was caused by a siege. And then the lepers eventually, when they were moving, God amplified their um, their feet. So it's gonna be a siege that caused that. Yeah, Shade. So it wasn't a natural famine for that. And all these hosts of the kings fled from before the children of Israel, and children of Israel pursued them unto the borders of the land of Cush. And the children of Israel slew of them in the road yet 2,000 men. Another 2,000. And the children of Israel, and of the children of Israel, not one fell. And when the Egyptians saw that the children of Israel had fought with such a few men with the kings, and that the battle was so very severe against them, all the Egyptians were greatly afraid of their lives on account of the strong battle, and all Egypt fled, every man hiding himself from the arrayed forces. And they hid themselves on the road. As they kept going, the children of Israel were leading this, the Egyptians were following, but they started backing off. And they left the Israelites to fight. And children of Israel inflicted a terrible blow on the kings of these men, upon these kings men, of the king's men, and they returned from them after they had driven them from the borders of the land of Cush. So, like I said, that's a very long distance, like days. I wish you mentioned days so we could put things in perspective. Okay, but look at what the children of Israel also did. 42. And all Israel knew the thing which the men of Egypt rather had done to them. Okay, that they had fled from them in battle, and had left them to fight alone. And the children of Israel also acted with cunning. Look at this. And as the children of Israel returned, because like 300,000 men, maybe after they left South Sudan, which is where the borders of Egypt would have stopped or something, and you're getting into Central African Republic, is now 100,000. You go further into Cameroon area, is now maybe 50,000. And they kept reducing like that on the way. So there are fewer people as they come closer to Egypt. So they were also cunning, children of Israel, right? So the children of Israel also acted cunning, and as the children of Israel returned from the battle, they found some of the Egyptians in the road and smote them there. Man, the way human life is just worth almost nothing. It's just something else in those days. So they were just unaliving the Egyptians they will find on the way back. They were just angry. Hey, BB, how you doing? It's been a while. So they were just unaliving the Egyptians on the road as they were going back. And whilst they slew them, they said unto them these words. So they more or less lied. They said unto them these words, wherefore did you go from us and leave us, being a few people, to fight against these kings, who are the great people, to smite us, that you might thereby deliver your own souls? And of some which the Israelites met on the road, the children of Israel, spoke to each other, saying, smite, smite, for it is an Ishmaelite or an Edomite. All right, yeah, baby. Smite, smite. For So the children of Israel were kind of lying. They knew that they were Egyptians, but they were like, hey, Ishmaelite, Ishmaelite. They knew that was not true. But so that in case something escaped, they'll say, we didn't know, we thought it was yeah. Hard truth, how are you doing?
I'm not doing anything now.
Okay, it wasn't intentional. So that's how they did it. Right. Smite, for is an Ishmaelite or an Edomite, or from the children of Kittim. And they stood over him and slew him. And they knew that he was an Egyptian. You see all these Yoruba kind of. Oh my God. So, and the children of Israel did these things cunningly against the Egyptians because they had deserted them in battle and has fled from them. And children of Israel slew of the men of Egypt in the road about 200 men. Right. And all the men of Egypt saw the evil which the children of Israel had done to them. So all the Egyptians feared greatly the children of Israel, for they had been great in power, and that none of the men had fallen. Just one did not die. The same thing that happened to Zipho when he prayed to the Lord. So all the children of Israel returned. Again, to mention, what juju did they do? The person that was even trying to do anything that looks like gymnastics, juju, okay, put things together, just do something that looks like a ritual so he can win the battle. The guy failed. That's what I'm saying. Even if he astral projected or do whatever, he failed. So all this crafty thing, sometimes the thing works, God allows it. If there is no serious Christian to use another legality, which is the legality of being a child of the covenant, walking in purity, the name of Jesus, right? To block that, their own law has to work because they have paid that price in the spirit. So that thing will happen. But if someone that is in covenant like that is somewhere involved in the matter, the thing probably will fail, right? The thing probably will fail. In fact, I guess now this is of course speculative, or like I'm trying to induce, right? That there can be some of your. That's why I'm thinking that this is why some countries want Africans to just stay around, just hang around us. We would oppress you not too much. We use your sin, make sure you have sins, then we use that to oppress you, but don't go away. They want you around. I suspect that there are companies, maybe countries, but let's just say companies that their enemy would have been doing evil against them. But maybe God, right? And those principles we're talking about will just not allow that sorcery to work. Because if it works, that company becomes destroyed, and a Christian there, a believer there, a Hebrew there will become jobless. And because of that, the thing just won't work. And these men that do divination, they know. So they'll keep you that has that star. Just keep you in that office. They know you have that star. Now that sounds like come on. How convenient. But then based on these things, I mean God blessed Laban because of Jacob, and blessed Potiphar because of Joseph. So they knew. He said, you remember, he said, I know by divination that I am blessed. That's actually Laban. I'm blessed because of you. He had divination. That is talking heads juju thing. You see. So they keep you guys close. But you will get the star now. You know Sabi use your star. They use them for you. Okay. They use them for you. So that company won't collapse. Because God knows that you now to start business, you know Sabi start. To do this, you can't do. It's just this job he can use to keep you. So that company should have crashed, but because of you, it won't crash. It sounds like a very proud position to take. But then we are seeing that except these things are not true. It won't crash because of you. And you are the owner of the thing, you see. Hey, Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, NJK. And the men of Egypt saw this evil, and yet they were afraid of them. They feared them greatly, for they had seen their great power, and that no man of them had fallen. So the last verse. So all the children of Israel returned with joy on their road to Goshen, and the rest of Egypt returned each man to his place. They didn't even fight them. They're like, who you want to fight? Someone that delivered you from battle just now. Yeah, is that the person you want to fight? So we'll stay till 11, well, till 12. What's this? Yeah, till about 12, so that minimum or more, so that we can proceed. So do we do Joshua 65, or we continue in conversations? Probably just the conversations because of the projects on ground. Project is part of why we came very late today. Very, very late. Okay, Shade is there. Let's see any other guests. Good evening, Shade. It's evening with you. There.
Hi, good evening. It's about 10:32 p.m. here. So
Yeah.
I'm in bed. I wanted to ask, there's this story in the Bible about this king during a battle. This king's, I don't know the exact passage, but this king observed that, the Israelites were, gaining or getting ahead of him and winning the battle. And he sacrificed his only son. I think he brutally butchered that boy and then set him ablaze on the walls of and the battle turned immediately. Like what phenomenon is that? Like, is that well? That's ritualistic, of course. That's terrible, but like it was a battle that God Himself was, like supporting Israel now, and then this king just does that, and the battle turns against Israel. And it was written in the Bible that that was the reason that the battle turned? Was it like I think the man did divination or something? He checked to see what can help him win this battle, and they told him that is the only, and he did it. You
Mm-hmm.
know.
Yeah.
So
The middle
yeah.
of the battle. Let me just look for the scripture and read it straight away. That's another very crazy stuff the guy did. Although I think one thing that kind of saved him was because God had probably told them not to, the Israelite KJV, not to fight those people, really. Okay, so that kind of,
Oh, okay.
otherwise, if you like, kill your Peking, kill your mama, kill the Israelites would have still killed those people anyway, so you're on your own. But
Hmm.
somehow, I think that was the reason. But let me confirm so that, because otherwise, go like, duh. If you like, kill everybody you want to kill. But that was like, God then, like, ah, no, no, this is too much. So, and maybe not God directly again, right? Sometimes it's just a principle, and angels will be like, ah, look at what this guy did, though.
Yeah, I feel it's maybe a principle.
Mhm.
Maybe there was this,
The
like
same.
we all talk about illegalities in the spirit, that if you do something, that you do some things must answer. It's
Mhm.
just law, it's
Yeah.
set in stone, that sort of thing. Maybe that's what the guy did.
Yeah.
He, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just read the scripture itself. And usually there will be a little bit of direction and sometimes no direction. He didn't have even divination like you suggested, and he might have had. Okay. But sometimes it's just desperate, and one angel, one spirit will just whisper to him, just do this. And
One
something will just come
terrible,
from, yeah, something will just come from
terrible,
inside.
terrible spirit.
Yeah, Abby. Terrible indeed. Although the thing then worked anyways, but that was really bad. Right. So let me be sure, but let me just read the place first. And when the king of Moab saw the battle, so let me back off, and all the Moabites heard that the kings had come to fight against them. Moab, Moab, Moab. Is Moab in this one we're reading now? Moab, the children of the east. Probably Moab, right? They are probably children of the east, but it's not Moabite, to be fair. Children of the east are different from Moabite, according to the Joshua we're reading. But let's see, put on armor upwards to shoes, water, red as blood. Okay, okay. And they're smitten. Let me. I think this is. But first off, let me just tell you where I'm at. This is Second Kings chapter 3. Very interesting chapter. I feel like reading the whole thing because this is where the minstrel also played. Okay, this is where the minstrel also played. Um, let me read the whole chapter. It's interesting. The king of Moab, Molech worshippers. Let me read it, but I'll try to be fast. Now Jehoram, the son of Ahab, began to reign over Israel in Samaria, the northern kingdom. 18 years of Jehoshaphat. Okay, the king of Judah. They are separated. Okay, so Jehoram in the north, Jehoshaphat in the south. So they reigned. That one reigned 12 years. He wrought evil in the sight of the Lord. That's Jehoram, the one in the north, but not like his father and his mother, for he put away the images of Baal. So he did some good. Okay, and okay that his father had made. Nevertheless, he cleaved unto the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, the first one, that evil one that started, which made of which God himself chose that guy. So people usually start good. Okay, which made Israel to sin. He departed not from them. And this matter, this sin again is still this, what do they call it? This juju thing is still what that Jeroboam did. Quick one, Julius, how are you doing? Jesus,
I'm
please.
fine, bro.
Yes, I just thought of bringing you up. Where are you calling from? Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm calling from Italy.
Italy. Okay, nice, 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 nice. I think is it 11:30 also or 12:30? Italy. Right.
12:37.
12:37. Okay, it's 1 hour ahead.
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you. I have been following you for a while, and it's confirmed of my thoughts and my research here concerning the Christianity, the Hebrew, and the Israelite. So, and when I see some of your video, I go through your details. I I have a lot of questions, and I've never seen someone that will even give me answers. Okay, and I find out that we are the real Israelite, and I find out that the Vatican City, they do a lot of manipulations and atrocity, changing our screw to interpret it and give back to us and manipulate it, and also find out that they make our culture evil. in our sight, whereas they practice their culture, even in their church. They do their festival, the ancient of their idols. They worship everything in their churches, and they have never abolished it one day. Because I have opportunity to close to one of guys, and he's a Catholic man. He explained a lot of things to me. But one of my questions is this: why are they making our culture? To be frank, I'm Yoruba, okay, precisely. Why are they make our culture as evil? Whereas it's not evil, it's a will of identification. That is one of the manipulations. They make our culture as evil to us. For example, if I wear agbada, I put a bead on my neck, on my hands, people will call me a cortex. Or I become babalawo stuff, this, that. And when I came here, I studied a lot about that, and I began to tell my brothers back home that no, our culture is not evil. In fact, we are the real Israel. I want to put some things for the sake of those that are listening here, because I'm also a little bit Bible scholar, okay, because I know they are advanced a little bit. One, in Israel, they don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Generally.
Okay, they believe in Messianic, and they believe in Judaism. And they don't believe in their custom in Jesus Christ. Okay, and they manipulate our people to come there to see the wonder of God, whereas we are the one that have the wonder of God. The wonder of God, they try to portray to the world that this is how it is. It is fabricated and it is artificial.
Yeah.
And another thing I do ask myself question is this. I don't know, maybe you can help me out. Why that people, they said they are theologians, and the pastors, bishop in Africa and Nigerians, they knew this fact and the truth. But why are they refuse to teach the right teaching of the scripture?
I think they don't know.
For example, sir.
I think they don't know.
For example, sir. For example, let me put a point. In the Bible, in the scripture, in the Deuteronomy, if you read from the Deuteronomy, Exodus, the book of Chronicle, is, if you see the writers, it is African culture that come to play. Yeah. For example, circumcision. Here in Italy, if you give back to a child, if you never reach certain age, if you do the circumcision by yourself, if they caught you, you are going to be arrested and answer some question. In fact, you can go to prison. Now, but in Africa, according to the Bible, you have to give back to child and circumcise before 8 days. And you never give the person the baby names. And when you see Jesus Christ, when he was given birth, his father already have a name they want to give to Jesus Christ, but they have not yet named him until 8 days. Now, I see if you go to a custom of marriage, here there is nothing like bride price. I mean, a lot of things we go through in Africa to marry. In Europe here, it's not working. And also, white wedding, this they try to propagate on us, to force on us. It's not a biblical marriage. The biblical marriage is where you pay the bride price. You see the family of your wife, they agree, they pray for you, they bless you with their whole heart. That is a biblical marriage. But what they try to portray to the people today, that if you have never wear gown, white gown, is the European culture and their status. Yeah. And this is one of the manipulations I refute. And I disagree a lot about it.
You have in fact said it all. Did you say? Oh yeah. You have in fact said it all, indeed. But one thing I'm suspecting, like I said, and it's very obvious. I'm trying to rush because we have scripture on scripture to read quickly. I mean, you have said it all. But I think the people that are leading the Christian movement as well in West Africa, in Nigeria, in Africa, they do not know. They probably do not know. I'm not saying that exonerate them or even excuses them. But I don't think they. Someone asked that question in. I don't know if you have watched my interview, right?
I've watched many of your clips.
Yes, but even the full, those clips are from fuller interviews. We watched till the end. I want us to quickly rush this chapter. If you watch it, we'll still discuss after. So if you watch to the end, you will see that they asked that question. The interviewer asked that why are these people not preaching it? And I think the general thing is just that they don't know. If they knew, they would have put it out there. It would make them more popular or whatever. But they just do not
No,
know.
but
Yeah.
my thought is this. I thought because I'm a little young like you, even you're like a brother to me, I thought they knew, but because of their self esteem, because that doctrine they're teaching people in Africa,
Yeah.
it gives them ego and it makes them to look like a god and turn people to slave, whereas they are not slaved
I see. Anyway,
because
that's
they knew because they want to build an empire. Is my this is my For example, I read a letter that King Leopold II writes to the missionary when they come to Africa.
yeah.
In that, I have the document on my laptop, but I'm at work now. I will have tried to forward it to you. He said, if you can Google that, King Leopold II, he said that document said, don't teach Africa how to serve God. They already know God.
Yeah.
Don't teach Africa the education. They're already well educated. I'm talking about this 18 thereabout century.
I've
He
even,
said,
I know the letter actually.
take their home and give them our home.
I actually know the letters you're talking about. I know them.
It's
So
a very, it's a, when I did a lot of research concerning that, concerning even our empire, Yoruba empire, I found out that we are the real, in fact, in that document, I found out that the Ark of Noah is in Ife.
I've
Yeah,
heard.
it's not in Turkey. It's not in Turkey. It's in Ife. It's
I've heard.
Ife. There are a lot of manipulations they do, but I'm always angry when I see many teachings. The so-called father of Christians in Nigeria and Africa are manipulating people, destroy the life of people. Even sometimes I read the book of Jubilee, okay, and I come, many things come close to me. I love Jesus Christ. I give my life to Him. I believe in Him, but there is a wrong narrative they portray to us, and anytime I think about it, I'm always angry.
I know. Let me do this. There's many things you're saying that we have already discussed. I just brought you up, being a first timer. So, but if you watch those interviews, then there'll be quite some more things that you would also see, you know. But do you know where to find the interview, Julius Blessing?
Yes, I do. I follow a lady that you did the interview often with, and you showed the map of Africa, the ancient map, not this current one.
Yes.
And through that, I come to know this platform. So I really love it, and that's why I always listen to you.
So that's why we're here to, even if the fathers of faith know and they're not saying it, well, we are here now. We are going to say it. That's it. So maybe they will have to begin to. But I am trying to make it look as good as possible that they didn't know. Let's rush this chapter. It has a lot of verses. I might need to jump. It's 26 verses. So, nevertheless, it cleaved not onto the scene of. But thanks for coming, Julius. So to the scene of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and Mesha, the king of Moab, was a sheep master, and rendered unto the king of Israel 100,000 lambs and 100,000 rams with wolves. That's a lot. 100,000. How do you find that in the Middle East? Anyway, but it came to pass, and Ahab was dead, and the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. So the previous king was dead. So, and the king of Jeroboam, the king Jehoram rather, went out of Samaria at the time, the same time, and numbered all Israel, and he went and sent to Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, the southern king. So they were still relating together at this point in this dynasty. And the king of Moab had rebelled against me. Would thou go with me to against Moab to battle? And he said, I will go up. I am as thou art, and my people as thy people, and my horses as thy horses. And he said, which shall go up? And he answered, the way through the wilderness of Edom. Which way, rather? So they will go through the wilderness of Edom. Now, where is the wilderness of Edom? Perhaps around the Congo, I would say. So they are going to fight Moab. Moab is in present-day Kenya. So, so maybe what it means is that Jehoshaphat, we have to move down to Judah first, and then they go through the Congo and then try to approach Ethiopia, rather approach Uganda from there, approach the Kenya from there. That's what it's looking like. Okay, let's go through this way rather than going through the north, which is your own area. So go to the wilderness of Edom. Let's see. Okay, verse 9. So the king of Israel went, and the king of Judah, and the king of Edom. Okay, so there are three kings. Yes, I know there are three, But I can't remember when they called Edom to join them. Anyway, and they fetched a compass of 7 days' journey, which is a minimum of 40 kilometers times 7, right? That's 2,800 kilometers journey. So this is not something that should happen within the Middle East. And these are not pregnant women walking. These are kings. These are soldiers. And there rather was no water for the host, for the cattle followed them. So you see, you are going to battle and you're taking cattle. It's because you have to unalive cows in the. It's a continent-wide battle. Many of these wars, not that small Middle East that you can take a train and you're already there in a few minutes. Okay, so they have to take cows, take things along as they go, so that they unalive them and have something to eat. So now there was no water, even the cattle with them. You see, for you to go to fight and you're taking cows, it's like taking food along. You see. So there was no water for the host and for the cattle that followed them. You see. But we don't, most times, yeah, maybe sacrifice also. But then it's not that you're going to, I mean, you are literally in Lagos, you're going to fight in Third Mainland Bridge, you now carry goats along. Why? You see. So, and there was no water. So it's not like 1 day journey. These guys could fast like 1 day basically to fight. I mean, eat well before you leave home. And I mean, what distance? But if this thing really happened in Africa, it's not something you can quickly go run and come back like that. Okay, so, and the king of Israel said, alas, that the Lord had called these 3 kings together to deliver them into the hand of Moab. They're just thirsty now. There's no water to drink. If it was that close, they would have sent some guy to go bring water and come back. But Jehoshaphat said, is there not a prophet? So this is the king of Judah speaking, the one in the middle. Edom. So I think the layer is Israelite, Judah, and then Edom. Okay, that's just about it. Israelite is basically from Guinea, Nigeria, like that, right? And then Judah is Yaoundé, okay, Yaoundé. And then Edom is in Mount Seir, which is like Zaire, that's the Congo. They want to fight against Moab and Ammon. They are towards the east, where you have Zoar, towards the east. I'm not saying those guys are the Ammonites now, but that's the land where they must have occupied, working with this model we have. Okay, so he said, is there not a prophet? So the middle guy, the Judah guy, said that, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah. Is there not a prophet of the Lord that we may inquire of him? And one of the kings of Israel's servants answered and said, so this is a northern guy now. Here is Elisha, the son of Shaphat, okay, which poured water on the hands of Elijah. And Jehoshaphat said, the word of the Lord is with him. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Edom, and the king of Edom, the 3 of them, they went down to him. So they went to look for him. This would have taken days to go there. They must have taken whatever water was available. Let's go. And Elisha said unto him, so this is like their own kind of divination before battle, okay? And they see that the battle is going bad already. They're already stuck in some place where there's no water. Probably bad planning. That is what my mind is telling me, you know. I don't know, you see. So so they went down to him. Okay. And Elisha said unto this king, unto the king of Israel, what have I to do with it? These are the scriptures that people quote when pastors are always going to politicians to go get Christmas money and eat. It's respectfully in politicians' house. They'll be like, are you a prophet? You are going to kings to go eat and greetings, Casolese. They will tell you in the days of Elisha was there. And even when the politician came and said, man of God, well, and say, what are you doing here? And that's the truth. Because this prophet, I mean, just like Balaam, the prophet of Zepho there, they held him with great esteem, right? You don't joke with your priest. No, you don't joke with them. But now is the priest going to the president's house and start prophet lying to them, as long as money can flow. So it's such a mess. And the Western world came with such power, for lack of a better word. And almost every section of society bowed down to this dollar, you see, that they were printing. The ministers, they bowed down to that. The kings that were supposed to be your kings, right? That was there, they bowed down to the money eventually, with real respect, because eventually I think in some places maybe the governors pay their salary or stuff like that. So they bow down to the political order. Many of the prophets, they do that, right? Even some of the kind of Babalawo prophet, they still serve these guys. So the force this thing came with, that Illuminati dollar, it is too powerful. The witchcraft manipulation on it is too powerful that even Christian ministers, everybody just, so the politicians are just at the head of the thing. And those ones do some sacrifices to stay in that place. So that's where everything is just coming together and coalescing, such that it is whatever the king says, or rather the politician says, the president says, that is law, irrespective of your religion, whatever confusion. You have to be breaking the law to do against what they say. And all of them are subject to the globalist at the end of the day. Okay. And the same thing in America, they dictate what the pastors preach because they are under the 501c3. Chioma can remind me, is Chioma in America? I'm not sure. So who is in America that can remind me the name of that code? That the tax code or something that ministers in America fall under. When you're under that code, you're a minister, you have to fall there. And there's some things you cannot say. I think it's called 501c3. So you can't preach some things. Anyway, so, and let's see. Yeah, Vesey Josh, how you doing? So let's see. So the king of Israel, Josephat, they went down to him. And Elisha said unto the king of Israel. So he did not even acknowledge the other kings eventually. He just spoke to the king of Israel. That's the one he kind of knows. He lives in his area. So he said to the king of Israel. Okay. Actually, I think it is actually Jehoshaphat he respects. But let's just read it. So he said unto the king, let's see, of Israel, what do I have to do with thee? Get thee to the prophets of thy father. Oh my God. What do I have to do with thee? Get thee to the prophets of thy father and to the prophets of thy mother. Can you imagine talking to a king like that who has a sword in his hand, literally? They knew that they probably would come to attack him and he might disappear. Thank you, Jesus. So, he said, get to the prophet of thy father and go to the prophet of your mother. That's an insult. Because the guy has been worshiping Baal and all that. He said, go and meet the prophets of Baal. Why are you coming here? But if it is the prophets of today, some, okay, they'll be like, you're welcome, sir. Go and bring food for Senator now. You're welcome, sir. In fact, he will not come to your house. Anyway, and the king of Israel said unto him, nay, for the Lord has called these three kings together to deliver them into the hands of Moab. Okay, so he brought the Moab matter like a bigger enemy. That even if I'm not a good boy, you can't let us on alive in the hands of Moab now. You right? Yeah, so prophet today is something else. And I'm not blaming the Western world necessarily. It's just an explanation, not necessarily an excuse. But, I don't want to talk. And Elisha said, as the Lord of hosts liveth, before whom I stand, you see. So this is, if you are looking for any juju, any special, this is where to get it from. Go and look at what this Elijah did. You may not be able to do 40 days without food and water, may be dangerous. Do water with it. Let your heart be pure. And sometimes if you're looking for just power, you might get it, but that's not the very best way to approach. Because you'll be like someone looking for the hand of God and not his face. It's better you seek his face, you see. And but you can still get his hand. You push yourself to the extreme, you would get something usually, okay? But you may not use the power right if you get it at all. So he knew what he was talking about. It's not just a joke. These are three kings. It's like you are, okay, just imagine it. You are a prophet, whoever, right? Living in, let's say, Lagos. Where is Judah? Who was living in Israel. Let's say you're living in, I don't know, Abuja, living in Ghana, living in Cameroon, in Yaoundé there. And then the president of Nigeria comes to you, and the president of Congo comes to you, and where's the third president? And that happens with some prophets, but usually these are very powerful national prophets. And some of them we know, okay? And you might blame them all you will, but hey, if kings are gathering to you like that, yeah, no, that's too big. Trump Putin, but to be fair, very similar. Trump Putin and Xi Jinping, yeah, very similar, because these men are the world power of those days. There's nobody coming from Russia, from Japheth then to do gragra from where? From inside that water. They will just unalive you there. The ones talking are these kings in Egypt, right? Kings in Israel. Israel always has been ruling the world. It's just this short 200-300 years that the things just flipped. And it's about to flip back again. That's Africa. So, but my point is something of that nature. Three kings like that. Oh, these are all in the north, equivalent, right? So president of Nigeria, president of Cameroon and president of Congo came to you right there where you're living in maybe Yaoundé or something, and the first one you say, go and meet the prophet of your father. Just tell the president of Nigeria, are you not a Muslim? Okay, go and do Allahu Akbar now. Why are you coming to me? You know, that's very rude.
I just wanted to say, didn't Elijah do the same thing? When those
Probably.
prophets were trying to call down fire, he said, cut yourself more, cry louder. Maybe they are not, maybe they can't hear you. Yeah, do it harder, harder. After they decided to cut themselves, I'm like, Elijah was like, these people are going to kill themselves. And he just, he called down, God, fire from heaven. And then the fire consumed the sacrifice. After he had, had them put water, lots of water on the sacrifice just to prove a point. So I think he got his sarcasm from his mentor,
Yeah,
Elisha.
exactly. And that would tell you that is completely the human side of Elisha, the human side of Elijah speaking. He was so sure of what he was going to do that he had the room for sarcasm. If it was you and me, you still be praying in the Holy Spirit, just could let this thing happen or pray, pray. But it
Another
was
thing I
so
want to
sure.
highlight is that is this not how Yoruba people do?
Yeah.
when we want, when we want, when we
Yeah,
want to okay, lọ bá àwọn òrìṣà bàbá yín. Kí
exactly.
lè wá káàkiri? Kí lè ṣe ń bí báyìí?
Now, ó lè jẹ́ pé àwọn òrìṣà yín ń sùn ẹ lè pariwo dáadáa bí àwọn ò tí gbọ́ àbọ̀ ń lọrin àjò ní bí ó lọ dálẹ̀. So just sarcasm. But what I see there amongst other things, first, this is this guy's humanity, but they were so sure of what they were working with. It's not a game. So this thing is not a game. He was so sure he knew that his sarcasm cannot affect what the manifestation is about to bring forth. He's so sure. So it's not the hanky panky joke at all. It's not a joke. And I've seen these things. So that is why when God gives you something, it's just like myself. Let me try to use our ministry. Yeah. Let me try to use our ministry, for example. There are some things I've studied and I'm very sure, and somebody can come up and start arguing with me, and I'll just be sarcastic and make fun of the guy because I'm so sure of what I know. I can just, you understand, something of that level. So they are so sure. So he just said, anyway, what did he say here? So he's about to move. He said, and Elisha said, as the Lord of hosts lives, and at this point, God must have whispered something to him, maybe with an angel or something. As the Lord of hosts liveth, before whom I stand, surely were it not that, okay, this was just one of their sayings, but look at what he said here. Look at what he said here. Were it not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat, that's the king of Cameroon, president of Cameroon equivalent, okay, because Jehoshaphat is king of Judah, Yaoundé. So he was speaking to, oh my God, this thing is so. There was one of the kings he did not even speak to, right? There was one he still spoke to and abused. So even if the prophet abused you, then you say, yes, sir, thank you, sir. No vex. You know how these things are. I'm just busy. Sorry, sir. There was one he did not even talk to at all. He did not, and look at what it says here. Because if you don't read it, because I've read a little bit before, and I saw this. 14. He said, Elisha said, as the Lord of hosts liveth before whom I stand, surely, watch this, were you know that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat, who he has not even really talked to here, but at least he respects him. So was it not I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat, the king of Yaoundé or Cameroon of Judah, right? Oh, the king of Judah, he says it. I would not look towards thee, Jehoshaphat, nor see thee. I will not even see you. Do you see what he said? Look at the next statement. Remember, there are three kings. Look at the next statement. Bring me now a minstrel. He did not. So what he said he would have done to Joseph is exactly what he did to Edom. So he was not joking. The king of Edom. He did not even see him. Where's the king of Edom? So he did not even acknowledge him. So he first addressed this guy. What are you doing here? Go and meet your father now. I think you used to do juju. Go and do juju now. Why are you coming here? I resemble juju, man. So go and meet. He just answered again. If not, because he's now said, "Oh, don't let us honor life in the hand of Edom." Okay. He said, if not because of this king of president of Cameroon, you this Nigerian president, I would not have regarded you or even seen you. Exactly what he did for the king of Congo. He didn't even look at that.
He said, Tinumbu, if not for
Leave our president alone.
He said, he said, if not for this king of Judah, Tinubu no Tieni, I will even, I will even, I will even look at you.
As in, that's very arrogant. Very, very arrogant. So the next thing he said, I beg, go and bring a mother man calling for me a dialogue, Elomo, and Nico Tagi, Taji, Kinti, more Cotonon. So he left. But now bring me a minstrel. And it came to pass when the minstrel played that the hand of the Lord came upon him. You see. So, oh my God. So if you're looking for the true equivalent of what God would do, I mean, how bold do you get when you're speaking to three kings who had literal swords with them? They could have said, who is this man just talking? They came kilometers to look for him, remember? They came kilometers to look for him. You see, in one bush, wherever he was staying. So yeah, praise is juju, you see. So if you're looking for that equivalent, it's there all over the Bible. There's no special, yeah, there might be a few things, we call them these sacraments, right? Okay, oh, let's do communion, let's do this and all that. But it's plain. It's plain. So I don't think, we were talking yesterday or 2 days ago about, oh, what is this thing? Maybe God is not answering us. It's purity. After purity, purity, that's like, sometimes I see power as we're looking for it, right? Like a solution in regards of solvent and solute. Solute, for those who may not do chemistry as such, like a solution is like when you want to, what is a quick one? Gary and water, right? Or let me look for another one. Like you want to make, there's this thing we took then in Nigeria, it's called Nutri-C. You pour this dry thing in water and it becomes juice and you drink it. Okay. So the final thing is called solution chemistry, right? And then the water is called the solute, right? The solvent, right? Sorry. And then the hard thing you're pouring, the hard one is called solute. So solute and water is solvent, and then it will become solution. So the way I can explain it is that the solvent, right? The water that power would dilute in or work with, the whole atmosphere that power should sit on is that purity. Just take it like that. That's the breadboard that the components begin to sit on when you're doing electronics, right? That's the canvas that you want to draw anything on. That pure white canvas. That's the purity. That's just the way it is. You see, yeah, purity, love, truth, and one simple definition of righteousness is when your thoughts, your words, and your actions, they align. Even a juju kind of, and these guys do these things, right? There's a limit. You will not see a truly spiritual person who's just all over the place, lying in whatever dimension of spirituality he is, just lying and just laughing, and just sleeping with women all over the place and just drinking. Yeah. Go ahead, my brother.
Please, I want to say something concerning what you say now. I want to just put a sample like a prophet Jeremiah. Okay, when Jeremiah went to prophesy to the people of Israel that they will go to exile, okay, that they are going to spend 40 years there, they persecute Jeremiah, but yet Jeremiah did not shake, and Jeremiah did not afraid. Our sister said something. He said when Elijah and with the prophet of Baal,
Yeah.
and what happened there, and same thing as Jeremiah. The problem is that if anybody want to live a righteous life and truthful life and the life of purity, he will not admire materialism, and anything that is important to this world will not so much attached to that person, because the more you attach to the things of this world, the more you are drawn back from purity and righteousness and the truth. For example, sir, if you look about Jeremiah said, if this thing is not so, kill me. I'm ready to die for it. He stand by his word. In fact, Jesus Christ said, do not swear. If you are not certain about things, do not prophesy because you want people to have impression in you, to know that you are see vision, to know that you are a prophet of God. That's why they caught them in the midst of lies. Because truth always remains truth, and lies always bring shame and disgrace. And in the midst of it, he stand, even though they deal with him that, if these things doesn't come true according to your word, he says, so be it. So he ready to stand by his word. And if you see the book in the New Testament, he said, do not swear by the heavens or by the earth. Let your yes be yes and let your no be no. For example, sir, There is a popular man, pastor in Nigeria, okay, he talk about tithe, okay?
I don't want to
And
mention names.
today,
Right?
no, I'm not mentioning him. Today, you see another thing, which is means the Bible they hold in their hands, they can't stand on their yes, and they will not let their yes be yes. And they cannot be their no to be no. So purity is stand by standing to say the truth in the midst of difficulties that it can take your life. Because Jesus Christ is stand to declare the truth, even though they want to kill him.
Yes.
He's not afraid. And if we want to live a righteous life and life of purity, that is why in the Bible, not everybody is going to be a prophet, and not everybody is going to be a apostle. But a prophet is a sacrifice for a generation to liberate people, not to accumulate wealth, not to accumulate money, not to accumulate position. For example, Samuel is to anoint who is going to liberate people of Israelite. Yet Samuel is a man that whenever he enter, they will say, is it good, is it peace, or with another thing? Yet Samuel does not go with police, he does not go with army, he does not go with. These are the things that are wrong in doctrine. Because when you are a prophet, the Bible says, if you fear me, I will commence to fear you. So when you fear God, when you reference God, people naturally fear you, reference God in your life, not about the military or power you carry. So the truth does not make the power of God to flow in the life of many ministers in Nigeria and Africa, because lies, it reduces the potential, the power of God in you. So that's why it's rare to see real prophets nowadays.
Very rare, to be honest.
It's rare because they are afraid to pay the sacrifice. They are afraid to lose money. They are afraid to lose member. They are seeing member as a business commodity. And member is not a commodity. Member is a God's given sheep that you need to lead. They are not your commodity. They are not your slaves. You are to watch over them, to show them the way. But today, when I look at the Bible and I see the prophet and I see the so-called prophet of nowadays, that's why I always thank you for liberating people that want to be liberated, because not everybody will be liberated. A lot of people, they know the truth, but because they don't want people to say something negative about them, they will be fighting the truth, whereas they are amending their way to destruction. So people need to be to know the truth by themselves and to know the reality. And many problem of our people back home is this: then they don't read the Bible by themselves. They only listen to what their papa say, and anything their papa say, they will fight you. As in your platform, and they can come and fight you. But is it the same thing that is written in the Word of God? That's the problem. And anything that does not relevant with the word of the Lord, it is a blasphemy. There are a lot of pulpits today, every Sunday, with a blasphemy. And you try to liberate people now, they will say, oh, you are the minister of doom, whereas you are spoil market for them. So truth I teach one of our brothers sometimes ago. I say the only valuable thing that your money cannot buy and your stress cannot buy is the truth. And truth is rare to find. It's rare because God says people love lies, and that is the devil is the father of all liars. So people are afraid to confront the truth, because truth is going to even curb you, sir. If you are meant to say the truth, you are not going to get rich. Yes. Let me give a sample, sir. God says, bring tithe into my storehouse in the book of Malachi, so that there might be what? There might be surplus in the storehouse, not in the pastor's pocket. So when people come,
you don't
no.
Calm down. I don't want to lose this momentum.
Okay.
But
see, okay, if people that are lacking, when they come to my house, they can feed on. Those are the widows, they can live on. Those are the orphans, they can live on. But today, it's contrary. I don't want to say more than that. But the truth is a pillar of spirituality and righteousness. That is simple thing, and God will help us because they don't want to pay the sacrifice of being a truth prophet and a truth preacher because it involves a sacrifice that is not going to come with easy. It's going to come with. Look at Moses. Moses is a very truthful person, yet he paid some sacrifice that even about to cost his eternity.
Oh yeah, I remember. Because of the
That is
people.
the problems that are affecting our people. Fear to lose materialism, but they don't fear who will destroy your materialism and you yourself and your soul and spirit.
Right. Oh, I see. Let's
And one thing, sir, before I go, one thing, sir, is that
okay.
you see many churches, sir, many churches
Hey,
and many
you
prophets
got
and
to.
apostles or these things, they are the instrument of imperialism and colonialism.
That's kind of true, to be fair, you know.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't want
okay.
us to. I don't want us to seem as if because, like, maybe I'm someone that likes to make excuses for people. I just think, like I said, someone like you maybe kind of concluded that they know and they're choosing not to tell. Now, to be fair, some people have done very wrong things, okay? But I really don't think many of the fathers of faith know, okay? I don't think they know these things. I just don't think they know. And again, even if some of them are wrong, I think they started well. They started right. Am I up to 10 years in ministry? Maybe not even five, maybe a little bit more. But I don't. It's difficult for me to. I can explain principles, and if the principles go, and it's not like I'm being diplomatic, but if the principles go against people, they would know. Rather than I am very worried to do that because I'm not in their shoes. I've not ministered as long as they have. But if there's something that is wrong like this, I'm saying one of the most controversial things that we do on our channel is that return of Jesus. I know that that's gonna make a lot of the ministries. I mean, I have a few kind of pastor friends like that. That like the conference we did last time. I don't know, but that's quite a controversial thing. So I'm not going to hide that. It's just what I've seen, and I could be wrong. As simple as that. So it's not that I'm being diplomatic, you see, but um, I'm very wary to criticize, except I know the full context of the thing. So many people start right. I mean, there is no way you are leading. I mean, you are a father of faith like that. There's so many people working with you. I mean, you must have started good most times, and would say is in fact that you are even in error. Maybe a few mistakes, but. Hmm. Ẹni tí ò tí lọ sógun kò dé. Eh? So me, I understand when you walk in some of those shoes, you will understand some of these things can be difficult, and sometimes you just don't know. Sometimes nobody tells them, you see, and things like that. So, but if and when I begin to, because there are some of these people we reach out to. Okay, I like to reach out to people personally. Many of them didn't reply. Okay, maybe they didn't see it. Some did reply halfway. The younger ministers. Okay, I don't want to start getting into details. But some replied halfway, some did not reply at all, and stuff like that. So I like to reach people physically. I mean, I like to reach. I'll be speaking to a minister today, actually, by the way. So I like to speak to people physically, directly, and get stuff. Now, if I've spoken to people physically and directly, they're not accepting, then maybe I get a little bit more direct. Or I like to. I mean, these are people, human beings you can meet and all that. So that's what I like to. But to be true, some of them might be doing that inadvertently, okay, and they don't know that it's just colonialism. I've said another strong thing in the interviews. You have watched it. That many of the ministers in West Africa, in Africa generally, many of their father in the Lord, father, somebody's father, my father's father, my father, always ends up in America. Okay, so they almost always end up in America, right? And to be fair, God used the Western world to do some things. For lack of a better explanation, I don't know what to make of it. But God used the Western world to bring that Bible thing back. Okay, you know what? Let me use this Western world people. Take this word back to these people. It's theirs. I don't know if God told them to hide it, but I don't imagine that. But it's a very big. It's a very even the Western people. As far as I abuse Oyinbo on this channel, we can't completely discard Oyinbo like that. If they are so bad, why am I living in their country? They've got some things. So even your enemy, you need to learn from them. So sometimes you might call it diplomacy, but I think it's just really wisdom, right? So I wouldn't quite comment about these people until I've met them. Some of them have replied, like I said, and all of that. And we'll see how things go as we read, as we advance. So thank you for that, Julius. Though excellent, Jay. Let me just hear hi from you. It's like it's your first time. Excellent. Are you there? Excellent, Joe. Just say hi, and so I can finish this chapter.
Hi,
Yes, hi.
hi. Nice. I sometimes I'll be following you, though.
Mhm.
And then I really like your teaching. So this is my first time, and then I want to thank you for your for the history, and then for the word, the rema that I'll be getting from you too. So I appreciate you.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome, my brother. Yeah, so BB
Yes,
puts
sir.
it, yes, my brother. So BB puts it this way that what they meant for evil, God turned it for good. Yeah, something like that, you see. Anyway, but I suspect that God just said, okay, this Western world, you are not even Adamite. Just let me test you with this. Okay, go to my people. Because he put shepherds over his people when he said Cyprus the other time. Sorry, Cyrus in Isaiah. Cyrus is not a Hebrew, as far as I know, or at least not an Israelite, definitely not. And he told him to, he said, Cyrus, my servant. So God does that. He puts servants over his people and says, okay, you this Oyinbo, go to my Israelite people and just lead them. I know they are not doing so fine. Okay, lead them, do this, and you would probably do what I didn't send you, but go first. And indeed, they came, and maybe they were supposed to show us that what, you guys are the divine people, we are not, and showed us the whole truth. They're like, they changed the message halfway. I don't know. It's not impossible. Anyway, so we're talking about technology. So effortlessly, Shadi, that's another one for you. Minstrel, right? Bring me a minstrel. So music is very, very powerful. When I tried to teach in music ministry, which we have not started touching music in this our thing we do on TikTok as such, at least not in a structured way. This is one of the scriptures that I used to explain to people the power of music, not even the lyrics, because in this scripture, 2 Kings 3:16, and in 1 Samuel 17, thereabout, in those two instances, there was no mention that there was even lyrics, because there's about three components of music generally. There is the music that is playing, right? Or, well, I'll use that as the last. There's the music playing, there is the words that goes with the music, and then there's the spirit powering the music. So really, indeed, it should be the spirit powering it first. There's a way I can play some chords. You can play some chords. Yeah, David played the harp. You can play some chords with music, and I don't need to see anything. You can tell that's an horror movie I'm playing right there, and that cannot bring you any inspiration. In fact, you're trying to even read, not even something spiritual. That's gonna be distracting to you. And the chords make sense, not as if I'm just banging my hand on the keyboard. You just play some minor chords and just saying, that this is suggesting fear. Horror is about to happen. That's what they do in sound design when you're booking a movie. That's what we did with the Abraham movie. It's a principle to work with movies, right? So you can, what does that mean? The spirit or the intention, if you will, sponsoring that sound is different. And then the lyrics finally confirm it, the final layer on top of it. That's like the least influential, to be fair. That is why some of these pastors don't know this truth, but something in their spirit is bearing witness. You are singing a church song, but you are playing it like Naramali. Like that. So you are saying the right words, but because the spirit that inspired that beat, right, is from a different place. The guy smoked and started that beat. He just started that movement, right? And that's the beat he came up with. You don't know where he went to get that beat from, right? There's some, and you just begin to pick those beats like that. There's a way in church, you're not saying anything, but they're playing that beat. Normally, I know normally it's very popular. So there are some beats you will play, right? And it's bam, bam. I don't want to, maybe not everybody is quite, but there's a way you play some beats. You will tell this is Afro music, right? Like the Afro fella Afro, right? Or the whatever, and you tell the source of this beat. You don't even need to tell me who composed it. When you hear it, like, there's something about this beat that is off. It's because of the spirit that created that sound. And there is like billions, literal billions of, music is spiritual. There's literally billions of chords you can play. Well, billions of combination of chords, which eventually will be permutation. Because if we change the order, then the music sounds different, right? I wish I had a keyboard here to do some practicals, but it's in the other room. So, but there's literally billions of combinations because there's many chords you can play within even that 4 bar. Okay, maybe not billions because There's only about, let's say, 5 chords, major chords. If you add the minors, you're getting to like 12. And then you need just 4 of that to make 1 bar. So it's like 12 combination 4, which would be 12 permutation 4. Okay? Because the order matters, you see. So 12 permutation 4, check that on your mathematics. It's going to give you a very big number. Let's just act as if we are just super scientific today. So let me try 12 permutation 4, because that's the formula when you're picking 4 things out of 12 things. So what is 12 permutation 4? Okay. This 12 factorial divided by 12 minus 4 factorial, something like that. So 11,880, you see. This with Antori's gospel, Anatori. I'm not sure who Anatori is. So that's 11,880 ways you can, 4 chords you can play. When you're picking 4 chords out of 12, you need 4 chords for 1 bar. So that's a lot. But there's some of these chords, the combination, the way they follow each other. You put this before that, and then you put it and you end there. It gives a different feel. And these things have components in the spirit. This is like musicology, spiritual musicology. Oh, I don't know the person, female gospel musician. So, but long story short, this is one of the scriptures that I pull up when I want to show people how the music can be spiritual, and then the spirit power in the music sometimes is more important than whatever you want to do. Okay. Yeah, someone says the first key to access God, maybe. So, but long story short, just a minstrel. In the case of David, there was no record that he sang. He could have sang, but you need to add to that scripture to say that Moses actually sang. David actually sang before the evil spirit that was in Saul left. He said he just played the harp, and the spirit left. So it's just 2 components there. There was even no lyrics. It's just the spirit of David, Spirit of God on the spirit of David, the spiritual component, and then the kind of sounds he must have played. You can't be before somebody who is sometimes angry, can almost kill somebody, and just go, Wahala de, Wahala de. The Wahala will start from you yourself. In other words, it's not even the text yet. It's just the way you are playing, playing jazz music. For somebody who's his head they craze sometimes, it will throw javelin and unalive you. You understand? So the music has to first of all cool. You see? So these are the kind of things that musicians know. Sometimes very beautiful pianists we have. Like one of them that played for us in our conference last year. Okay, I literally had to bring him from another city. So, but long story short, they're good. Yeah, I threw spears, javelin. So that kind of music, your discretion should tell you, don't play anyhow, it will kill you. Start with cool music. You don't even need spirit to learn that one. Right? But then the spirit also upon David, he was also skillful upon the harp. There's different music for different situations. So he played that, and the evil spirit left, and he didn't sing a word. So let's go to our chapter so we don't miss it. And he said, 15, bring me now a minstrel. And it came to pass, when the minstrel played, there was no record that he sang. Okay? That the hand of the Lord came upon him. So that's the technology right there. That's a juju, if you will, right there. Not bring me candle, bring me this. There are prophetic things like that. When he said, bring me a cruse of oil, right? Or bring me salt in a cruse. And he used that salt on that thing. So it happens sometimes, but that was clear direction. It was, I think, only for that situation. Okay. Yeah, God inhabits the praise of his people. So these things we're just playing with, joking with in church, just singing and all that. These are very powerful principles we're just joking with. Very powerful. That's why I said if and when, depending on how God leads us, we'll start doing music on some of the lives, because we have live every day. Okay. There may be no discussion on that day, because it's not something you just do anyhow and just saying, yeah, no. It's not done like that. No, it's not done like that. There's hardly anything spiritual. And like someone pointed out, spiritual is spiritual that you do just anyhow. Yeah. So when you praise him, yeah, it's a legality. Yeah. So that music would definitely channel something. It's almost inevitable to channel something. So where did we stop? Of which, in fact, talking about praise, you cannot even technically say this was a praise song or a music or a thanksgiving song or a worship song. Just play the harp. Yeah, entering his gates and course. So just play the harp, right? So that was the kind of thing that Elisha flowed with. For Elijah, it might have been drums. Okay. So, and what would that do? It would touch his soul. The technology is inside his soul, not one juju somewhere. Bring this, bring one cell phone, either Oyinbo juju or African one. So it's not like, oh, bring me this, bring me that. He needed to excite something inside his soul. That's where the thing is. So it's not like, I forgot my something at home. It's inside there. So you just need a little bit to just, and especially those thinkings are even pissing him off already. Just play me something. Let me just calm down from this. These politicians. All right. So, and the hand of the Lord came upon him and he said, thus says the Lord, make this valley full of ditches. Right? So that's it. That's the word for the moment. He didn't know that the moments before. For thus says the Lord, ye shall not see wind, neither shall you see rain, yet the valley, that valley shall be filled with water, that you may drink, both you and your cattle and your beasts. You see? And this is, so that's the ditches is going to be far away where they came from. So go back there and go make that water. And this is but a light thing in the sight of the Lord, right? He will deliver the Moabite into your hand. Don't worry. So God has promised them that. By the way, don't forget, we are talking about kind of legalities and how to get power in the spirit realm and stuff like that. Because we have read a lot of juju things here and the thing seems to be working. So we're like, what's the God equivalent of that juju kind of speedy answer? Okay, when on the day David delivered first Psalms to thank the Lord, hand of Asaph. Yes. Oh, yeah, I see. So, yeah, because the Psalms are also very powerful. So, long story short, make ditches there. He will deliver the Moabite into your hand. We're trying to reach where this Moabite king gave his first son and the battle ceased. And ye shall smite every fenced city and every choice city, and shall fell every good tree, and stop all the wells of water, and mar every good piece of land with stones. Right? And it came to pass in the morning when the meat offering was offered. So I think this king stayed overnight or something. Okay. So when the meat offering was offered, so there was sacrifice. I think they also make sacrifice on the journey. And most times when they sacrifice, they will eat from the flesh of it. Because the feast of whatever, feast of tabernacles, this Sabbath, that Sabbath could meet them along the way of battle. So when they sacrifices on animals, many times they will eat the flesh and burn the inward parts unto the Lord. So behold, there came water by the way of Edom. You see. So in the morning when the meat offering was offered, that behold, there came water by the way of Edom. So around that Congo into what's that eastern thing? Uganda, Kenya, where they were going to fight these guys, the land, not the people. Water came from that Edom into that Eastern Africa. Okay? And the country was filled with water. Now watch this. So to you, it will look like a coincidence. This is 21, we're going to 26. It look like a coincidence, but there's even a technicality. There's a logistics to how the thing happened, right? It's just like the feet of the lepers at Samaria. It tells you what the angels did, that God amplified the sound. We didn't need that detail, right? That lepers just walk. We don't discover that these guys will disappear. We don't know what happened to the Assyrian army that have been besieging us in Samaria, whoever the army was, for these years, just so that they were not there. But scripture helps us know, right, that God amplified the sound, perhaps from the feedback of these people that left. Some of them left food cooking and stuff like that. They just ran off. Okay, it tells us the back end. This is the back end of this, or at least the front end, what we can see. And when all the Moabites heard that the kings were come up to fight against them, so they've heard that, they gathered, and all that were able to put on armor and upward and stood on in the border of Moab. So that's who these kings were fighting against. The king of Israel, of Judah, and of Edom, right? Edom, yes. They're about to fight Moab. And they rose up early. This is the Moabite. Watch this. In that same this morning. Watch this. And the sun shone upon the water. Right? So, like a kind of reflection. And the Moabites saw that the water on the other side as red as blood. So there are some morning songs, and it's not always so. And this is what, and I can imagine it's Uriel that did this. I'm just trying to think wide because of some little knowledge of these angels that I've seen in scriptures. Uriel, Ur means light, and El, of course, the name of God, the El, right? It's the one that controls the light. So perhaps because of this thing that Elisha said, Uriel, wisdom of God. Yeah. So yeah, wisdom can also mean light, by the way. So I can imagine Uriel that morning just said, okay, God, what can we do? Okay, Uriel, make sure the sun this morning is red, because that's the angel, according to Enoch, the book of Enoch, that directs light and all these luminaries. Okay, make the sun just reddish. Just put a kind of cloud in front of it, make it reddish. That's what I
Okay, I just want to tell you, Uriel in the Testament of Solomon was the person that brought him his ring. It was the person that God told to give him the ring, that ring that he used to do the things he did.
It's possible. Yeah. So technically, that Ur literally means light. Ur of the Chaldees, the light of the Chaldees. So that's just a literal interpretation, but that's good to know. So, so I can imagine this is, of course, an assumption, extrapolation, just thinking wide. Make the sun reddish this morning, right? Somebody else will direct the water. Maybe I'm that angel that directs water, and there's water there, right? And then, so, and they see it as red as blood. And another angel perhaps will give them suggestion. It is blood. It is blood. It is blood. And that's what will just come to their minds. And they said, this is blood. The kings are surely slain. So it's like these guys are unaliving people on their way to us. And they are smitten one another. Now, therefore, Moab to the spoil. Okay. So the impression they had is that these guys are fought because they are not always at peace. Even in the book of Joshua, the timeline we're reading in the book of Joshua, they were still against each other, Israelites and Moabites. Sorry, Israelites and Edomites, rather. Okay, and Israel was still one with Judah at the time. So he said, wow, Moab to the spoil. Let's just go and gather the spoil. And when they came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites rose up and smote them, so they were not ready. They smote the Moabites, and they fled before them. And they went forth, smiting the Moabites, even to their country, back to where they came from. And they beat down the cities, and on every good piece of land cast every man his stone, and filled it, and they stopped the wells of water just to cut off their supplies of food. And they felled the good trees. Only in Kir Hareseth left they the stones thereof. Howbeit the slingers went about it and smote it. You see, so that's how brutal God is. If you want to unalive people, they want to alive. It's simple. It would see. It's who comes to him for knowledge. You're the one who will win the battles. As early as the times of Nimrod. Nimrod was a Hamite. I mean, you only had Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Nimrod was just a grandson of Ham. So they were literally brothers and uncles and etc. Yeah, good morning. Website is not working. Maybe somebody's working on it. We'll touch on it. Okay, it's just maybe a downtime, which they should have told me though. Maybe just a downtime. Let me just check it real quick. It's working here though, but maybe it's a downtime. You can refresh. It's actually working here. But thanks for that. You can come up so that we know what your challenge is. Or do you mean the movie website, which you don't even really need to watch the movie, just a landing page? So you can come up, Prosper. Thank you. So where were we? Let's see. Where were we? So, yeah. So where were we? God did two things also. Killed two birds with one stone, as we call it, because they were thirsty for water. Watch this. The same water that filled their thirst, right, was the same water that flowed there and became what the light shone on and looked like blood to those kings. So that was such an extraordinary strategy that God did. They've got the water, you cannot, there's many ways. Yeah, very, very generous. So there's many ways that it could solve your seeming problem, right? If this was a church service, a good place to for people to begin to be encouraged and all that. But then these are literal stories. It's more than just individual people having money and getting jobs now. We're trying to more or less enlighten a generation. Because most times we take the scriptures, okay, go and get job. We use the scripture to get husband, to get picking, and things like that. But now we're trying to, this is like the real stuff. Many of us has prospered as individuals, but yet the country is still a mess. And people wonder, did you come from that country? Or rather, if you came from that country and you're doing this good, what then is wrong with the land? You see. But anyways, yeah, so that's the strategy of God. And again, talking about Nimrod the other time, he was literally fighting his own uncles, not so far related from him, but God still supported him. God will let you guys do whatever you want. And secondly, death doesn't seem to be as it doesn't seem to freak God as we do, and it's, apparently those people in those earlier times they can just unalive people and unalive themselves for almost anything. It's just funny. Anyway, so that's it. Now let's go to the point where that brought us here when we had this question. And when the king of Moab saw that the battle was too sore for him, he took with him 700 men, okay, that drew the sword to break through even unto the king of Edom, but they could not. This is strange. That this is hard. And by the way, I mean, this is the battle is very big. It's literally continent wide, okay, and there's a lot of spaces. There's a lot of days in between. They could fight a little bit. It gets dark, then they recede, and then they stay in one part of the bush, and this one stays on that part. And they, like I said, they took. Scripture says they took animals with them, and they have to unalive animals, eat on the way. So it's a big thing. It's a very big thing. So there was really so many battles and wars then. So I took 700 men, went against Edom. He could not. 27. And it's the last verse indeed of that chapter of 2 Kings 3. Then he took his eldest son that should have reigned in his stead and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall. You see, offered that child. So who gave him that?
So basically, they burned him alive.
Yeah. And I don't even
And
know.
do you have like any idea how old the boy was? Because I know that, by age 10 to 14 or 15, they already start to they already establish, oh, this is to reign in my stead and whatnot. Would it be that this boy was around that 10 to 15 or at least was an adult? Nothing. You can't, yeah. It's not written there.
So you're trying to figure out maybe is this child sacrifice thing, is that what you're trying to check so you can tell? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like the way you tell the stories. I love the way you tell the story because you kind of try to bring you imagine it. You don't just read it on something. You imagine it in that scenario. What exactly did this boy look like? What age could he have been at that time, right? And for that battle to do a 360, that means this boy must have been relatively young. It's usually children that possess that sort of effect. I'm just saying, I'm guessing, I don't know.
I know. Then the other thing that can give us a little, I don't want to go too deep checking ChatGPT and all, it might give an idea if there is, because even the name of the king is not mentioned. But one thing that can give us an idea that the child was maybe a little bit old, okay, is he said, then he took his eldest son. It means there must be at least 3. You understand? Or maybe 2, okay, but at least maybe 3 sons. But then they could be just 2 years in between them, and he could be 8 years old or something. I don't know. But he said his eldest son that should have reigned in his stead and offered him. So that suggests maybe slightly old, and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall. Okay, I'm not sure, but when it says the wall, maybe the wall of a city, maybe as against the vertical wall, because it's difficult to. Let's say you want to crucify him on the wall or something, but perhaps on the wall of some city there. And there was a great indignation against Israel. I'm not too sure what that means. So indignation sounds like the word like hatred, right? A great indignation. So who became indignant?
Worship of the Moabites at that time was the worship of Chemosh or Chemosh, yeah, which is close to the worship of Moloch. And so the theme around Chemosh worship is the greater the pain, the greater the results. So the indignation in itself is that God itself.
Oh, yeah.
You understand? If you can get him to rage, it's either he's raging against you or for you. But it's always rooted in whatever you do is rooted in fear. The idea that fear can feel a certain sort of reaction. You understand? I don't know. I don't want to go too much into all these things that all this sort of knowledge, yeah. But the idea would be that if you can release a certain level of fear from innocence, is either that fear will rage against you or for you, right? Does it make any sense?
Yeah, I got it. I've heard that before, but it's really, it's just too heart-wrenching for me to get into.
It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. Yeah.
because they unalive the children when they're afraid and they take that life force and the fear. It's just, it's just
Yes, yes, yes. You actually you actually
yeah.
understand a
So I
little
don't,
bit of that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't
So
like
at the
talking about it.
height of that
Yeah,
extreme fear, it's either
yeah,
that thing is for you or against you. So I think the boys' turmoil, that's pain. That you can imagine burning alive a young, that whole process for that boy triggered that God itself to rage against Israel. I don't know how to explain it.
I see. So and there was a great indignation against Israel, from whatever quarters. And watch this, and they departed from him. Okay. So it's sounding like the battle, because when it says and they departed from him, as against and they stopped the fight, generally, they departed from him is suggesting that maybe the battle was closing in on him, literally, and then he had to do that with his child on some wall, and then some indignation, whatever that meant, and then they departed from him and to return to their own land. And literally that was just about the end. Yeah, you want to say
Or
something?
maybe they were appalled by what they saw.
It's not
Could also be
impossible.
they were really messed up by what they saw. Like they were in battle, and this person has taken this and done this right in front of everybody, and they like, oh my gosh, and just turn around and left, that
Yeah,
sort of thing.
yeah. And another perspective I'm looking at, why it said there's an nation against Israel and not Judah and Edom. So let me see, and I think that is why. Let me see, verse 1. Now Jeroboam the son of Ahab, okay, began to reign over Israel. Okay. He reigned and he wrought evil in the sight of the Lord, nevertheless. Okay. And Meash, the Moab sheep master, brought them. Okay, and they've been paying their dues, haven't they? So Mesha, sorry, is the name. So the name was there. Mesha, the king of Moab, was a sheep master. He rendered unto the king of Israel 100,000 lambs. That's a lot. And 100,000 rams with wool. That's a lot, okay? And it came to pass when Ahab was dead. Okay, so they rebelled, actually. The Moabites rebelled. Of course, they're trying to be free against the king of Israel. So I think, watch this, another possibility, except Jasher, which I don't think so, tells us detail. Then that gives room for speculation. But once we get the detail, we just discard the speculation. So I think the indignation could have again, right? Because when Moab rebelled against Israel, so it was Israel, the king of Israel, this is Jehoram, that called the king of Judah and the king of of Edom rather, to go fight. So he's the one leading it. So it is possible that when the king of Judah and the king of Edom saw that this guy on the live is child because of you, they just say indignation. I beg, I'm not fighting this battle again. Like you said, they're like, no, 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 this is too much. So maybe the indignation could have come from the two other kings, that went with Israel. That's another possibility. But it says here, and there was great indignation against Israel, right? Of course, those who you are fighting will already weak them. So those who are fighting will already be indignant against you. That's confirmed 100%. And then it would then make sense that maybe the indignation then came from people who even came with Abba, leave this man now. Is he not sheep and he's been giving you? Don't you have sheep in Israel too? I beg, let's just leave this man. I'm not doing it again. So there was great indignation against Israel and they departed. So somehow the sacrifice worked. So we can't, but it says burnt offering is another thing. Okay. So he was probably serving some God who should reign against. I mean, that is the height of it. He was just too desperate. Like when you chase a rat to a corner, to a point, sometimes it's too much. Yeah. You raise a cat to a corner, a rat, sometimes they turn against you like, how God, why now? How much my body we want chop? So they turn against you sometimes. Some animals do that. That would not normally be violent. So that's the kind of thing. I mean, that's his whole destiny. That's the child was his destiny. And unalive the child. And it was so maybe the Judaism didn't work. Maybe it was just the sympathy. We cannot tell. But irrespective, we got the God version of the Juju thing. Okay. So I think we can close here today. We finished Jasher chapter. Let's see what chapter it was. Chapter 64. And it came to pass, the counselors of Pharaoh and king of Egypt assembled that came and bowed down and before him. And the counselors and elders of Egypt spake to the king, saying, behold, all the people of Israel are greater and mightier than we. So you will see tomorrow by God's grace. Yes, an act of desperation. So we'll see tomorrow by God's grace what the British government is doing, what the American government is doing to the present, still the same Hebrew people that the king of Egypt literally started and did. Okay? You will see it. Why they would, we'll just talk about that tomorrow. So you will see the strategy is literally the same thing, like the oldest trick in the book, almost literally in this case, right? The way they just do the thing. So you soon see it. And I'll talk about, care visa. That's just what it happens to be. Now it's a good thing, better for people who are in Nigeria. There was a lot of trouble, and Nigerians are causing most of the troubles, by the way. But in a way, the British has a hand in it. The Western world have hands in it. Okay, but the care visa is like something that still helps people, but you will see a very, very similar modus operandi between what Egypt began to do to the Israelites and what you're seeing in the Western world today. So that is for tomorrow. It's the oldest trick in the book, like one of those oldest tricks, literally, in this book. So Joshua chapter 65. Yes, revisit old strategy. Joshua 65. So you see it there. You'll be very surprised that wow. So this thing is like this. Okay. Okay, I think it's some pipes. Okay. So that will be tomorrow by God's grace. So thank you for those that have joined. We'll be here again tomorrow. Don't forget our calls to action. Watch the movie, watch the interviews. Go on YouTube right now. We're live 24/7, 7 days a week there. Ask your questions there. Download the Chatroad app. So that's just about the 5 calls to action we have. So we're still on projects. It's why we've been coming late and stuff like that. So the project is about to have momentum. Like I said, we're hiring people or someone really. I think we'll just be 1 or 2 people we hire for that part, which we are sorting already. So so that's that about what's going on. So tomorrow we'll come back again, if you're available, and we'll read and read about some strategies in the book. So one very big one today is how God doesn't like it. Doesn't seem, in fact, even it's just one of those things that you do to engage God. See, one of the technical, literal things to do is that what is that thing? That what did he do now? That minstrel thing. Praise. Thank you, Shade. You got it by text faster than I did. So that praise thing and just that music thing. And in a way, it's like the music does something to you more than it does to God. But irrespective, it just works. That's the point. Yeah, it grabbed God's attention. But this one again, like I said, it feels more horizontal than vertical. Eventually, it's vertical, but in this, especially that David situation and this Elisha situation, the music was David was able to enter the soul. That's why these guys do this music, and you just think about the song you did not. A song is living in your head without paying rent, and it's a demonic evil song. You're like, just get out of this thing. There's a way they cook those things, and that one has around that area of his own spirituality too, where they just do some funny thing. They travel into some dream world, get songs and chords from you will hear the chords. And that's why all these guys, beautiful music ministers we have, right? In Nigeria, Africa. Some of them, oh my God, powerful guys, powerful people. And it happens to almost everybody, but they are able to minister theirs, right? And they're able to administer it because perhaps, of course, they're called in that realm. They just wake up from the bed and they hear that song. One of these songs, is it, let me try to see if I can remember. Yes. From the rising of the sun to the setting of the same, your name is to be hallowed, Adonai. The minister that ministered that song, that wrote it, he said it was, if you hear the story behind it, he was just waking up from his bed, and the moment he just set his feet on the floor, and that was when he just heard that song. Okay. That song came from somewhere else, you see. And no matter if you, that's why that song be with you go pay your friend.
This song too, I don't know. Well, you will know it. It is well with my soul.
Yeah.
It is well, it is well.
That hymn.
Yeah, that hymn. So the story behind it was that
That he lost
multiple
somebody to him.
tragedies,
Wow.
befell him, and then he
Mhm.
sat down, and then that's what came to him, And it's a hymn that people still sing till today. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And just to top it up with music, Michael Jackson, apparently there were interviews with him where he said that music has a certain frequency. It's like a chant.
Mm.
If you really pay attention to it, it's a chant that when they repeat it. That's why sometimes you are not singing, but you can hear a certain music. I don't know if it happens to you, but it happens to me. I hear a certain tune. Maybe there's a certain tune. I'm hearing it in my head. The moment I put on the radio, right, it's the same tune playing on the radio. So it's
Wow.
like a chant. Once they play it over and over and over again, it penetrates into your being. And science too said that they discovered that a lot of Egypts back in the day used to use music to heal.
Mm.
That's why it's very emotional. Like if you're watching a horror movie, depending on the tune that they play, it affects you emotionally. It can infuse fear, it can infuse joy, it can make you cry. Have you ever, well, Sha, you've made movies. Have you ever seen them make a movie without any music?
Not possible.
You're not moved. It doesn't matter how they're acting. It doesn't matter what they're doing. You're not moved. You're not anything. But once music is included, it actually, how do you say it? It invokes emotion.
Yeah.
Any type of, some music can make you so angry you want to slap somebody. But some music, that's why you have the rap, the this, the that. Some music can make you, it can make you, how do you say it, sexualize people, that you're not meant to be sexually. It can make you hate people. It can piss you off. So music actually has that ability
Yeah.
to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So in sound design, what that sound is meant to do, I mean, the visuals, the graphics is to tell you what to see, right? And the acting tells you what they want you to know. But the music tells you how to feel at that moment. They will dictate your feeling for you with the music. They want you to feel angry, feel like afraid, feel like something is about to happen. All of that feeling, and that gets some parts subliminal. Yeah. So it gets some parts of your soul a lot more into that music. So check out that Wicked movie called Wicked, Maleficent, all of those things. They play some things there, and they capture you at that moment, and put a little spell there. You know, like Michael Jackson also literally was one of his songs. He's saying, "Mama see Makusa, Mama see What's the meaning of that? So he's got something from some weird place. All right. So those things are quite, and oh, trust me, and you would see some movies. It's like these what's it called now? What's that thing called? Disney, right? And you will see how many people, just music alone, just composure and all of that. There's someone for light, someone for this. So they will sit down with this thing and create that music and curate it, right? So they're not joking because they need that your attention and your soul. So that's
Have you ever listened to the Lion King? That cartoon, the Lion King. I'm talking the cartoon, the songs that they sang. I still don't know how to get over it, especially when it's like, have you ever, well, if you go to a concert, like Hans Zimmer, he's the composer. He's composed quite a lot of movies. You wouldn't know it's him behind it, from The Gladiator to I think even part of Titanic or something. But he's composed such a lot. But if you listen to the Lion King music, especially in live theater, it is really emotional. And I've watched The Lion King when I was 5 years old or 6 years old. That's how far back. But if I listen to the music till today, it still affects you. So yes,
Jabba is even telling me he's Jewish. that guy is Jewish. I didn't know.
And he's Jewish. Wink, wink. Sure.
So, so imagine taking something that precious. So at the end of the day, it's more like a tool. You could use it almost in any way. So it's like a tool, right? And so when you take that and use it to get offering off of people, just play some chords so that when you want to take offering out bar, that's terrible manipulation and abuse, right? That's just so terrible and shameful indeed. Okay, so that's why some of these ministers, like the ones we literally mentioned, will just not take money for that thing, and that's some level of consecration. It's too heavy, and you use that to make money. Oh yeah, it's too heavy, and that's beautiful to know that somebody understands that. You see. All right, so that's that for today. Thank you so much, everyone. So that is why church is difficult. I still go to church myself, by the way. So that's why you don't just go all the way and just start blaming and cursing or what's that? We're criticizing everybody, and yeah, you gotta relax. Nobody only you go face the revelation, so relax yourself. That's the way I see it. I mean, many of these people are just doing their best. Some have failed. They just were attracted by the money, and something just happened along the line, and they're where they are today. And you yourself, you just start. You don't know how your own too will be. So relax and learn. That's the way I see it. So thank you so much, everybody that's come. Let me appreciate those who are on the live. Then we're on. There's a kind of meeting I have today, incidentally, with someone. So dope. Thank you for coming. Evie Zenith, APAC, Medallion, BB. Thanks for coming. Olu Day, Strengthen Me. Thanks for coming. Jonah Deb, Walao Lani, Effortlessly Shade, V Josh, Philip, CT, Techspect, Yang, Rex Love, Marmalade, Chioma Okoye. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm Effortlessly Shade. Thank you for coming. So it's almost midnight. Yeah, she's in Australia too, BB. So come tomorrow if you have the time, 10 o'clock, just 10 o'clock GMT, right? 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. GMT, right? So, which will be 10 o'clock in UK time and 11 in Nigerian time, West African time. Yeah, so I noticed the same people keep coming every time, okay, which suggests consistency is good, but it's also suggesting that we're not quite expanding to get newer people. So I think what should solve that is this share button. Once we come, just click the share. It expands the thing a little bit so that you can carry more people along. Makes the time worth it a lot more. So see you tomorrow. God bless you. Love you all. Bye, 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 bye. Let's start this way so we can start today. Okay. So we have 1,000 likes. You're welcome. Is it Abednego or something? Let me check. Princess Oroba Tom. You're welcome. Welcome Chioma Koye. Welcome Wisdom. Then AJD Elephant. You're welcome. Ferromi. You're welcome. And then Satan. There's somebody whose TikTok name is Satan. I think I've seen them a few times before. Thanks for coming. It's funny. All right, so we have 1,000 if likes already. Thanks to those who came quick tapping. So, if you're watching from other platforms, you can also still like and share. So if you've come particularly for questions, you can come up as a guest now, so we address that right away. If not, we just get started today. Let's get started today. Satan. You know, there is this interest. It's called Satan in Hebrew. And when you bring it into the Yoruba, don't mind me, I keep going to Yoruba because that's a language I kind of understand the more. So when you say Hasatan, you can break it down in Yoruba, of which Satan means someone that stands against you, right? To oppose you. Devils, Satan is always interchangeable. When Yoruba, you can break it down as Eyi Ashiotani. That means someone that opposes you, just about exactly the same thing. Ashiotani, Satani, Asatani. Interesting. Okay, so if you've come for a question, just ask straight away, then so we can respond to that already. Okay, we're reading the book of Joshua, and we will be continuing on that, Joshua. I see a request, but I've not checked who it is. You can maybe mention that you're requesting so that I know that you're requesting. Joshua 65. Or maybe so I know the request is intentional. Because many times people, while tapping, they sometimes mistakenly tap request button. So are you trying to come up? Whoever that is. Okay, Truth. Truth, type your questions. Let's try. If you not get muted today, type your questions so I can I can get it, because usually I answer your questions, but you're usually not patient, not, that's the problem. Well, type your questions, Truth, if you can. Kennedy, were you coming up intentionally?
Yes, I did.
Kennedy, you're up already. Are you coming up intentionally? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Were you gonna ask a question so you can give you like 60 seconds to because I know you're not like a first timer like that. You quite know a lot of things. Can you repeat that? Sorry. Oh, my volume was low. Okay, go ahead. Can you say that again? Yeah, good morning. Hello, Kennedy. You're kind of typing. Okay, maybe you're at work or something.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
There's a question I want to ask, and it has baffled me for so long. Like my father-in-law. There was a statement he made. Like he said that if you don't want to know what you did, try and remember what you did in the earth. Try and remember what you and your creator agreed upon. What you agreed to your creator when you're coming here, over here in the world. I wonder, was there an agreement between you and God or something to come and do a certain task?
I see. It's not a. It's usually the case. Generally, it's just like um. Although I, the only way I know to know that is maybe through prayer, and maybe that's what your grandfather is trying to say that you mentioned, or father-in-law rather. So right, because he said in Jeremiah that before I formed thee in your mother's womb, I knew thee. How do you know somebody you have not formed? You remember that scripture?
Yeah, but my father-in-law is not Christian at all.
I
At all,
know.
he's a traditional man, traditional.
That's what I'm saying. That is almost like true for everybody. Now, maybe some people have some more special assignments than others or something. I don't know. And depends what you call special anyway. So us, we think if something has to be special, it has to be so popular and all that. Some other people's goal, maybe it's just the mother of, I mean, the prophet, for example. You know, he says, before I formed thee in your mother's womb, if there was no mother to carry that person, technically the person can't come. So that mother has got an assignment also to raise that child until the age of
Okay.
accountability. Yeah. So
Because I was so surprised. He seems to know a lot of things without even being a church or the gospel. He seems to know a lot of things. Um,
yeah, it's because those things are just true, and those African people and even people outside of Africa, they know those things. So there's many things that are just in human life, human culture, that you find in Christianity that we Christians, and put it that way, are not willing to acknowledge. There's a lot more.
and he says he has visitations from angels sometimes. He has visitations from angels when he's sleeping or something.
It's very possible. It's very, very
I'm
possible.
telling you, scary.
So, so he's just a spiritual man, which, I mean, like we have been discussing in the past few days, some of these things are very legalistic and very, very organic. I mean, you'll be surprised. You pay this certain amount, you will get this certain. It's a sure thing. It doesn't matter who you are. There's many. There's very many whosoever's in this life. Whosoever shall do this shall get this. Whosoever. So irrespective. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah, there are many,
But he
many.
was surprised. I was doing something with a partner. He said, I think I agreed not to have a partner, like
Mm.
a business partner, that they will do all sorts against me. Now let me try and work alone.
Yeah, and he got that like intuition, right?
And yeah, I told him that I always get into trouble when I'm doing something with people. They always try and
Okay.
undermine me or betray me or something.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, like I said, there's many things that are there are more things that are common to many cultures that they already know before the Bible. Okay, because God, in fact, it's fair for God to put these things inside of people. Before the Bible came, as it were.
And the people forget, like me, I forgot.
Kind of. So there's many things like that that are in people's hearts, people's cultures, even without Christianity as such. But Christians usually don't like to admit that. They like to almost sound as though they were the one that taught you everything. The people that were just polite and well behaving even before they got born again, as it were. There are people, many of the real prophets you see, they were prophets before they were born, right? Or at least from a very young age, before they said that sinner's prayer, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Many of the prophet, you will be a prophet before you start saying, God forgive me, I'm
But
a sinner.
but how can I get a recollection of those things I agreed upon?
No, I think generally a general rule, right, of
Hmm.
accessing the spirit realm generally. Although I'm trying not to teach too much spirituality yet because we don't feel like a release to do that. But a general rule is more of removing things from you rather than looking for one anointing somewhere. That is also part, but most times the first thing you need to do is to remove things. For example, remove some distractions, right? Like I've said before, spirits like cycles, spirits like
Okay.
consistency, spirits like sacrifice, right? So,
Yes.
yeah, so first, just I don't know, look for the most useless thing you do in your life. I know, of course, you're a very honorable person, but I'm saying the thing you like, this thing, I don't want to stop doing this thing. This one will be say, I go watch movie till I sleep late and I wake up late in the morning. I need to stop this. This Netflix is remove that thing first. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this one is not
Yes,
about
sir.
one pastor saying, "Yeah, maybe let us fast and pray." This one is, let's say Kennedy is your name. Kennedy, you must do this one for yourself. So look for that thing, right? Just remove it. Then from there,
Because most ways that I talk to God or God transmits message to me, it's just like me asking me a question in my heart, and I will answer the question myself, my
yes,
own voice.
exactly. It happens a lot. And that could be your angel, that could be your conscience, that could be just even your own spirit. Because
I'm
there's,
telling you, it's confusing.
yeah. No, it's not confusing. It's actually simple.
Because then how would I know it's me or it's not me?
No, why do you assume that anything that comes from you must be evil? If it's coming from you, it might be good. Do you see where I'm going
No,
now?
it's always good. I always have a solution towards something. I always have a solution. But sometimes, when you want to speak to God, you want to hear Him say it,
I
not you
know, I
say it.
know, but why will he jump all that protocol and speak to you directly? You understand? I know we like to say, "Oh, God is in my heart." Maybe you're a Christian. "Oh, God is close to me." God is very far. Although at the same time, He lives in us. Okay, but God is so close and is so far. God is not our mate at all. So all these super funny pancake.
Very far, especially when you want to hear from Him. It's very far, very far.
But
When
like
you're
I
going
said,
through trials, it's,
but
it's,
I'm
it's extra far, sir.
I know. But like I said, why would God have to jump all that protocol? And because first He has given you, in fact, before you even enter the spirit realm, there is even discretion. Hey, you're welcome, Shade. Good morning. Hello. So there is discretion. That's the first thing, right? Generally, that's why we don't
Yeah.
teach people spirituality until they have mastered how to even think, how to assess matters. Things you don't even need Holy Spirit to go for. People still, you
Yes.
understand what I'm saying? Hey. So there are some things, there are people that are in problem now and say, God speak, God speak. Meanwhile, it is a simple decision you made, which you can still reverse, right? Some people
Okay.
just, maybe let's say, random example, drove recklessly and maybe damaged their car. The car is costing money. Maybe it's a company car. Company is beginning to investigate them and say, God, why are you quiet? Now God drive the car, be na him German. You understand?
Then
So
you say, God, why do you want me?
so so there are some things that just simple discretion will deal with. And a deeper, because there's so much inside just a human being. Look at what these people that don't even know God are doing. You understand what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
just use
Because
their
there's so much in silence.
mm-hmm,
There's so much noise in silence. So much noise.
mm-hmm.
When I
So
want to stay alone, I kept hearing noise. My ear starts ringing.
you is because you have not trained yourself. Me, I only hear noise when there's actual noise. I like silence like anything. Shalom, NJK, how are you doing? So I mean, when some people visited my house at one time, like, wow, it's so quiet here. I said, sorry, me. And most people can't stay still in a quiet place. It's because there are things you have done in your conscience that is hurting you, and you shouldn't run away from those things.
I
Face the
like the silence, but it's too much noise sometimes. It's too much noise.
mm.
Too
So
much
one has to
ringing in
pick.
my ears.
Yeah, so you have to pick one. You have to face. Most times, even the noise is just fears, you know. So face those things. Do the silence with a pen and paper, and things like that. Your thoughts will be clarified. Okay, if it's like it's so noisy, look for a simple worship music instrumentals and play so that it
Okay.
guides your mind a little bit. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, hey, if it's a song if it will be, let's say, like one song we gave example is the popular songs, right? Like from the rising of, maybe you not put the music one so that it will not be distracting you. Just let it be the musicals. Dun, dun, dun. So even if your mind wants to go anywhere, it will be singing the lyrics of that song, which is something good. You understand? Such that if you fall asleep, of which these things are not possible when you're just all over the place, Netflix here, TikTok there, that one there. I mean, we just brought this platform here to sanitize. So those kind of, it's not difficult, but we are not teaching spirituality yet. Okay, Kennedy, you're carrying us to advanced class. Okay. So check that your father-in-law, for example, are you still there? Okay, he's gone. So he has to be someone who takes his time, and there wasn't so much noise in those days than now, and now the distraction is probably 10 times more, or even a lot more than 10 times. Let's read Joshua 65. Okay, thank you, Father, for this morning. We bless your name. You are high, you are lifted up, you are holy, you are set apart. We thank you for your peace. As we read these words, let them change us, strengthen us, cause us to know you more, to be strong, to do exploits, to strengthen us with mind by your spirit in our inner man. We bless you, our Father and King. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Joshua 65. And it came to pass after these things that all the counselors of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and all the elders of Egypt assembled and came before the king and bowed down to the ground, and they sat before him. So, like we said, we'll be exploring things that the Western world still does today, so-called global world powers still do today, and they probably more or less learned from Egypt. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book. So these people sat down, and the counselors and elders of Egypt spoke unto the king, saying, Behold, the people of Israel, the people of the children of Israel is greater and mightier than we. And the greatness they're talking about is not number, because we could see it in the battle they fought, right? Just recently, there was just 150 of these Israelites, and there was 300,000 war men of Egypt. He said, they are greater and mightier than we, and thou knowest all the evil which they did to us in the road when we returned from battle, when the Israelites were avenging in that battle that they went together with the Egyptians together. And thou hast not, and thou hast also seen their strong power, for this power is unto them from their fathers. But a few men stood up against a people numerous as the sand, and smote them at the edge of the sword, and of themselves not one has fallen, so that if they had been numerous, they would have utterly destroyed them. Now therefore give us counsel what to do with them. Are you seeing? Pay attention. You will soon see immigration laws here. Give us counsel what to do with them. By the way, there was no Caucasian here. So that's why it's not, you can't completely demonize skin color at the end of the day. Yes, he helps us define some things, but you can't completely demonize it as such. Now, therefore, give us counsel what to do with them until we gradually, that's the key word. Someone mentioned boiling a frog, something like that. That's the technique. We gradually destroy them from among us, lest they become too numerous in the land. Wow. The way we are doing this thing, many people in diaspora, they will not have a heritage, they will not have posterity, because your children are being raised by Caucasian government, Western kind of ideologies, mannerless, cultureless people. You will not, and they can't speak your language, they don't know anything. For if the children of Israel should increase in the land, they would become an obstacle to us, and if any war should happen to take place, they with their great strength will join our enemy against us and fight against us, destroy us from the land and go away from it. So the king answered the elders of Egypt and said unto them, This is the plan advised against Israel, from which we will not depart. So the king came up with something, like literally on the spot. Behold, in the land are Pythons and Ramses, cities unfortified against battle. It behoves you and us to build them and to fortify them. Let's make ourselves stronger. How? Now, therefore, go you also and act cunningly towards them. There was no Israelite in the government. If it was, they would have had this meeting behind it. Go you cunningly and act towards them, and proclaim a voice in Egypt and in Goshen, and command at the command of the king, saying, This is the kicker, watch it. All ye men of Egypt, all Egypt, Goshen, Pathros, and all their inhabitants, in other words, everybody, immigrants and natives. The king has commanded us to build Python and Ramses, and to fortify them for battle. Who among you all, you of all Egypt, of the children of Israel and of the inhabitants of the city, are willing to build with us? Shall each have his wages given to them? So we have opened a route. Oh, route is even already immigrant focused. But we have this job sector. Everybody can apply. No discrimination. So each person will have his wages given unto him daily at the king's order. So go you forth and do cunningly, and gather yourselves to come to Python and Ramses to build. So they are in on this, okay? So while you are building, cause a proclamation of this kind to be made throughout Egypt every day at the command of the king. And when some of the children of Israel shall come to build with you, you shall give them their wages daily for a few days. Watch. And after that, you shall have build with you. And after they shall have built with you for their daily hire, drag yourselves away from them daily, one by one, in secret. Then you shall rise up and become their taskmasters. And you shall leave them afterwards to build without wages. And should they refuse, then force them with all your might to build. 5-year visa route that became 10. There are some sectors within the Canadian economy, British economy, American economy, that everybody was there before. And over time, they discovered that only immigrants started just being left in those, moving the goalpost. Only immigrants started being in those industries. But then you see that the leadership, the team leaders, the this, the that, the managers in those industries remain the people of the land. Oh my God. Whew. Look at verse 14. And if you do this, it will be well with us to strengthen our land against the children of Israel. Look at this. For on account of the fatigue of the building and the work, the children of Israel will decrease. Why? Because you will deprive them from their wives day by day. They will reduce their maternity rate, right? Their birth rate will drop. Because when the guy is so stressed, he's doing shift here, car insurance is calling him there, bills is pulling him there, the car finance is there, the rent is there, and then his children are even in our schools. By the time we tell him your child did this, we think your child is autistic, that one is pulling the guy, he's being pressured at work. Is it when he will have time with his wife to have children? And in fact, even extra child will make it. There are things in the system that you will know you are being punished for having children. You can tell. And all the elders of Egypt heard the counsel of the king, and the counsel seemed good in their eyes, and in the eyes of the servants of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all Egypt, and they did according to the word of the king. And all the servants went away from the king, and they caused the proclamation. That's why I'm telling you that if anybody is deceiving you, like the deep state is doing, it means you are stronger and greater than them. You don't deceive and try to be cunning, change the years in which they can get a green passport and do all those things. For people, if you're stronger than them, you just tell them, hey, just stay out of that place and we don't want you there, period. But they can't do that. You have to deceive and mix the thing and all that. And all the servants went away from the king, and they caused a proclamation to be made in all Egypt, in Tachpanhes, and in Goshen, and in all the cities round which surrounded Egypt, saying, you have seen what the children of Esau and Ishmael did unto us. Who came to make war against us and wish to destroy us. So they were to keep these things among themselves. And now, therefore, the king commanded us to fortify the land, to build the cities of Pithom and Ramses, and to fortify them for battle, if they should again come against us. Whoever of you from all Egypt and from all children of Israel will come to build with us, he shall have his daily wages as the king, by the king, and his command as his command is unto us. And when Egypt and all the children of Israel heard that the servants of Pharaoh had spoken, they came from Egypt. There came from the Egyptians and the children of Israel to build with the servants of Pharaoh, Pithom and Ramses. But none of the children of Levi, came with them, came with their brethren. So the Levites didn't do this thing. The Levites did not do this thing. The Levites did not do this thing. It's just like getting mortgages in overseas. The rules for getting mortgages for an immigrant is different. They will ask you to pay insurance because you are a high risk individual. I mean, because I'm the one to buy the house. High risk means that there's a possibility you start the mortgage, you don't finish it. Exactly. If that happens, then it means the person will be losing more money if they get to do that. Okay. But then you still pay higher insurance, pay a higher premium, all of those things. So the rules are different, but they say it's mortgage. There's no discrimination, but there is indeed. So the Levites did not do this. Verse 21. And all the servants of Pharaoh and his princes came at first with deceit to build with all the Israelites and daily hired laborers. At the foot of Olorun Mary, you're welcome. They hired laborers and they gave to Israel their daily hire at the beginning. And the servants of Pharaoh built with all Israel and were employed in that employment with Israel for a month. This one didn't even go so far. It's just 1 month the gimmick lasted. But now, of course, they make it like 10-year plan. And the whole thing is there. Let us all come and do master's degree. But international student will pay 15,000. And those who are of the land, if they come at all, there's usually few of them because they don't need the masters. They will pay 9,000, which is probably subsidized for that. But we are all doing the masters. It's not like, I mean, what does the international fee mean? Someone who has traveled, who's got to pay higher bills, still pays higher fees. You see, and if not careful, they may not be given the best treatment in class. Okay, they may still be discriminated against. Whew. Anyway, they don't use juju for now, and it was not by force. So, but when your mind has told you until you have a PhD, you are a useless person, and then there's nothing anybody can do for you. A foreigner, outsider, international student, yeah. If there's something clear you want to use the PhD for, that's fine. Okay. Yes, they're never giving food, giving a good treatment. Yeah, usually not. Usually not. So they were employed at the work for a month, and at the end of the month, all the servants of Pharaoh began to withdraw secretly. So they didn't all leave after 1 month. So secretly they started resigning from that job. From the people of Israel. And Israel went on with the work at the time. But then they received their daily hire. So they have not stopped the payment, but some people have started resigning of Egypt. And you just see your Egyptian friend resign. Why you resign? It's a good job. Let's do it. And you say, yeah, nah, I have a little career change, blah, 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 blah. Goodbye. And you see another person resign. That is an Egyptian. That is an indigenous of the land, right? And you say, but why are you resigning? I mean, this job is good. I mean, do you see my last salary? Yeah, I know. I just kind of want to change career. Okay, and you continue. Oh, it's good to learn to be able to notice trends. Okay, and all Israel went on with the work, so they received a daily hire, but some of the men of Shem went on carrying on with the work. So some continued. Some Egyptians continued with Israel at the time. Therefore, the Egyptians gave Israel their hire in those days in order that the Egyptians, their fellow workmen, might also take the pay for their labor. So everybody's being paid the same amount. And at the end of the year, so this is where the real trick is. They started withdrawing from month 1. Okay? So at the end of 1 year and 4 months, now you're getting realistic. 1 year and 4 months. So this is 1 year, 3 months they did the retreating for, which was only 1 month everybody worked as they came. And I can imagine many new people will also join, but hardly would any new Egyptian join. Okay? So 1 year, 4 months. So 1 year, 3 months is what they spend. That's 15 months to start withdrawing gradually. At the end of 1 year, 4 months, all the Egyptians had withdrawn from the children of Israel, so that the children of Israel were left alone, engaged in the work. So now it's time to reduce the salary. So if you're in any industry and the rules keep just changing, getting tighter, and you see some people leaving and the rules are getting tighter, they're changing the hours, changing the pay, changing thresholds and stuff like that, you know that, hey. So don't be in a hurry to leave, but just understand what you're in at least first, right? And after all the Egyptians are withdrawn from the children of Israel, they turned and became oppressors and officers over them. So most of them are team leaders, managers, and stuff. And some of them stood over the children of Israel as taskmasters to receive from them all all they gave them for the pay of their labor. Oh, did they get the money back from them or what? And the Egyptians did in this manner to the children of Israel day by day in order to afflict in their work. And all the children of Israel were alone, engaged in labor. And the Egyptians refrained from giving any pay to the children of Israel from that time forward. So now they have removed the money. They have removed it straight away. And when some of the men, okay, I think they started with being a taskmaster, like maybe if you break a block, you pay such amount. Meanwhile, they've paid you your salary, but they will get that back from you, like a kind of tax. So now Africans hardly see these trends, but because they are busy trying to buy a bigger car than their colleague at work. When your car is bigger than your general manager's car, and you are the lowest cleaner level, you see. You're busy maybe going to parties or trying to travel to some place. Not like you really want to go there to really have a retreat and rest, or because your child's friend in school said they went to Morocco, you also want to go to Morocco, and just doing stuff. And these at the same time, and it wasn't as bad as the Egyptian time then, in some way, or rather, it's worse rather than Egyptian time then in some way, because at least the Israelites will raise their own children at that time. But here, someone else is also raising the child. He's bringing up new characters, doing new attitude. You don't even have the time to even just pay attention to that. Just busy all over the place. When some of the men of Israel refused to work on account of wages not being given, then the exactors and the servants of Pharaoh oppressed them and smote them with heavy blows and made them return by force to labor with their brethren. Thus did all Egyptians unto rather the children of Israel all the day. So now you can't even resign anymore. Oh dear. And all the children of Israel were greatly afraid of the Egyptians in this matter. Because how do you begin to fight? This is a job you have been on for 15 months. So how do you just wake up and say, hey, we don't agree? I mean, how? It's a slow boiling frog process. If it was sharp and they came all of a sudden, everybody would just bring out their weapons and begin to fight. Yes, protest and strikes. They were just too weak to protest. Of which, if they had come with the full intention at once, it would have been easier. And that's how this world system works. And the children of Israel built Pithom and Ramses, and all the children of Israel did the work, some making bricks, some building. And the children of Israel built and fortified all the land of Egypt and its walls. And the children of Israel were engaged in work for many years. And it started with just 1 month, 15 months. Now, many years, until the time came when the Lord remembered and brought them out of Egypt. But the children of Levi were not employed in the work with their brethren of Israel from the beginning unto the day of going forth from Egypt. Wow. They were not employed. That's why I'm beginning to believe that idea that there are some Levites among the houses in Nigeria. Because they don't do all this visa stuff, visa lottery, going overseas to study something, working a job unnecessarily. They don't do all that kind of stuff. For all the children of Levi, oh, now this is not right. For all the children of Levi knew that the Egyptians had spoken all these words with deceit to the children of Israel, to the Israelites. Therefore, the children of Levi refrained themselves from approaching the work with their brethren. So they had intel, but then why didn't they tell their brethren? But then I tried to balance it that maybe they told them and they didn't believe. They were too attracted with the money, with the pay for the job. Wow. Levites, Native Americans, it's difficult to, if there's so many tribes in Africa, yeah, they are the intel, yeah. There are so many Israelites in Africa, you would probably find, what's it called now? Levites amongst them. But there's this way that the IUIC, Israel United in Christ, right? How they have put the thing, and I don't think there is quite any pattern or history to it, or scripture or theology really to it. How they said these Mexicans are from this tribe, these ones are from that tribe, these ones are the Judah, these ones are this, and they have it there, 12 tribes. And he has just about everybody that is not Caucasian there somehow. And well, of course, except the Chinese, the Asians. So it's just mainly African people and Latin American people that mostly divided amongst those two. But I don't think there's quite any root to it. I've not found it. If they've got it, I've not found it. Okay. And Egyptians did not direct their attention to make the children of Levi work afterwards. So they didn't force them, since they had not been with their brother at the beginning. So they just left. It's difficult to go carry. You must walk or Ghana by force. I'm not referring to the interesting chart. Okay. But we'll just know after the reading. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's no way they could easily pull them, otherwise it could cause a war or something. So they just decided to leave them at the moment. Okay. So they left them alone. So we have 4 more verses. And the hands of the men of Egypt were directed with continued severity against the children of Israel in that work. And Egyptians made the children of Israel work with rigor. And Egyptians embittered the lives of the children of Israel with hard work. In mortar and bricks and all manner of work in the field. And the children of Israel called Melol. That's the guy. That's the guy, the king of Egypt. His name is Melol, king of Egypt. They call him Meror. Okay, king of Egypt. So they changed his name because in his days the Egyptians had embittered their lives with all manner of work. And I can tell that Meror is probably from Mara, master to masa, maybe something like that. So, but that Meror, I think, is from Marar, which means bitterness. Maybe it can mean Moirora or something. Yoruba is so dynamic, you can easily pull something out. But that Merar or Marar is the same Hebrew word that was used to describe that river that was bitter. And was it Elijah or Elisha, that helped them cure that bitter river by pouring a cruse of salt, in it. So that's Mara. It means bitterness. Merari. Okay, yeah. So it is possible again, Irora, Morora, because there's an M to it, Morora. So to know ache. Okay. The knowing of ache in the body. Okay. That's Morora. But then it's not impossible. Yoruba is actually very dynamic. That is, to be fair, it can be easy to fix things and get meanings. Now, let me see. I want to check something. Merari is one of the ancestors of Moses. Merari is one of the ancestors of Moses. Oh, let me see. So he's one of his family lines. So Levi gave birth to Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. So Merari was Moses' grand uncle. So Kohath gave birth to Amram. Okay. So Merari is one of the children of Levi. So it is not impossible that Merari was given birth to in Egypt. I'm not sure. Okay, but it could be that his name actually means bitterness because of the kind of bitter thing they were beginning to experience. I'm just trying to link the thing together. But Mara definitely means bitter, and that's what they have called something, a variant, what they have called this Egyptian king. From Melol, they call him Meror. Because in his days, Egyptians had embittered their lives with all manner of work. So it's not today that people they will start abusing their president or whoever for treating them in a certain way. And when they will call Keir Starmer, they change his name to Keir Scammer. Or something like that. So and all the work wherein the Egyptians made the children of Israel labor, they exacted with rigor in order to afflict the children of Israel. But the more they afflicted them, very interesting, the more they increased and grew. And the Egyptians were grieved because of the children of Israel. So they were still having time with their wives and having children, more or less. So they increased and they started multiplying. And sometimes there's a way hardship makes you do that. There are some of the Africans you see that wouldn't work that much in Africa, but when they got here, first, to be fair, they were encouraged by the working system. You could put in this number of hours and get just about the same amount of money equivalent. Now they might overtax it again, but at least the money gets to you, So that encouraged them. But then again, the fact that there is no breathing space or too much of open space as such, then it makes some people just be on their feet and they're just up and running like that, which some people is exactly what they need to make them move. So we'll do Joshua chapter 66 tomorrow. So let's discuss for 15 minutes. Let's discuss for 15 minutes and close. Okay, so let's see the guest we have. All right, we've got okay, yes, Shadi's there. We have NGK.
Hello.
Yes, hello, Shadi. Good morning.
I wanted to say something with regards to, you just told the story about how basically Egyptians scammed the Israelites, just moved the goalposts multiple times, and that's what's occurring right now. Especially, somewhere in the UK where they've moved that 5 years visa requirement, they extended it to 10 years and whatnot and whatnot. I get a sense that at some point the UK is trying to, or will try to do what they did to the Windrush generation. Do you know about the Windrush generation?
No, I don't. Tell me.
So you need to
What they did to
when
Jamaicans,
you have
right?
yes, exactly. If you sit down and Google it, so people that had been established here, people that after the war had come to build UK and whatnot, at some point they started deporting them in droves. Just you have passport, you don't have they'll deport them. They see your name in the system, they don't see it'll be mass deportations. So eventually, they fought it and they won and they were able to come back into the UK, but not before they threw their life upside down.
Yeah.
So I kind of see that trend coming again in the sense that the UK might indulge in mass deportations either this year or next year, right? That's my feeling. No, I'm not. Nobody told me. You understand? I'm not, but I get the sense that that's what they will try to do again, because this is what the current landscape is. This the foreign the other cultures and other peoples from different lands, especially the lands that they colonized, are now getting much more. Their population is higher than the UK. The original white people. That's number one. Number two, they're taking jobs and whatnot. Number three, you can see it's clear. This whole moving the goalposts from 5 years to 10 years and all that, they've never liked you. They've never liked black people. They are the connoisseurs and the inventors of slavery. They were the master slavers, if you think about it. At some point, the UK colonized the USA. They fought a civil war to break free. Help you know. So they are the master. They don't like you and they don't want you to thrive in their country. So that's the thing. I personally don't know why people go to the UK. I hope, it has a good reason. No, honestly, I've got family in the UK. I think most of my cousins are in the UK. At least 6 or 7 of them are in the UK. And before they go, it's always as if maybe I'm negative. I feel like the UK is a shithole country, man. Like people are not literally. You see people, when they take pictures and post on social media, they look unkept half the time. So, and it's not as the matter of they don't take care of themselves, it's a matter of the environment. They can't go for simple things like, they maybe like in a month, maybe you go for one dinner at a nice place with your family. You can't do it because that's £20. And that £20 is life and death. I don't know how someone can live like that. No, for me, I'm talking from because I live in Australia. It's a different world here. People have always said, "Oh yeah, but you have snakes and what?" I've never seen a snake in my life, right? In Australia, but I tell you, if you venture into the bushy area, 5 minutes into that walk, you will see a venomous snake. It's just the way it is in Australia. So Australia is very weird like that. So, so sometimes I joke like, no, I don't see snakes, but oftentimes when I take a shower, sharks come out of the shower head, just to get people, to, leave me alone. So Australia has its own and whatnot. Australia is also a former UK, it's a UK colony. It's the people that settled here, but it's different because it's a whole continent with just 25 million people. So it's still developing. Do you understand? But the UK is very small. It's a small place. You understand? And they have a ingrained culture of racism. That's one. If they founded anything and invented anything, they invented racism. They have an ingrained culture of racism, of thinking the other party they're better than the other party. They need you kneeling down before they can stand up. That is their way of life. If you're not kneeling down flat on the floor, they can't stand up. You understand? So I personally don't know why people, you know what I mean? Like I can't reconcile with the reason why people will go to you. Although my cousin will tell me, oh, at least it's better than Nigeria. Oh, at least it's this, at least that. Okay, understood. Nigeria can be very, Nigeria seems to be bedeviled, by the stress and whatnot it brings upon people. But, dude, America gone better. Do you understand? UK
America
is
the people that is carrying most of America,
well, there are some areas that there are not people. But
No,
right now, I don't know what's happening. Oh, pew pew. I'll say pew pew. Yeah, because America right now, I think they're in civil war because I think some days ago or some weeks ago they shot a woman in the head. I saw something and that caused an uproar. And now they are still doing it. They said some of the women that they detain in detention said they've actually sentenced someone to jail who was actually, graping, R-wording one of the people that they detained. Every time she wants to see her daughter, you say for in exchange for that, he will let her see her daughter. You understand? So, how do you say they sentence him to prison? But you can imagine that sort of nonsense happening in the place that they called that is called the free world.
I was gonna ask I don't think weapons are licensed in Australia, are they? Or in any part?
No, there was once upon a time that this school shooting that is quite acceptable in Australia. It happened in America. It happened in Australia, I think about 20 or 30 years ago. Okay. So there was a serious never again gun law that was passed. If you're going to hold a weapon in Australia, you would have to go through many layers of checks, and then they keep on checking again. So you have to bring in your weapon at a certain time. They need to sample it. They need to check it. They need to check the amount of bullets you bought. So it's quite regulated. So people that have it are people that maybe like, live in the outback, in the bushes, where they encounter like 12-foot tall kangaroos. Yeah, 13-foot tall kangaroos. So we don't really have land carnivores here, but we have a massive the kangaroo will kick you or kick a person and collapse the lungs immediately. So they are very strong and they can be very aggressive. And they also have this. They also have claws. Like one claw that is quite hidden. They use it to usually like how do you say it? They will stab a dog and rip it open.
Ooh, okay. It can be so sharp it can rip a dog open.
Oh yes, they will stab you. They will stab a person and rip the person open. Stab a dog and rip the dog open. Oftentimes they'll stand in the middle of water, so that the dog will come there. They will now take the dog. They'll stab it and drown it. So they do that. So you don't know that about kangaroos. I mean, I didn't know that. I thought they were just very fuzzy animals until I knew that they were 10-foot tall and they have muscle.
It's because of
They're jacked.
like bodybuilders.
Yep. They're big. You can Google kangaroos. Google red kangaroos. You see what I mean? They're massive, 13-foot, 12-foot tall giants. So people like that, they have weapons, but not semi-automatic. You understand what I mean? Not a semi-automatic rifle. Is the hunting kind of guns. I don't know how to call it. I don't know guns very well, but you know what I mean. So back to that idea of moving the goalpost, Australia too did something like that with international students. They got them to come in their hundreds and thousands and then said, oh, if you are above 35, we're not going to grant you a permanent residency anymore. So they've done it here too. So all of them, all of these countries, once they see that these people are thriving, these people from a foreign land are growing, these people of color are doing, although there are not many Nigerians here, there are quite a lot of Burundians, Kenyans, South Africans, Ethiopians. There's quite a good Ethiopian population here, Somalians, Sudanese, but we don't have many Nigerians here because Nigerians will tell you it's too far. Far from what? Far from home. But you're trying to leave home.
You're trying to what?
You're trying to leave home, but it's too far. You want to leave Nigeria, or it's too far. So I would always say, like, if you're gonna go anywhere, go to somewhere where you have benefits, man. Go to somewhere where, because go to somewhere, 2 years, 3 years max, or 2.5 years, you got a permanent residency here, depending on the pathway you came into it, right? So go to somewhere that you have benefits. Don't go to somewhere that at the end of the day, they'll be telling you, you first work 5 years. After 5 years, they'll not think about it.
Yeah. Sorry to interject you. Exactly where I was going is what Stephen is trying to bring. I know we have to protect our own interests and all, but I just sat and because I like being kind of balanced. Sometimes it may sound like I'm maybe making excuses for bad people, but I'm thinking if we were in Nigeria and for some reasons, although we see it in Nigeria, nobody even stops them, although some people kidnap the whiteys and all that in Nigeria, but if you are in your land and some people are just more prosperous, then you discover that it is the people of the land that are usually not wanting to work hard. It's the same thing everywhere, really. Okay.
Yep, 100%.
So that's the kind of balance I'm trying to think that, you know what? Yes, what we would need to do is they will do their laws. They are just trying to survive, to just be fair, really. Okay? They're just trying to survive, but you should be wise to say, me, self, I must survive now. Right? So that when they bring those laws, you stand against them and know how to pull things out like they did in Australia, like you mentioned. Let me hear from Queen Deborah very quickly. Queen Deborah, good morning.
Good morning, Minister, and good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
I just want to contribute a little. Whatever we are going through today, mostly we Africa, I think it's what we brought upon ourselves. You understand? We brought it upon ourselves. If you look at the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 8, when you read it, you understand, you'll be able to understand that everything that we are going through, being a slave in another man's country, because I call it a slavery, you understand? Most especially as my sister, she's talking, Shade, talking about London, UK. You can see that this COS thing, when they started it, you understand? I was even because I was into education, and I was telling my manager at that time, I said, because he normally do for other people that want to come in.
What's COS?
And I said, but you and I know that. Okay. So I told him, I said, but you and I know that this COS that they are trying to do is just to enslave.
Sorry, my sister. I mean, what is COS? What does it mean? So people can.
You know, when they COS is when they want you to come and do sponsorship now for nursing, all those things. Workers. So many of them, if you look at it last year, most of the Europeans, EU, they did it as well.
Okay.
Just to make sure that Black African people come inside. You understand? And this thing have happened before to the Romanians, if you remember, in UK, when all the Romanians, they came in during the time of EU, all of them came in to work. They're in the nursing, in the hospital. At the end of it, they promised them a good salary. But at the end of when they start, there's a lot of them inside the system. What they did, they now reduce the money for them. They begin to pay them £5 per hour. So the same thing that they did to Nigerians, Ghana, and all over African country, and we are thinking that, oh, it is better we come here. You understand? Some even people, they sold all their property to come to this place because they are thinking that, oh, it will be better if they are working here or that kind of a thing. And I was telling my manager that I said, no, but you and I know that this is a slavery. That at the end of it, when they bring them in, they will frustrate their life. You cannot be able to go out. Some people sold their house. I'm telling you that I know. They sold their properties. And some of them commit suicide at last, at the end of it all, because the work they are expecting that they will get, there's nothing happen. They play them wayo at the same time. So all this thing that we all are talking about, it is what we brought upon ourselves. Because in as much we have decided that, oh, we don't want the covering of the Most High God anymore. We don't want God to rule over us anymore. We want to be like other nations. So that is why all this thing is happening to us.
I see. And I agree with that, generally. And just like the way I closed the comment that Shade was giving, that it's time to stop just crying. This one did that one did. Stop crying like a baby. Let's stand up and begin to do what is right, And as funny as the system can be, even in the natural, before we start even talking about spiritual power, which is more important, there's ways you can go about that system. If you also are not always lusting after things, you want to shift that will finish.
Yeah.
There's a way the thing can still be okay. You have time to worship God, raise your children, do what you want to do. But then the lust in the heart is making the whole matter worse. So check the loopholes and follow it. Now still we go to do RNG husband and wife.
Marriage. Marriage. Yeah.
No, RNG.
That's RNG now. It's RNG.
I heard people advertise on Twitter. I'm looking for RNG husband on Twitter, and the UK government is reading your.
Yeah, we are too loud. We are too loud. Too loud. So, if you look at Asians, you see how the Asians do their things quietly. They understand the system and they are working according to the system quietly. But we are too loud.
It's very loud.
We are very loud.
So it's just
and the funny part of it is that I used to say it. Somebody was saying it on the TikTok last time. He said Nigeria, they have big certificate and PhD, but they don't have a common sense.
Yeah.
Common sense is being thrown away. We can speak grammar, but our common sense is not there anymore. You understand? And they have used this English to colonize the whole world. All the Western country, all the Edomites, all of them, and all the Ishmaelites, all of them have the blood of Africa in their hands. And none of them is going to go free.
Yeah. So it's just a weakness that Africa, it can be a strength, but we too.
Yeah, it can be our strength, yeah.
That's why if an African, like I said, Shade and I were discussing it last week, that I'm just occurring to me that there are people that are, kind of lusting after children and things, and somehow you see today almost every girl in the secondary school are wearing short skirts.
Exactly.
An African is going to be lustful. You would see it. You will be like, you will turn his head and look. But it's like they have a way of doing it so neatly, you will not even know. But when they kidnap the person, it's just a kind of cultural difference, which is interesting. Let me hear from Chioma. Chioma,
Let me just Chama, please give me just a minute. You see that you said something about all this property mortgage that we used to buy up and down. You know, last year I was thinking about it when I wanted to buy one of my property in Liverpool. And it was done on me that as the Holy Spirit led me. Now look at it. When you buy this mortgage, 250,000 or 400 and something thousand, that is your whole life.
Yeah.
That is your whole life. You have to be paying that money to you. Even though you did not finish paying it, they can take the house from you any moment. You understand? Any minute. And they can frustrate you that your work will be finished and you'll not be able to pay it. You understand? So what is the need of you buying it?
That's true.
What is the need? And if you look at the salary that they paid every one of us in the Western country, let me tell you the truth. All of them have been calculated already.
Yeah, of course.
It has been calculated. I used to tell my children, I said, be wise here and be smart. Because every salary that you are collecting, they have already calculated it already. Yeah. Your house rent, your transport, by the time you pay all those things, council tax, ear breathing, leg walking, they've taken everything finished. So by the time you finish paying it, you see that if you are not smart enough, you have only £1 in your pocket.
Exactly. So
Chama, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So Chama is the one to say one. So, but you cannot imagine the scale of this thing. It is so that I discovered that I just tried to check how much it costs to run a master's degree, which is exactly 1 year, right? Watch this. It's exactly 1 year. I discovered that it happens to be just about the same amount that a person would also earn for 1 year for most what's that?
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think what they're doing eventually is that you would find some coincidences, it seems like, but they're not coincidences. So that each person that does this international master's degree in the UK is as good as it would bring in money, just about as much money to pay the salary of one extra British person. You see?
Exactly.
So the money you're using to just pay whatever, it just moves to this. And you discover that these monies are just being moved around. Something. So there's definitely a master Excel sheet somewhere. And they would almost every year say they increase your salary. Oh, these guys are
wonderful. Oh my God.
They're wonderful. They will tell you they increase the minimum wage from let's say £15 an hour to £17 an hour. But the same year there will be inflation that will take that £2 they added, they will take 3.
Of course.
So you keep going 1 step, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
Of course.
You're making progress. You're just seeing numbers passing your screen. Think you're But I think I respect that. I mean, if you don't respect your enemy, not like you're bowing down and worshiping them, or respect your enemy and understand how smart your enemy is. You have not started battle.
Yes.
If you say Satan is stupid, you don't know Satan. So respect your enemy. Me, I respect that. I mean, do you know how much planning that thing takes? Rather than say, we don't agree, or just start kidnapping African people. No, they will make it very, very nice. You are the one that will pay the money. You would take your children. They won't arrest the children. You would say, I want schooling. Okay, bring them.
Of course.
But you can't take the child out during school terms. You can never, if it's away from school 3 consecutive days without a call, they will break down your door by law. Just travel, you forgot to tell school that they will break down, they will tell you it's safety. Just come back, you see that your door is down. You see they want to be sure the child is alive. You don't know these people. All right, Chioma, let me hear from you.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay,
good morning.
Good morning, Queen. All right, so I wanted to take you back to that Levite thing. Why the Levites? Because like when I joined the Bible study, that's when I began to, because I've often wondered, why did God select the Levites as his special group, right? And over time, I'm beginning to see why. Like for instance, the choice of wife that Levi himself had, unlike his older brothers who kind of messed it up. And he, and the Bible does remember the Bible talks about Issachar, they were men who understood the times. So when you look at the choice of wives, it was Issachar and Levi that went back to the righteous fathers, if I'm correct, to choose a bride from among them. Now, here again, in this one we just read, we see that the Levites again did not join in this whole situation. It comes across to me like the Levites probably had somebody said something about them having the oracle. They were kind of tapping into God's mind, God's position on several things, right? So in a way, so that was why they didn't get involved in this whole scam. And even then, they had that protection, because it says here in 32 that the Egyptians did not even disturb them. So they just and throughout that period of the slavery thing, the Levites were not involved in that slavery situation. Right? So it was the others, like you said, who were drawn away by their lust. They said they would give us money, so let's go and get involved in this thing, and got trapped. But the Levites somehow were not. They didn't even bother them. Right? So why I made now let me go back to why I made that reference to them being Native Americans. I don't follow the IUIC chat, because those ones are just looking for different kind of women to marry that are not black. But I digress. All right, so the Bible does say that they scattered them to the ends of the earth, right? So the Hebrews are scattered they are scattered all over the world. Now, if you look at the law of the Levites, of the African American, of the Native Americans, it said that they're all original stories, like they came from Africa, right? When they were doing all this fighting. I remember the Levites were not apportioned land of their own. They were not given land. So according to their law, they called out to the Most High and said, we want a land for ourselves where we can just worship you and where we can just be one with you. And it is said in their law, as they stood on the shores of West Africa, that there was a bridge that lifted from the waters, because at those times the lands were not this separate as they are now. And so they were not able to cross that bridge and go into the Americas. Right? Because it was like, okay, everything has cuckoo scattered. So according to their law, that's what it says. And that was how they were able to cross from Africa.
So something like that is in their folklore, like
exactly in their law.
Consider like myths.
Exactly. So that was why they were able to cross over. And the deal was that they would serve God. Right? And that was why God gave them that opportunity to go over there. But along the line, they started getting confused and they started messing up. And then, of course, the entity that is the plumed serpent that governs the principality that governs that area turned them mad. And we know the story with the Aztecs and the Incas and how they were just, killing themselves. And then the prophecy was that for what they had done, strangers from ships will come and deal with them. Now, if you remember their own story again, even after the invaders came, they were not partnering with these people. Again, just like we saw in the book of Joshua, which was why, and when they did force them, they would be dying off, which was why they now went to, again, like this Joshua again, they now went to bring their cousins from Africa. Oh yeah, you come and walk. Wow. Even if it's not by force, come and walk, right? So I'm just seeing a cyclic thing. It's repeating itself. And they were the ones who refer to these pale-faced people as, it says, and the Bible says here that they knew that they were talking, these Egyptians were doing double talk. So that was why the Native Americans would call the pale-faced people, they call them the people with the forked tongue. That is, they say one thing and do something else. It's like they could tell, like, you are not who you say you are, kind of thing. So I'm just seeing some representation, because when I read scriptures these days, now that we're coming to the knowledge, I'm trying to say, where do I notice this kind of attribute? What kind of people have this kind of attribute. I'm not saying categorically that it's them. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
there is that similarity. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's quite similar, And then another one I've heard is that, normally they will refer to Native Americans as savages. In fact, they put it in that cartoon. It's just propaganda.
Pocahontas.
Yeah,
Savages.
Pocahontas, even in the Peter Pan kind of thing, they say, oh, you see Americans, savages, and stuff like that. So that's in the head of the children. And then, did you know that actually, if you could read these people's languages, what they wrote on their doors, right, as time marks when the Americans, or actually Europeans, came to Native Americans, is that they wrote things like this: on this day of so month, the savages came to our land. Do you get it? So it is actually Native Americans that call these people savages. So it just came and started unaliving people. They're like, wow, savages have come. So they wrote that on their doors. But the Americans, basically have flipped the narrative. And now the people they met there who are living peacefully have now become savages. So it's just interesting how the history can be twisted. Thanks for that contribution. Let's hear from Wola Olani. Wola, good morning. It's still morning here.
Yeah, good morning, good morning, good morning,
Yes, my
everyone.
brother.
Again, thanks for allowing me to come up.
Hmm.
Yeah, but very, Chama, thanks a lot. You really shared some things there that I've never heard before. I would like to educate myself on that. So if you don't mind sharing resources where
Exactly.
one can read about what you've shared, that would be really great.
And sometimes it's hard to get. Well,
Yeah,
but
because
quickly, Chioma, do you have like writings, or we have to go scout, or like even what I said? I don't have a source for that. To be fair, this savages thing, but then it's more or less. It's just there. It's public, more or less public
I mean,
knowledge.
I'll do a search. I won't be lazy. I'll do a search. It's just
Chioma, do you
easier if
have it?
someone
It's
else
something
Yeah,
like
it's things you pick up over time, right? You read it
Okay.
in a book here and there, so it's just a collection of those things that you. But not, I can't say I took it from one place in particular.
All
I'm
right.
sorry about that. So it's
No, that's
picking it
fine.
from different places, and then, you know,
And that's
right?
the
No,
difference. That's the
that's okay.
difference. Yeah, sorry, well, that's the difference. You see, that's the like the little bit of advantage that God just helped us with our message. There's hardly anything we are saying that is super special. Some are, but we just wrote it down. We put it down. Otherwise, the thing will be too much, and people think you're crazy. But we put
Right?
down, yeah, we put down the maps. There's hardly you see when people mention some maps, we just put it up from here. It's just that habit of putting things down and just gathering it together and things like that. And this is one thing this Oyinbo knows how to do more than us.
They do that very well. Sometimes they
So,
even tell you in the movies. They
mhm.
actually tell you in the movie. So in the movies, so if you watch some of these old westerns from the 70s, no, not 70s, we're going back to the 60s, 70s, they talk about them as, that these are the children of the ancient Hebrews. They
Mm.
actually say it in their old movies. They
Wow.
actually say so. Even in movies like let me for example, so they now use things like subtext. They won't say it outright. So like in the movie Get Out, I don't know if you saw Get Out. There is that scene where that young boy sees that roadkill. Because they're talking symbolism, right? So when they had that accident with the deer, right, and he comes out of the car and he's looking at the deer. The movie first of all goes to his shoes, blue,
Mhm.
and the shoes had tassels,
Mm.
right? So
That's
blue is the
the
exactly
youth.
those fringes kind of thing, right? So that's symbolism right there. Blue, the color, the so-called color of the Jews, right? Of the Hebrew. And then the tassels. So both of them together kind of tell you what he's trying to say. And then
Wow.
he's looking at this roadkill, kind of like it was kind of like prophetic in a way that this is who you will end up as.
Mm.
Because remember who was driving the car? It was the white girl, right? So this is who and what they see you as, roadkill. So they drop those kind of symbolisms, even in things like Golden Child. They drop it. It's all over. So it's in their movies. Like these days, I just watch movies like documentaries, movies, TV
I
shows,
know
because they are telling you stuff, right? It's like they're playing in your face. It's mockery. It's all sorts. So they do tell in their movies. They write the books and they're hoping you won't buy them, because if you try to get these books on Amazon, it's like $1,000 or £1,000.
10,000. Some of them.
Thank you. Right. So, but these things they do it on, unfortunately for them, it's like in a way they kind of, it's like I don't know why they take those pictures, right? They, and they'll be sitting there, like even the lynching, right? When they're lynching somebody, they would take a picture of the
And then there's
lynching.
there's a black American comedy that the lady put a dark skinned Jesus on their wall, and they were just mocking it. That I think one of the younger brother, actually, there's two sons if I'm right. The elder brother acts stupid, but the younger one is kind of smarter. And the younger one said, "Oh, Jesus, Mom, is Jesus our uncle?" Something like that. And the other brother said, "No, there's no way that Jesus is our uncle," or something like that. And then the little boy, I think, says something like, I'm thinking maybe we are part of the people the tribes that were lost in the Bible. And the other brother said, if there's anybody lost, like we are it, like we are really lost as African people. And that comedy dance, people will laugh. Ha, 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 ha.
The Good Times. Yeah, I remember that scene. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What's
Good
the name
Times.
of that stuff really?
It was good. That's particular episode comedy you're talking about is The Good Times.
Oh, Good Times.
Good
I think
Times, yeah. I remember. It was JJ who was laughing that this is the funny one with the hat. And then it was his little brother that was talking about the black Jesus, that this is really
Did I
who
mess up the
Jesus
story?
was.
Could you help narrate that part? Because I can't remember fully.
No, you can't. You did it. You summed it quite well. So the little boy is the smart one. And JJ, I think his brother or his cousin is the funny one, the comic relief. And then the boy is trying to tell his mother, educate his mother, that do you know that Jesus was black?
Oh.
And everybody's mocking him. But again, like I said, they're putting it in their face. They're telling you right there. Did you know that Jesus was black? And we ourselves, they now wrote it in such a way that it's we ourselves that are now mocking that idea. It can't possibly be.
Exactly.
But they just told you something right there, right?
So, and sometimes the reason they do this is so that they show you a stock, an example of how you'll be made a laughing stock if you try to explore that idea. I mean, we have explored it. We know it's a joke. Do you understand that kind of thing?
Right, there you go. Yeah.
So we know it's a joke. We know it can't work. So don't try. Another one they did. Another one they did is, I think they actually worked this from a channel. So the person was popping up those truths in plain sight. Sorry, well, I will get back to you just a moment. So
sorry. I'm sorry.
yeah. So what they did was they showed this guy. He went with some whitish guys. He was African into the Egyptian tombs. I'm sure you have seen that also. And then he was like, "Wow, there's wonderful things here." It was literally like,
oh yes, that Richard Pryor thing. Yeah, I saw that one.
I don't know the name of that cartoon. No,
Okay.
Comedy also. Can you narrate that one so I don't mess it up, please?
I think so they went digging. So they were like Egyptologists. They went to dig something, and then they now found out that they opened the mummy cast and they saw that it was a black person. And Richard Pryor was acting as the character of one of the black people they brought along with them, maybe a helper. And he's like, I can't remember the detail, but he was so excited, he was going to tell.
Yeah,
So it was like, they were like, "Where are you going?" So and then I think along the line he's still going on about, he has to tell. They now locked the door behind him.
Exactly. So it was like he opened the casket or something and was seeing the books. So like, wow, this is wonderful. So we're actually the Egyptians. This one is even Egypt.
Egyptian.
So we ruled the world and we did this and we did that. So while he was doing that, the white man just like,
and he locked the door.
And the place actually
exactly. I think they exploded it, so he couldn't ever get out. And they were like, they have to bury that story forever. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. So then he probably threw a dynamite and the place blew up with a black guy in it. And of course, they come and people just laugh. You understand? So, and what it does to your mind is that when you see somebody come online, God has helped our ministry and the thing is making sense because we brought the receipts and we show people and they're just quiet, you see. So what they want to do is, if you ever try to explore that idea but I think the mummies, they're black people, and I've watched that in the comedy, so please don't bring it up. You see, the same thing with the cartoons. They did the same, and this is terrible. Bola, please just forgive me. And you see it because someone that will study that much to discover that Egyptians are probably dark skin, which is not supposed to be a discovery, would hardly be someone that watches those cartoons. So there will be someone that may not be so fun loving in that sense. People like, this guy is going crazy because of what he's reading. So people that watch all those kind of shows hardly do study and listen properly. So they have watched it, and there's more people watching those shows. So you will be subject to that ridicule and that persecution.
Mockery.
Yes. So you'll be subject to that. And the same thing about the return of Jesus, right? So there are things like that, and they make them into movies so that the bordering line of those revelations, there's already a movie or a cartoon or a
Exactly.
comedy
Something
already
to watch.
mocking those
Yeah,
ideas. So when you
exactly.
can, if you can distract or rather remove yourself from those distractions enough to study that much to discover those things, and you want to bring it out, there's already millions of people who have watched comedies around the borders of what you have discovered to mock you and to shut down your idea. I mean, how do you plan that kind of evil?
Very,
So
very
for the
clever. Very clever.
very, very clever. Well, please let me hear from you. When you have understood these things and you start watching movies, man, you are like, what is this? That's what happens. Well, let me hear from you. Sorry for that.
No, that's all right. That's the whole
Yeah.
point. Yeah, I was. I mean, I felt I needed to come up when sorry, I don't know your name. The lady in Australia.
Okay, Shade.
Yeah, when she was saying a few things, and yeah, I mean, I just felt that you know, we all left. I don't know if everyone is abroad
African,
or if
Nigerian,
we're all
yeah.
at home, but we all left Nigeria for one reason or the other. The UK is every foreign land you go to, if you're not from there, in my opinion, you have to have an end game you're playing. If you don't have something in front of you that you're working towards, yes, you will get lost in the system. It's America, it's UK, it's Dubai, wherever it is, as long as you know you're even within Nigeria, if you leave Osho State to go to Abuja, to go to Lagos, you will get lost if you don't have an identity that you're that there's no mission, there's no vision. You know, without a vision, there's just nothing. So the UK, no, it's not as bad as my sister painted it. You know, if you had people coming from Nigeria, I mean, I'm not talking about those who make unfortunate mistakes of selling businesses, selling homes to come and join us in the UK. I think, you know, that's not really wise. But for those who came as students, or those who are on the COS who came to work and stuff like that, I mean, I've got great testimonies of people who've done that, and they're doing a lot of things here in the UK and also things in Nigeria.
Okay.
Again, it depends on the viewpoint. You have to know that I'm here. It's a journey. But if you come and you see Claire riding a Merc 2025, Claire no get hope, no get plan. Claire is just white. And you look at how much is this car on a monthly basis? It's £500. And then you go on credit to do what? Those are the people who are getting lost. Yeah. So you find that there's a selfishness. There's a corrupt within those who are actually completely lost. Am I saying the system is easy? No. Am I saying the system is geared for us to be successful? No. They're blocks. They're mirror ceilings. They're glass ceilings. There's so many things to capture us. But I'm just saying that if there's something, if you have a vision, if there's a drive, and you're focused on a mission, you'll be all right. I'm one of those people who I always tell my daughter, because she mentions going to Japan, the Asian world, Australia. And what you talked about, this is someone like me, because if you give me a free flight to Australia, I'm not coming. No, I'm not. I'm not sitting on a plane. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. No. No. And I don't know about a lot of people. I don't know if it's just me. Personally, I do hope home is fixed and I can return home. Well, you know that I can. I do plan to return home, whether it's fixed to the level I want or not, because I do have to contribute to this fixing I'm talking about. And by God's grace, one does as much as one can, in your own strength to do what you can to repair things back home. Our people are still our people. We're the people who are doing it. Yeah. If the Western world is gearing you up to be the firewood that keeps them warm in their system, they don't see you no different from firewood. So yes, they will tell you from 6 months to 1 year, from 1 year to 2 years, from 2 years to 5 years, 10 years even in some cases. Is there a strategy you're gaining? Is there something that you're looking to gain? Do you need to be in the system for that long to achieve what you want to do? Do you need to jump to another place? I've been to the US a few times. I cannot live in that country.
Why?
Oh yes, it's a sin. It's a sin. They say sin city. Forget Yankee is actually a sin country. I no disrespect to those SIN. I know it's no disrespect to those who are there.
Quick one, Choma, remind me, are you in the US or in the UK or in Nigeria
You
or
mentioned Liverpool earlier on, so I think
no,
she's.
that was
Okay, Choma. Yeah, sorry, that's true.
Choma, where are you at?
I'm in the UK.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead. So Sin City, how? SIN, how?
No, not city, say country. The
Same
whole
country.
country. Listen, in that place,
Yeah.
you know how you do your best to manage your excesses.
Mm-hmm.
Every day we struggle to manage our flesh, don't we?
Oh, flesh.
No, in that place you're encouraged to embrace your excesses.
I see.
Your excess, you go to a shop to buy a burger and they're giving you a bucket of chips. You didn't ask for it.
I see.
I don't know if like I can only use UK example. Sorry. Like you get a burger meal. You know how they put chips in a small sash, in this little bag. Okay.
Like,
Now imagine you buy the same meal in the US, and then you know how you buy a bucket KFC and they put everything in one big bucket, right? So in the US they put, well, not every, I stand corrected, but this is my experience in one or two places that we ate. So your little burger is in the bag. Maybe you ask for 2 pieces of chicken, and those chicken are there, and then they put these chips to fill the whole bucket. And I'm thinking, why? Okay, so it's just we tend to say no, it's enough. So obviously they look at us like, where this one's from? but for the rest of them, so you're encouraged to get it. The UK is, Western world is based on loans and credits. We understand that, but on their end, I couldn't. I just feel that environment, for me personally, for the next person it may be okay. For me personally, it would push my excesses. It will go beyond what I can. There's no limitation. In other words, there's no guide. But in saying everything I said, though, I feel that the bottom line is that the values we're pushing and we're drawing should be from within.
Yeah.
We already know, like you read in the book of Joshua. So this thing has been happening from history. They're creating a system that will lock certain people down. What are we doing about it? So now that we're aware, after we finish this session now, what are we doing? What are we doing mentally to understand that, look, there's a system out there to get you, and there's a different thinking that you have to apply so that you don't fall into it. The desire for my heart is that, like, platforms like this would come, and assist us repair home. And I know there's a lot of things out there that talks about prophecy, curses on Black people or whatever. I don't have full gist on all of that. I don't have full knowledge of all of them. But what's the end result? How do we try and go back and not be scared from traveling 45 minutes without being kidnapped?
Yeah.
How do we put the people in the can a group be created like this? Israel, even those the guys you guys mentioned, the Israelites.
Right.
I think at some point I heard them say that they were trying to push the US to give them a land to go to create their own
Only to
country or
learn
something.
back after a while. That's the thing.
I know they've been
What
pushing,
happened to
you know. So I mean, is that the way forward for us? Look at what's happening in the US right now. What that guy is doing, the guy leading them.
Trump, you mean?
The whole thing is just introduced tariffs now from the 6th of February or something.
That's
because
Trump.
they're not allowing him to take Greenland.
Greenland, right?
Yeah.
I see.
And guess what? He's going to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, will the European leaders fall into it? I won't be surprised if they do. Because there's nothing this guy wants that he hasn't gotten, frankly. I strongly believe he's tied to the end of times. That's something else. That's another topic. But there's nothing. He's done everything wrong, yet with the full support. Like, deception is massive.
Yeah.
The Christians who profess Christ as their savior fully taking this guy as a knight.
Yeah.
Despite everything he does. Grown people. You know?
It's largely because of misinformation. Let me sprinkle a little hope, because the way you describe it is so heavy. But there is hope.
May I say something before you sprinkle the hope, so that I just get this over. First and foremost, I want to apologize for anybody who my own take on the UK came across as you've made a bad decision. That is a terrible place. I'm just apologizing formally to everyone, right? I'm speaking from my perspective, my experience, the fact that I actually lived in the UK at some point in my life. My father is actually buried there, so I know what I'm saying I have lived in, and that was when the UK was good.
Oh yeah. Red light and speed limit camera ahead.
Sorry, I'm actually driving, but I'm actually talking on my, how do you say it? I'm allowed to talk, but without putting them over. Anyway, so compared to now, that was when UK was good, right? So even then, I used to feel everything was just too small, very, very small. That was my own take on the UK, and that was from a naive, point of view that says, this is how UK should be, or this is how a living space should be. Now, based on what you spoke about, Trump, and this is my last pitching before I mute myself. I believe Gog and Magog is here, and Gog and Magog won't just suddenly, just one day something happen. It'll be a flurry of events. So it's already started. It started with when Trump decided to attack Iran, right? And then it's going on and on and on. A chain of events will happen whereby China will get involved, Russia will get involved, NATO will get involved. And that is, when you say NATO gets involved, that's a lot of Europe, if not most of Europe, fighting against United States, fighting on many fronts. And what happens when their resources get depleted? What happens when they've almost destroyed each other? When they have no place to, put... They will look for what has their ancestors done or did in the past, in World War I, World War II. How did they rebuild?
Africa.
Yeah, exactly. So they will come to plunder. So I feel in the next 10 to 15 years, we will see Gog and Magog. So I will say to anybody that, and this gentleman says something very interesting. Look to home. If you have some cash and you can buy yourself some landed property, even if it's not doing anything there, send the money and buy it in Naira. Look to home, because a time will come that same Europe, when they start going head to head in war, nobody will want to stay there.
Yeah.
If there is a bomb that drops on the UK today, people will leave. They will head back home.
People will leave.
You understand what I mean? And that is, I'm just saying what I feel, I'm not a prophetess. I've not seen anything and whatnot. But I get sometimes you just get a sense that something is in the air. Trump is being supported because if God wants to destroy a country, he will raise somebody that, by the time anything the guy says, right? In fact, it will be taken in as law, and the guy might be the dumbest person on the planet. So this is God orchestrating something, and if that's what I feel, this is God literally saying, you know what, America, I want to destroy you. America is the land of Baal and Moloch. If you do not know, please know now. It's not Christian. There's no that Christian thing are just surface this thing. The real thing that they worship, the kinds of shit that they do, you know. So let me just mute myself. Thank you so much, Pastor, for letting me, chip in my 10 cents. Again, please do not be offended by my take on what I can be direct
I
sometimes,
don't
and
think you
sometimes
are
it might be
offended.
offensive. I
I don't think you are.
apologize.
No, just to put your mind at peace. No offense taken at all. It's all love. I felt your view. I felt they were heavy, they were strong, and I was just trying to give a different
Perspective and
perspective.
balance.
No, it wasn't. I didn't take it as an offense at all. At all.
I
At
mean,
all.
it's not
So
British to
please.
start with, so who cares?
Exactly. I'm just passing through. I've
So
been there
just the
for a
fact.
while. I've been here for a while, but at the same time, being in a garage doesn't make you a car. So
Exactly.
you get me. So I'm no offense taken. But yeah, sorry, Minister. I just wanted to thank you, Shadi, for that comment you made about the new world order,
Yeah.
because I think that's where we are now. And I would encourage, even if it's a little piece that you can get back home. Every day here now, I'm seeing that, because you can see these people who usually have strength to speak boldly to the world. They can't do it anymore.
You
Our
mean
prime
Britain?
minister can't. Yeah,
Yeah, the guy
they
talks
can't
like
do any.
somebody
They
is.
can't do it anymore. They can't.
Maybe not.
The whole of the EU cannot stand firm.
You cannot. No
There's
backbone.
the United Nations is a joke right now.
Yeah.
So something definitely is shifting. I'll just mute myself. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Sorry, please, Minister. I just want to add to what Shade is saying. That you feel this is no matter no more feeling. It's going to happen. What you said is going to really happen. That's what is happening now.
Wow.
Because I could remember 2016, I got the revelation. It's going to happen. There's going to be a big shift. And I keep on telling people, do not look at Nigeria and the way they are now, or things is not going right. Go and look for a land and buy. Because at the end of it all power will go back to Africa, whether they like it or not. So what Shade is saying, it is true, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
There's going to be a great shift, you understand? Because the power must to shift. Remember the Most High God was saying, he said, I will overturn and I will overturn, I will overturn.
And it shall be no
So the
more.
overturning is going to be to Africa now. Because that is where the light is going to shine from. It's not going to shine from anywhere. It's not going to shine from the West. It's going to be from Africa.
Wow.
Sorry,
Interesting.
can I also add something to
Yes,
agree with
sure.
everybody? In the sense that, the Gog and Magog war, it says that all the nations will be turned against the people of God. So for that to happen, it means they are centered somewhere.
Yep.
There's the
So it
center.
means there's going to be something that is going to move everybody
Of
back.
course
Even
now.
the thing Trump is doing in the United States, it's an act of mercy because it's driving people out. They don't understand that, we are being deported, it's an act of mercy. They are driving you out of there towards a particular place. People are going to start coming. If you notice, they say, go to Africa, you need to go to Africa, you need to buy land. A lot of these celebrities, black celebrities, are buying portions of land in Africa. They're developing property. So it looks as if something is going to drive Africans there. So, and that's we're talking about Hebrews, right?
Yes.
Drive them from
And
all
what I'm
over the world
thinking,
into that place, so that when the deception is finally over and the devil is like, okay, all of you know who I am, whatever, here it's time to fight. Then Gog and Magog, after they have destroyed America, God forgive me, destroyed America, and they're now the darlings of the world, they will now be full of pride, and that's why they will now say, okay, I think this is the next frontier we need to conquer. And then that's when the war is going to start and Yeshua is going to return. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
so indeed, if we are to base on what we have also seen in our ministry on timeline, if we are to make sense of it, because you will be surprised how some of these things they actually just make sense. It's not like somebody will just wake up, I want to fight everybody, and he will have two arms out of nowhere. No, it will be like Shadi also mentioned, series of events that will just build to that. And what I think is that it's like there will be this fighting in Europe. The Western world will just turn against itself, and Africa, if they are smart, hopefully, they will have the time to start building. And like I said, if you just remove, it's like that prayer we pray in Africa: God, give my enemy, give them work to do. If the Western world get work to do and they become so busy they don't have the time for Africa. You want to go for So the same way that all of a sudden you just saw that your children just started dressing like Oyibo, you just discover that your children start saying yo, they started sagging their pants and disrespecting you. Discover that men just started acting funny and they just sell lesbianism or homosexuality and nobody knows where the thing is even coming from. And farmers are just not farming again. And then that's the same way you just discover that this sickness has gone. This one has gone. There's somehow our roads are peaceful. It's because the demons that have been cooking that thing from a deep place, like
The
from
West.
the bottom, God just give them work to do. Just that Nigeria just starts getting better all of a sudden. We don't even know how. The same way it started, God's just getting spoiled. Because the
Yeah.
demons at the bottom, God don't give them work to honor life each other. That's what I'm seeing. Then
May I give you some perspective of how I see it? Once our economic partners, who are primarily the West, because we export and import, make dollar and whatnot, once they're at loggerheads and at war, there's no money coming in from anywhere. So first things first, we start trading between ourselves.
Exactly.
So it'll be essential that we are good to ourselves.
Yes.
Then we start opening borders to ourselves, and everything that starts to happen internally. So if you remember what they said in the Bible about God and Magog, when Israel was at peace, for us to be at peace, we must at some point, lean into each other. We're not just talking Nigeria, we're talking all African countries doing things right, maybe doing the Burkina Faso thing only with ourselves, and there's no external interference with us because they are busy killing each other and destroying each other. In fact, we might even be selling them resources. They might say we don't have food, please sell food to us. Kiniko. We might sell them food, we might sell them some raw material.
You see what I'm telling you?
Yeah,
that
exactly.
What they are doing is not wicked. You said go still do them.
No, but that's the thing. They've shown us what they are. We know that we cannot let them in easily. So to a great extent, all these things will be orchestrated, just like you said yesterday when you're talking about that story of when God talked to Elisha and said, Elisha spoke to them and said, you will not see wind or rain, but there shall be water in the valley. And when the water in the valley came, the sun shone at an angle in a way whereby the water was red. Everything is strategically orchestrated. So this was first and foremost, this Trump guy said, I want to attack Greenland, I want to take Greenland. All of Europe is saying, are you mad? Are you trying to fight your own? Are you trying to betray your own? Are you trying to destroy NATO? So when he tries to do that, and he may, I don't know if he will do it here, but he will do it or he will try to do it, then there will be an internal war.
That's it.
Then there'll be all Europe. We start fighting America, and America. If you fight America will attack. Even before you attack them, they'll attack you. So if UK should launch a missile at America, it's coming. Something is coming back.
Just carry your bag.
If Germany should go, no, I'm just saying it. So it's UK because NATO is made up of which countries? So it's UK. Which countries?
Basically, this UK, Germany, basically, of course, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So any country that is NATO is going to go to war because once you attack one, you attack all. Going to go to
go and check it all and do it. I want to.
Yeah.
Go and check it.
So that's how I see the events unfolding. It will put Africa in a position whereby Nigeria cannot be too proud. We are the giants of Africa. We will even be the one to take the lead and say, come, let's be righteous, because the leaders that are corrupt and embezzling, first of all, their millions are going to be stuck in America, no? They won't be able to take it back. America will sit on it and use it.
And nobody will use it. Yeah.
You understand? So you can't. So where you run into? So you. Where would Tinubu run to? If he embezzles money, he knows he's going to die. People are going to kill him. They will just storm Aso Rock and kill him because he can't run anywhere. Where will you run to where there's no place to run to? Because the only reason why they are succeeding is because they have superpowers behind them, like foreign influences behind them, where they can run. They can run into France. They can run into UK, and UK will protect them, right? Because they serve these people. But in a situation where you don't have anywhere to run to, you have no choice. In fact, God might set it up whereby, you will do the right thing. So that is what I see that will happen, but it will not happen, in one day. So we are looking at maybe the next 10, 15, or even 20 years, right? But it's coming.
It is. So that's like one way, and God doesn't have to pick a certain way, but if God does that, like I said, and I've noticed, Nigeria's problem is not necessarily governance. The problem is the government itself. We can remove that government, like I used to say, secondary school graduates will do better than the Nigerian government now. Not because the Nigerian government is stupid, but because the actually secondary school graduates are stupid. In other words, they will just use the money for what it's meant for without any manipulation, twisting. This case where someone will bring bullion vans one day before election full of dollars, dollars would have crashed because of war if that happens. So there is no dollars, nothing. All the IMF loans, they will just start to tell you, okay, just give us small weapons, small uranium. We want to bomb these people. Don't worry, we forgive all your loans. Before you know it, all the loans are cleared. And these people begin to work with each other and they will just begin to rise naturally. There is no famine in the world. There is no hunger anywhere. It's just manufactured and simulated, right? So that's what you see. Let me quickly hear from Otumba very quickly. So as we begin to wrap up, Otumba very quickly. Otumba Crush One, if he's there.
So yeah, sorry. I don't really have much to say though. I'm just waking up here. It's still very early.
Are you in America?
No, I'm in Canada.
Canada, yeah, the Western, yeah.
So I'm just learning. Really, it's a beautiful thing, and I just want to say thank you for everyone that has contributed one way or the other. And it's beautiful that the truth is unfolding. And personally, I would say that Yorubas do say something that now it has to do with you. Start with you before another. So now that we know the truth and it's unfolding itself, I think the best is to start with yourself first. If you don't escape it, you can't help another to escape it. Start with your family. Enlighten your children. This is the truth. This is the lost truth. Keep to it. It's the only way out now. If you derail from it, if you stray from it, it's the end. This is the last chance that we have. Don't go by things going on around now. It might look as probably easy route out of it, but it's not. We are going back home. And the only way back home is what we are telling ourselves now.
Yeah.
It's either we keep to it or we perish or we die by it. These people, they've twisted history. They've turned everybody against one another. Now there is nowhere for them to run anymore because people are waking up now. People are getting to see their true shadow. So it's high time we left the horrible things we're doing that we probably think it's what is pushing us. And Western world it's a lion den. I've been here for so long.
10?
I've been here for 21 years.
Thanks.
It's a lion den. It's a system that will not allow you take. It's a system that has been built to take from you.
But at least, if you don't mind, okay, since you're not using your real name, so if you don't mind, but you've got a mortgage at least, you've got a house that is working and everything is fine, and maybe some things in Nigeria or something.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a system whereby they are taking from you. Now, back home, whatever, if you're getting a house, you're building a house.
Yeah, that's
you're
yours.
buying, and it's yours. It's yours. But here, they can enslave you over and over again for years, for 25 years, for 30 years. Keep paying. That is the same thing you're going to pay till you die. If your family still want to keep it, your kids will continue paying.
Yeah.
And they will enslave them the more.
I feel like doing a little bit, if you don't mind, Otumba. Voila.
It's okay.
Yeah, you just hang on and stay on. Voila. How long have you been in the UK for your case? Because just to touch on this, sometimes we touch on family, the breeze just blows us there. But today it's taking us to investment and posterity and things like that. So, voila, have you been 12 years in the UK? 6, 15?
You're all gonna laugh now.
Tell me.
30 years.
30. 30 years.
30.
How I'm trying. Somehow you're using your own real name, but because I like people to be discreet if they want to, and like they should, to be fair, it's a public space. But I'm trying to see because you mentioned being intentional. Did you discover the intentionality late, or because to also link with what Shade said, it's probably easier in Australia, but put someone who's not just being smart in the easier system, they'll still mess it up and not be able to bring anything out of it. You see, and I'm sure NJK has also been there for maybe 20 also plus or so, but how has it been? Because how has it been? Have you had, again, I'm very weary to get you to give information like that, but how has it been with regards to, getting something at home, building something in the UK and stuff? How has it been like? Just love
That's a whole new podcast, bro.
yeah.
But yes. I think I would say the easiest way to say it is I associate. No, so I mean, you mentioned my name is out there. No, I don't mind. I'm bold enough to hold my flag up. I'm 52 this year,
Wow.
so I've got no shame to share that. There's some scars. They've
You sound
healed.
like
You got to move
25.
on. Thank you. There's some scars. They've healed. You've got to move on. Tomorrow is only brighter for me. You understand? When I came in 96, I came in into a midst of men who had issues, serious issues, and I was able to see that they were the firewood that the system was using to get warm, and I swore to myself I wasn't going to be that.
Good.
Okay, I left for Nigeria 2010 thereabout, and I stayed in Nigeria for about 5 years, and then I came back with my tail between my legs to the UK, and then I started all over again. But this time around, obviously, I started doing things back home. So yes, I leave not for the fact that the other day we were talking about family, and I told you about my daughter, right? Not everybody who's here know what we're talking about, but yeah, let's leave it at that. So, it's I'm able to. I was looking at doing 6 months here, 6 months back home, but that's not working now, basically, because I have some commitment. Yeah. So, really, I realized that yes, you needed to use this as a base to do stuff, and that's what I've done. Yeah, mortgage is a trick, but there's a wisdom around it.
Okay.
There's a wisdom around it where you can't be mortgage free in a short period of time. I mean, the first mortgage you normally get is 30 years anyway. And, if by God's grace, at the end of 30 years, you are mortgage free, it's a blessing. It means that situation where the system makes you want to be the firewood, you two have managed to circumvent them. Maybe you are the Levi of today who knew back then that this is what they're doing to the like what we read in Joshua earlier. So maybe you caught the wisdom then to say, no, I'm not gonna. So yeah, I do have stuff here and I do have stuff in Nigeria, but it's just that I'm investing more in Nigeria. Based on what you guys have said this morning, I'm realizing that's a very good choice, actually, because hey, you got to be able to go home and have a roof over your head. What gentleman from Canada said is also apt. The system is there to shackle you. You understand, but you need to break that system from your mind. You can't be that firewood. No, you can't be as far back as the 98, 99. I always told my friends that this place, they use foreigners like engine oil to move the vehicle. Once you get blackout and you're done, they will empty you. And you get me? So yeah, there are good testimonies. The negative, the men I hung out with who are way older than me back then. Unfortunately, some of them are still stuck. I can't see a way out. One of them is probably on here listening, and I'm going to say what you said to me 2 weeks ago. He called me and said to me that, look, how do I get a plot of land back home? Do you think if I get £1,000, I'll get one? And I've been telling you since 10 years ago that don't wait. Land now is ridiculous. They're not waiting. It's not waiting, So I don't know if I overspoke more than what you asked me, but
No. I mean, no, that's fine. I mean, we would speak for. I mean, I was just concerned a little bit because I would let people be discreet when they need to. So that's quite interesting. That's a whole to learn from. Anyway, let me use that to sprinkle the hope I said I was going to sprinkle. We are having a course out soon because I wait for some indicators before I, divulge some things. So we have something like a course coming soon that people could get into, and it puts these things in a structured way. And it's not just an investment course; it's literally a life course. It's not just an investment course or something that teaches you global literacy or teaches you this. It has everything in one, and it takes quite some time to finish it and all. So we'll be rolling that out. Children could get into it, and we talk about these matters about this prophecy, what we consider conspiracy is all there. But there's a part where you get to split and choose which path you want to take. Okay, the way the course is being designed, and not everybody has to learn all the spiritual part. Not everybody has to learn the super political part. And there's an option again for someone to do all three. Okay, I'm already giving details if they wanted to. Okay, so we have something like that coming out, and I think it's going to be great for people to get into that. And there is a structure they can get into and learn these things. It teaches, and it starts with teaching people how to think first, right? So that even what we present to you in the advanced levels, you can decide yourself. I'm like, okay, I've checked this thing, and with my discretion, I discover, okay, I'm not accepting this. Okay, I'll accept this part and not that part. Just that open. So there's something, right? I think that's perhaps stronger, right, than having a book, because that way you have community in the midst of the thing and there can be interaction. So just give that kind of hope that there is hope and there is ways forward. The first thing right now is information, education, reorientation, relearning, unlearning, right? So it's what needs to be done, and that is something that God is helping us to do. I mean, it's literally a miracle the way the thing is happening. So just give some hope there. Okay, so we're just closing right there, and that reminds me, because there's some parts that also talks about finances, talks about how jobs work, how taxes work, put in a very nice, easy to understand way that doesn't get boring like a tax accounting class. But that part is compulsory for everybody to get past, by the way. Okay, so it's wonderful. Something coming up by God's grace, God will help us to be able to finish the project and so to see the light of day. So thanks so much for all that have joined. Any quick last words before we begin to acknowledge those who are here or close for the day?
Me, I have something to say. Oh gosh, I can be such. I really do. Sometimes I can be so unserious. Anyway, I was going to say that you mentioned courses and whatnot. A time will come. This is my feeling. I have not seen anything. I always like to issue that disclaimer. I have not seen anything, not sensed anything, not heard anything. But a time will come where this will be the actual foundations of what churches will be teaching.
Should be.
Right? Especially if I am wrong and I have this feeling, and in the next 10 and 20 years, God preserves us, we're still here, this will possibly be that thing. It will possibly be that, this person, Kunle XYZ, was the person that started this line of discussion around what our spirituality as Africans is supposed to look like. Because with Gog and Magog and, God showing himself according to scripture and literally decimating their armies, comes the idea that we need to actually change the way we've been looking at things. And also, I think with that will come, God maybe send his angels to just enlighten us and help us remember. because I feel we've forgotten a lot. As Africans, we've forgotten a whole lot. And I think God will help us, remember, exactly what it was that, was stolen from us by way of the right way to do the things that we are doing, the fast that we've forgotten that is relevant to what he is. He tries to, the procession that we are meant to do, not all this grace, God we understand, and Jesus has died for, God we understand, not all this nonsense that we're hearing now, but things that are rooted in what Africa was before, because we don't know of an Africa before colonialism. We hear the stories, but we don't know. We were told that we were savages, they came to civilize us, yet we were do you know what I mean? So that's what the conquerors would write the stories. But I believe this will be the route of teaching, and I hope that in that time, I possibly will be able to do more than I do now, which is just talk. I'm not a very good, I don't like that. Oh, all you're doing is talking. What are you doing? So I pray that I'll be able to do more than just talk and contribute something, genuine, something that moves the whatever it is that we're doing here, something that moves it forward to a place whereby people coming in their millions and look and listen to us when we sit down and we talk about, do we have this chat or whatever program is running or whatever course is running, people actually start to take that up and say, okay, this is what we should now learn. This is how we should now look at it. Look at the example of the West that we looked up to, that we thought everything they did was superior. Look at it. No, we need to go back to, if not, we will end up like them. This is what we learned, that we are Israel. We are the Israel that they've been claiming, and this. So I pray that I'm able to do more than I do now. So that's my final contribution.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question. I'm back to this Levite thing again because I'm so excited about how these people were spared this devastation that happened to their brothers. My question is it possible, or what could the other Israelites have done not to have been co-opted into this thing? Could it have been that when the people asked Pharaoh, what should we do to them, there was a whispering spirit that told them that, oh, based on these people's love for money, they love the good life, they love luxury, let's appeal to this their need to have. Because how did he know that if he throws this breadcrumb or this trap of come and work for a fee, they would come, right? And they knew that these other people didn't were not enticed by it, and they were spared. And okay, I don't know if that's so. How else? Like, how do I reframe this question? Like, was there something that they could have? Was there a way they could have avoided this entrapment? One, two. Yeah, forgetting the other question. So yeah, I wanted to find if there was, as in just conjecture now, right? We're just brainstorming. Like, was there some? Yes, they would have still thought of other ways to trap them. But for this particular one, was it avoidable?
Yeah,
right.
I think it literally what we would normally do to when we want to explore scriptures, history like this is we first check the text, what it says literally, and we can build from there. So it says there that the Levites knew straight away, by whatever means they actually knew. So it wasn't as if they had a higher virtue that made them say no to it. You get my point? Yeah. So it says they knew. So it could have been some Levite had intel, right? So the question is, like I said, and the last time we read this, like last year, I was like, why can't they just tell the Danites, the Judahites, the Jews, right, and the other tribes? And we thought that it is possible they told them and they didn't believe. It's possible they told them, and I mean, the money, there was dollar signs in their eyes, and they're like, oh God, this thing is just conspiracy theory. You get the point. The same way we tell people now, you understand? So it could be again that they didn't tell them at all, which I really doubt. There's no reason why Levites would do that.
Because another thing that I noticed was they were now afraid of the Egyptians. I'm like, this was not your history. It's like they forgot who they were. How are you afraid of Egyptians? These Egyptians are actually afraid of you.
Yeah,
people that were taking over. Remember the war they fought before now? with those enemies. And then all of a sudden we're reading and they were afraid of the Egyptians. I'm like, were they afraid of, oh, if we don't work, they'll give them, I don't, everything changed. It's like they didn't understand who they were anymore. They forgot
It's
who they
time.
were. Is that
It's time.
us having the same thing here? Yeah. Okay.
It's the time because they started with 1 month. Everybody got paid. Everybody got into the work, right? Which chapter came late? Which chapter did we read? Joshua 65 is what we read. So it's time. The first month, everybody was working. Everybody come to Care Visa, that thing, COS, something. I don't think COS is something that British will get. But everybody, we have opened another job line. So everybody starts working, right? So, and that in their case happened for just 1 month. Now they make it longer, right? Just 1 month. After 1 month, the Egyptians started backing off gradually. And I can imagine it was the same time, which was 15 months, by the way. It's probably the same time that they started making Egyptians like the team leader, manager. So you already see them as that authority figure, and you're going to that job every day. And they make it so long that in fact, the plan is so that you don't have time with your wife at night. You'll be so fagged out, and they want to use that to reduce population. You see, so you have been seeing somebody, you have been taking instructions. I mean, an elderly 30, 40-year-old man, 50-year-old man, you've been taking instructions from more or less your age mate or someone younger than you who is an Egyptian for 1 full year every day. I mean, you understand? So over time, you would begin to challenge that kind of person. It's a mind game. And then
Shade is saying that God wanted them enslaved. I don't know. I don't do you agree with that?
No, it says there, to be fair, that God more or less allowed that to happen to increase the heat because they would not want to leave. Do you see the point?
Oh, okay.
Like you said, that it is mercy what Trump is doing, pushing people out. Was it you that said that?
Yeah, I said that.
Something like that, which is harsh at the moment. But some people be like, you know what, I'm just done. And that's the only reason why they will go to their promised land. If there was no trouble, they wouldn't leave. You see? So that's the way that scripture puts it. So it's most of those things are just human things, just natural. I mean, just open up a job and you can just take $30 an hour, and the $30 you're not doing much, no requirement, you don't worry, you got a school sir, just come, They make it easy. But not everybody will jump at that. So it wasn't some supernatural strategy. It's just anything that any regular human would want to get into. So for me, right, it may seem like one is being conspiratorial and being too careful and being paranoid, but hey, there's this proverb or saying that says, when everybody is greedy, then be careful. When you just see everybody's just doing something, I mean, by the time you're talking about, I mean, the literal, for lack of a better word, beggar on the street is getting a mortgage, right? Is doing a business, bro. That business is not going to work, right? When something is that way in this life, it's just like a principle. Anything valuable is usually almost like a secret in a way. So when there's this job, this new thing, everybody's getting on it. Now everybody was moving off of Africa, and they did. And it wasn't something so bad. So it happens like that too. But then you have to have something extra that every job the crowd does not, for you to know that you're not just being, I mean, if you're on a negotiating table, they're talking about free fish, you can't see the fish, you are probably the fish that's been negotiated about, right? So, I mean, so those kind of things, right? So I would say it's just natural human kind of tendencies they looked at, and maybe not anything out of the box as such that anybody would jump at. And they jumped at it, and the other one started telling the brothers, you know what, Egyptian, don't go, Egyptian, just withdraw. But I like the job, mommy. Or then, I need you. This thing is a trap. Okay. I will withdraw next week. I will resign next week. And like that. And then before you know it, these guys are trapped. So the way they begin to be afraid of them is they became their leaders on a kind of job situation that they are now. These are men of war, right? That has his own farm, his own goats, and all that. Maybe again, this is where they lost their tendency to be herders. And by the time they're back in West Africa, you will not see a Yoruba man that is a cattle rearer as such, compared to the other Hebrews like further north in modern Nigeria, past the Sahel. So this is a man who had his own business, had everything. I mean, it's happening here in the UK now, yeah, and then or anywhere in the world. And then these people are always the one giving you instructions every time you're being told what to do. I mean, it happens to soldiers. They've fought for 20, 30 years. And they're old and they don't know, nobody's giving them instruction anymore. They can't live with that. They have to live with instructions. It's a syndrome, they call it. So 1 year of that, 2 years of that, giving an elderly man who is a warrior, and now take that break. No, not that way, do it that way. The first time you feel like, what's wrong with this? What? They'll give me money. So just do it. "Ah, you broke that block, you pay this." If it's not because of Kineko, and you just do it. Do that for 20 years, bro. Forget it. Your mind would have been remolded. That's just to answer that question. And yes, like what Shade said, um, the first place a person should learn, this might even, yeah, programming. This might even be mentioned inside of the course we're building, but maybe not. It's even beyond the course. But the first place a person should primarily learn is just the home, right? These things should have been taught in the home. If the society was perfectly okay the way it should be, which it hardly is, you should have learned those things in the home. But people miss home, and the next place they can learn becomes the school. Okay? When you miss home, the next line, if you miss some things, maybe your parents are not doing so fine, you have a single parent and all of that, and then the next place you learn is the school. But schools now, they are getting messed up, especially in the Western world. In Nigeria, Western Africa, Africa generally, they can still teach children. You still see cultural, aunties and uncles, like we call them. There are those children's teachers, and they will still teach them the fear of God. You still bow to greet your auntie, not you call, well, they don't call their teachers first names in America, in UK either. But there's still this respect. Stuff like that. So if you miss the school, the third thing that came like a wave, when you've missed the home, you miss the school, you still don't learn manners, still don't learn how to keep a job well, how to just build anything, how to be responsible, then the church becomes the third level and the third layer, right? Where people begin to learn. Some people, they have missed home, their home was not okay, it's not their fault really. They missed the school system. They were still stubborn at school, or they went to this boarding house thing, and they were not able to learn wisdom from there. And it's in the church. They join the media department. You give them instructions, they're stubborn. They're like, I can't do that. If it's a wise pastor, a humble person, or patient person, like, "Hey, well, going in, you." But then you still try to. And then over time, it begins to get better, right? So also the modern churches, yeah. It begins to get better. He joins the ushering. He's always causing fight. He's in the choir. He's always fighting people. Well, the person, with due respect, was not trained well at home. And the school wasn't going to solve that problem. He even went to the university, always causing trouble, but because of grace, somehow it's just passed. And you see them in church acting funnily. I'm not saying church has been perfect, we're going there, right? Acting in a funny way, just always fighting people, stuff like that. And then over time, some of them get to change in church and they get back to the society, they have a better way to keep their job or to do their business. They learn principles and that changes them. But the church is also beginning to fail. That's the problem, you see. Such that it's just all about money. They can't really correct people. You see some of these older ministers speaking online, and some who are like Puritans or who are always preaching righteousness and holiness, say things like they can't even correct people anymore, because if you correct anybody from a church now, they just move to the next one. And there's always churches to accept them. Just come, show up, dress, show your cleavage, and be an usher. Hell, you're welcome in the name of Jesus, whatever they do there. And then the man will leave you because you're attracting lustful men that will come and pay offering. That's a generic statement. I'm not saying every church that is like that is that way. But then it won't correct you, right? As long as you can sing, you've got the art, you can be singing at the club the last night, just come here, sing, and just work on this product, right? Let the people do the offering thing. They won't correct you. And in your head, you think you're going to church, to a place of where people learn. And they would ask you, I'm an usher, I've been an usher for 6 years, I'm this, I do this. They had a conference, I'm part of the facilitators, I took prayer. So you feel like you're engaging in a spiritual activity, in a spiritual atmosphere, but then at the end of the day, it's just a sham. It just shambles what you're doing. So now there needs to be like a fourth layer, or perhaps a complete deconstruction of everything. And we're rolling out something like that, like a school, call it a home, call it after school, call it a church. It puts everything in one single flow. And it's very powerful what God is doing in our ministry without trying to be to gainsay or to try to advertise something. It's so powerful, and we know it. And we know it's very, very powerful. And if God breathes on it like that, it makes it work, it's going to be wonderful. And people can see it. They come into that, you learn basic pillars of life and basic points here and there, and then you can become wiser if you stay with it. And we made it such that it's difficult to rush, or almost impossible. Okay, you have to stay with it with time. Okay, and then it helps people a little bit. So it's become necessary to reorient people like that have missed all those 2-3 layers of ways the society teach. The UK schools, churches will not even teach you anyway. By churches, I mean African churches straight away. The British church will not teach you anything. You just do anything, you just, well, you're all right, they leave you alone. you do 2 hours, decides 2 hours. 90-minute service, the first 20 minutes just drinking coffee and saying, hello, you're right, you're right. Even simple prayer, they can't. So that's the way they do their stuff. So that's what that course is about. And we think it's going to be powerful. But when that time comes, then we'll begin to push that on. So that's the vision that God is helping us to. And it's not going to be just us. There's other places too where these things are being stirred up in people's hearts and stuff. All right. So thank you all. Let me appreciate those well. Yes, thanks for the gift, Otuma. So effortlessly Shade, thanks for coming. Slash, thank you. Shop Gadget and Accessories. Thank you, Saint Casey. Thank you, Easy. Thank you, TechSpet. Nabuike. Olude Raphael, thank you. Olude Raphael, aha. He also Olude Raphael has been part of this cool thing, right? I forgot the NPK something, QMK, right? So I think I've known about that, and because thank God for our ministry, we're not like, okay, somebody's doing something, let's go and copy it. I wouldn't do that except God leads us to do such. But when he comes from those classes, and he was just looking for knowledge, generally, and I think he's still there. That's Olude Raphael's in the comment now, right? But one thing I noticed from what he usually tells me is that they don't have so much structure, right? And the things they show them, there is no proper reference to it. If everything they're learning, that QMK stuff, is what an angel tells you, just make it clear an angel told us, right? And we're like, okay, fine, this is a new revelation, everything is spiritual. Okay, good, I got you. But when it's not quite stable, there's no reference, there is no, just keep showing them wonderful things. An angel said this is that, Abeokuta is this, and China is this, and this is that. When it's not structured, it's difficult to follow. That is one thing. Order and record keeping. That one you go if you do mostly. Just record keeping and order. Just those two things, it changes a lot of things. It's easy to track stuff and to tell that this guy in a lie, he's just coming on TikTok every day. You can go and check. You see. So that's just that about, by the way. So Star Seed, thanks for coming. Music World, Ade Nigba Ferromi, Anton Wallace, Superstar, Empress Diva, NJK, Ashakor, I think means black in Hebrew. Black Ibri, CT, who else is there? Wolalani, Wisdom, Yang, Roberta, Steven, Chioma Okoye, and Otuma Crush. Thank you so much all for coming. So we'll be back again. Roberta, I wish you can come up one more time.
Sorry, I just quickly, I don't know if it's allowed. I just want to say this before we go. Sorry. Like you said, it's going to be a very beautiful thing with the program you just talked about. Because most especially, it's very important that no matter where we find ourselves, whether back home or probably Western world, I think the most important thing is don't lose your identity.
Yep.
Once you don't have an identity, you are bound to be misled by everything. Everything completely. You will stray from your route. It's very important. Just like I said earlier, the system that has been built in the Western world is to make you forget your identity, never to look back or never to research it. So that's why we move from circle to circle. So I think this program will help us understand or find our identity. That will help us, or that will instigate this, okay, we want to go back home to the root. We don't mind starting all over again. But the most important thing is that we have found that one thing. This is our identity. Whatever we do here is what has been messed up, is what has been put there for us to see. And when you see something for so long, you become it. You become it. You just want to keep going. Because when you look at, okay, I've been here for so long, you keep looking forward. You don't want to look back to how it all started. It doesn't matter how I got here, but the most important thing is I'm here. I'm already in the middle. I don't want to go back, even if you're doing the wrong thing. So that's what they're making us to see. That's what they're making us to believe. Everything has been twisted. Even the church itself now. They don't even have the truth. They don't even have the truth. Some people will tell you I've been in church for 20, 30 years. It is not how long. You could be in the church for 2 days and you're doing the right thing. For the fact that you're there 20, 30 years doesn't mean that you're doing the right thing. The truth will make us free. So I don't think the church right now, with everything going on, they will be the one to lead us back to the truth. But with this kind of program, people will understand that, look, it is high time we left this place and go back home. Our children, it's very important. Like I said, it starts with us.
Yes.
Our family, your children, let them know. That is why they will tell you, when two are together, there's possibility of them coming out with the truth.
Yes.
But this Western world, they will separate you.
That's a relative person.
They will take from you. If you think you're getting dollars, they will take your family from you. They will put you apart. Wife, another place, husband, another place, the children, they are scattered. How do you learn the truth? They will lure you with that money, but they will take your family from you. Then how do you go back to the root? So it's very important that we discover our identity. It's very important. It's very important, and we stick to it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So somehow we've not felt the need to crowdfund this. Even the Abraham we crowdfunded. the funds that came in were very little, but then at least it's there, So someone said our women are helping their agenda. It's because some of the women are just deceived. I mean, if they can deceive the men, how much more our ladies and the children, So it's the ladies that they tell them, okay, your husband is one destroying you. And anyway, I don't want to enter marriage today. Jordan, leave me. But the point is, we don't have that leading to crowdfund, But the course is the project is going to take quite some. But somehow provision usually comes when the vision comes. The way we would want people to support is when it eventually comes out. We want you to, even if you know those things, just buy the course and go through it, okay? Because to us, the whole vision being real, being fruitful, the fruition is when people begin to get involved. Myself, I'm going to partake in the course, or even though of course I'm part of the major designers and all, I'll still go through it. It'll take a while actually to finish the course. Of course, maybe not up to a year, but it will take a while, mostly online, the way it is for now. So we want you to number one, partake in the course, which means you pay for it, because to be paid, of course, right? Even if you have these ideas, partake in it, buy it, just like we're buying a Brahma movie, right? Buy it and partake in it. Then secondly, sponsor people to buy. We're looking at just like the Abraham movie, the cost might be cheaper for those in Africa. And of course, the idea is the earning power is slightly different. So get one cousin, one younger brother, someone, sponsor the person, right, for that course, right? Rather than maybe, okay, I gave this, you can if you want to. I gave $20,000 for this project. To be fair with you, we've got the URL already to show you the things that are really moving. You've got a domain name already. Okay, so because it's gonna have its own website. So, but the way we are seeing is that buy a course for the person, not just say, okay, I give this ministry $5 million. That's fine, you can do that, but buy for somebody. Okay, fine. See, I'll sponsor 10 people. Okay, and then you look for those 10 people. We look for them and we have them enter the course, because it's not just about just getting money and you laugh at the end of the day. So you go through the course, get one cousin, get one younger brother, get one young boy somewhere. Go through this thing. You have a phone, enter the course. I've paid for it, or I paid some. You to contribute a little bit and enter it, and then learn the thing. That's where the thing is. Can never tell who that child will really become eventually. Right? It might become just somebody. It might be just a little spark the child is waiting for, right? And then that child becomes one of the saviors, as it were. Some of these things we have not been able to do, they can do that because they are being oriented, and they will remember that course, maybe even more than the older ones. So that's where I see the what do they call it? The support coming from. Okay, sponsor people, right? Pay for that person's course. Come to this thing, come to that school, do this, do that, and then like that. So that's what we see for those who are thinking about supporting already and stuff. So let's just be patient till it comes out. Except we have a different feel, and we want to crowdfund. Then we might pop out, the account details and all. But for now, there's much work to do then. then funds are required. Okay, I'm strong believer what you steal in a child, yes. It won't leave that child. Yeah. It becomes an inheritance. So we build posterity like that. That's really the thing. And our children have a different orientation and stuff like that. Okay, so that brings us to the end of today. Thank you, Twitter. Although just 5 people joined Twitter at the end of the day. So thank you, Twitter, for joining. And then thank you, TikTok. So we're back tomorrow. And these things are taking a little bit of our time, coming live every day. But then I think it's worth it. And also, it's basically how we've been led to do it at this time. So we don't have a choice. So thank you for all that have come. God bless you all. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye, 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 bye. Beautiful morning. It's another beautiful morning. Luatose, good morning. It must be a Sunday, well, a Monday morning where you're at. How are you doing? And how is work? YF, you're welcome. Amos. I think I can see Ajoke, Ella also. Harry, good morning. MCC, CT, who else is there? So let's begin to tap. Just started. Harry, you're welcome. Good morning, Shade. Good morning, Joseph. Let your heart overwhelm me. Savior, keep my heart pure. Standing in your way. Joshua 66. Good morning, Joaneb. When you come again, you will find me standing in your will. Yes, my brother again. Good morning, good morning. You will find me standing in your will. All right, we've got 1,000 likes. If we have any questions, bring it up right now so we can answer. Lucia Yakumbi, you're welcome. OC, you're welcome. Oh, hey, yes, you have come again. Yes, blessings, Lucia Yakumbi. Morning, Harley. Out of gold, it's been a while. Out of gold, there's good news for you. Or something you would like to hear. I was telling my wife yesterday that if you hear this one, you'll be happy about it. So if Out of Gold can come up. So I can. There's something he's been talking about, but at that time there was no signals from heaven to do it. So I just told him that, hey, it's not time. Good morning, Adolf.
Good morning, my brother.
Yes, sir. How have you been? It's like you've been busy. It's like you've been busy. Oh, he's muted. Maybe he's literally at work or something. Okay, maybe when it's time for guests to speak, then.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now. You were muted.
It's great to be here again.
Yes. So eventually, we are kind of going to be having something like a course, like a program.
Oh, beautiful.
So I just thought of mentioning it to you.
Great.
It's still in the works, but it's looking good, So that God is helping us with it, just like the other project. So it's going to be. I think it's going to be good, successful, etc. To just put these things in order, and then it will have other branches that are not necessarily religious/spiritual. So it's very holistic.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So I think it's something you would like, because I know you've mentioned it before, but at that time, it's not, that leading was not there, and I know. But now I think it's looking like we're doing that.
It's really,
yeah, thank you.
It's really good to hear that.
Beautiful. Yes. Thank you. So we'll keep giving updates on that.
That's very good. Thank you very much for the information.
So Shade is bringing another news from the Western world.
What's up?
She's saying that Trump is wanting to take Greenland, and Europe does not like that.
Okay.
So I hope Shade, I hope people are not praying against these people that they should be fighting, because that is very happy that she just wants war.
Really?
When you hear all those memes that say, I don't want peace, that's Shade. I want always.
I hope she's not the character behind that phrase.
She wants them to just fight and destroy each other. I beg you.
Oh my God.
Queen Deborah, who are the people praying against these US people?
Yeah, there's time for everything under the sun. So
that he does not want peace. She wants
no wonder she wrote there, I've come again just now. I think I saw something like that.
No problem.
I have come again.
All right. Queen Deborah, you're welcome. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. How are you? How is the family? I hope they're all fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, my brother, good morning. Do you know that I love Donald Trump, eh?
Okay.
I love him very much, because it's a prophecy that have to come to pass.
Okay.
So if you look at the book of Ezekiel 30, I think 38 and 39, you will see that the Most High God have already start turning themselves against each other. And then Donald Trump is the one that is going to use to scatter the whole place.
The trigger point.
The trigger point. And that is why you see that they've divided themselves. Russia have its own people. Then America have its own people. So it's all biblical. So whatever that is going on now, me, I'm happy. Let them remove their eyes, each other eyes.
Daddy, good morning.
Good morning.
Uh-huh.
I have come again.
I like
Talking
that.
about leading. It's called leading you to make me the secretary. It's only the time difference will not work. Secretary for the ministry. I'm just kidding. No. But like news has said that apparently America, Trump has hit them with tariffs because they refuse to, give them Greenland. And then Greenland is saying, EU is saying, you know what, let's just withdraw all trade deals. Let's see if we can get our deals. Canada has, kind of like signed up with China. Yeah, Canada has actually signed a big deal. They boycotted America and just said, let's make a deal with China, and work with them. Yeah, it's everything is working. I think everything is working out as it should. Trump is there for a reason. I pray for him to be fast and steady in his hand. Nothing should to stress that man. He should just do what he needs to do. They should get serious work. All of them, they should go to work. So that's a prayer.
And then all we just need is just to break some imperial powers, maybe not even full-blown war. If these imperial powers are broken, they will not have the time to just keep, destroying Africa the way they're doing. It will just make Africa heal naturally, just naturally, without any extra super wonderful president coming. Naturally, there will just be more and more peace, no more dollars to give these corrupt leaders, nowhere for them to run to if they embezzle funds, things like that. So things just begin, because one of the two things that would make Nigeria better, Nigerian politics, Nigerian leadership, is just make those positions less juicy, right? This one you spend billions, money never come or you never enter office, you are sure. You just spend billions of naira for contest, or what they call it, protest. It's because it's a business. If there was no, what's that thing called, profit to it, they will not be doing that. So all the rascals and the thieves and the businessmen, good, bad, or ugly, will just leave that leadership alone. Let normal people do the thing, you see. So when their dollar crashes and things like that, there will be those offices will not be as juicy. You put people there that are actually ready to work. Make that salary like everything you get, put the compensation, and there is no way to invite China and China you put something in your pocket, or give your uncle's brother's in-law a project, and then that one you just use that to siphon funds and say you are sponsoring a road project, stuff like that.
China has a habit of killing and beheading. If they find you in embezzling, go and check all the people that embezzled and said that this. I think they found some ministers that stole, I think, about 2.5 million or $1 billion worth of gold bars. They had them beheaded.
Wow.
China, when it comes to corruption, China, Japan, before there's no law, there's one CEO, I think, of a certain toy company in Japan that time, a while back. I think they said they were going to prosecute him. The next day they found him, his head was severed from his body in his office. They found him sitting there with his head attached though. They didn't know he was. They kill. They have a law of killing.
Government assassination, more or less.
Yeah, oh yeah. They would take you out. So there's no prosecution, there's no court you will go to. Once you are found guilty and they are certain you're guilty, there's no they might in public say, oh, he's arrested, he embezzled and whatnot. But before the week runs out, there's a hit. And it's oftentimes, they have this ninja thing. These ninjas are actually real. They actually samurai. So samurai are old soldiers. These ones are ninja assassins. They have all these movies you watch. Think it's just movies. It's been their culture and tradition. So once you embezzle, you can Google it. Once you embezzle and steal, you're always found dead, usually by the sword.
Right.
So it's either someone severed the head or he was stabbed, not gunshot or not shot in the head. The head they take your head. They don't. Once they find out, so things like that is very, 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 very delicate. You must be brave before you enter government, or you must have very clean hands. You can't enter it and do some things. They won't let you. So maybe that's what you will have in Nigeria. Come 10, 15 years. If you steal money, they take your head.
And
Or they
then
put you in the middle of Ojo Elegba at night, where area boys will beat you. So you will
and
not
then
steal money again.
yeah, and then in Africa, Nigeria, people that are handling people's destinies, people's lives, spiritual things. There's no reverence. Of which in the temple, then, I mean, of course, God could honor life people inside of that Holy of Holies, stuff like that. That's how. But China and Japan, their health, their money is their God. If you touch it anyhow, say go back. Let me hear from you, Chioma, please. Chioma, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask a question. I was going to wait until after the Bible reading, but well, it's
Yeah, it's fine. It's
okay.
better. I mean, your position is even more legitimate than all these politicians that are here. They are discussing. Let's go.
Yeah, but politics is, we are talking politics and it's politics and
Okay.
we are talking politics now. Politics is part of what we do here.
I know,
right?
but
So
the normal thing is to ask questions in the morning. This is church.
yeah, it's part of it. No, Shade brought up an issue now that we are trying to know exactly what's
Let me
there.
quickly get Chiama's question.
I look forward to when China will also implement that same law
I
on
don't want us to
their.
skip Chioma because I know you usually do your 2-3 minutes straight away.
Okay, I thought she said after the Bible.
No. That's what I'm saying. I want her to ask now, but I'll still get to you if you don't mind, so that we are not skipping her. Thank you so much, Gian. So
No, let him finish. It's okay. It's fine. No worries. Because the question is so off tangent. So let him continue. Let him finish.
Okay, to the topic. Okay, thank you then. But just please don't forget. Okay, Gian, let's go.
No worries.
Yeah, so I was just saying that I would wish that China can implement those laws across their citizens that are in other countries. They can implement it within China, but those ones, what they are doing in Nigeria and some other African countries are worse than those things they are doing there. Can they also be prosecuted for such kind of issues of corruption that they are doing in other countries? So it's good to show that you have zero tolerance for corruption.
Those are in Zamfara,
It should
right?
not be. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, across. It's not just Zamfara, across Nigeria, across Africa.
That gold that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So let them be. Let it cut across. Let it not just be within the jurisdiction of China. That's within their country. As their people are across the world too, let them also bring them up and sanction them, and then also kill them for corruption. Because if you are stealing and bringing to the country and you are not talking about it, then what are you trying to prove? It's those ones that steal within the country that you can discipline. The ones that steal from outside of the country, they are not sent.
The problem is corruption is only bad if I'm not involved. But if I'm involved, corruption is good. I think that
basically that is it. Basically that is it. But we're talking about Trump and all of that. Well, for me, I'm not surprised, right? Because right from time, I knew that he had vendetta. He had things he needed to come and finish. That's why he came back. I think his tenure was cut short. Those 4 years that he had, it was cut short for him. So he wanted to come and consolidate what he had started from the previous 4 years that was interrupted by Biden. So now that he has the opportunity and time is almost running out, he is trying to accomplish what he can accomplish within the stipulated. But you see, one thing that I've always known is that, we have had superpowers come and go. You are not going to be a superpower forever. You get it? And the world is more or less a global village now, where other countries can decide to gang up against you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So no matter how full we are enemies, so long as you are the enemy of my enemy, and what you are doing, is what I also want to do to that person, The moment we can come together, agree at that point to be able to deal with you. When we are done dealing with you, we can now face ourselves and then do it on ourselves squarely. So I think that is just what they're trying to achieve with him. And if he's not very, very careful, he might plunge America into something that was never planned for. Yeah, because he introduced a tariff earlier. China, they got to a point of negotiation, but now he's touching so many other people. You're touching China, you're touching Russia, you're touching even England. You're not too okay with. You have tried Canada. You are trying Iran. You are trying even Israel. You're defending. You're also disagreeing at certain points. You cannot, fighting different wars at the same time is not something that you can do as an individual, no matter how powerful you think you are. So he just needs to tread carefully. That's just my own point of view. But
So yeah, I see. So it's just what it is, and I think even the deep state, the Illuminati, I think it is planned for them to actually crash the dollar. I think they want to crash. They want to reset the system, right? I think so. I don't know too much of that. The much that I know is just around that Pike's letter and all that, which they are trying to make a kind of third world war in some way, which is not supposed to be necessarily a war between East and West. It should be more of between Israel and Middle East and Islam, rather, you know. But then I think it is time to actually crash the dollar for some reason, whatever their weird satanic reason is. So that's what I'm suspecting. And of course, in fact, even Trump may not be aware of this. They'll just look for some guy who wants power, who wants the position, doing whatever. But I remember when a guy brought something out of his jacket like this and showed Trump, I was laughing at him like this, almost wickedly. And that's probably one Epstein file and picture of himself. And Saudi Prince was with him there. And Trump was like, people were trying to read his lips, you know. But Trump was like, that's fake, or something like that. That's a fake picture. But as fake as it is, he kept a copy. So he would go and story that. I remember which time did I do this one? So it looked like it was being what's the word, blackmailed at that point. And which of course, that's just about how presidents are made to do the craziest things, and they can't be as transparent as you will. Right? And I think they tried it on Tinubu also, no matter how bad the man might be, good, whatever. They tried it on him with his drug cartel stuff in the past, with his results, kind of Washington, Chicago University stuff. Okay, so that's how they make presidents do stuff, by blackmail. Okay, and if presidents can just come out, I know it's not easy, but if they can come, I think they do it maybe with pastors too. But that's within the pastoral thing. When you are a pastor, you're just always preaching righteousness, abusing all the other pastors. You just set you up with a lady and they take your pictures. Then you just see that the guy's preaching begins to become cool. So blackmail is one of those things that they do. That's why people are usually careful of stuff like that. But
yeah, they actually said our president is an asset. So
yeah, so straight away.
So the FBI say he's an asset to them. So being an asset to them, they already have his dossier. So if he tries to mess up, they flank it around him and say, brother,
at a certain level, they
either behave or we deal with you. So there's no choice but to
when they are not
align.
your assets, when there is no, because the step is, the first thing is they just ignore whatever you're doing, right? After a time, they can't ignore it anymore. They begin to ridicule what you're doing. Then after a time, then they begin to negotiate with you, right? Maybe negotiate / blackmail if you're the asset in some way. It's negotiation / blackmail. But if there's nothing to blackmail with, it's just negotiate. Okay, take this money, like Traore, let's build mosques for you. Okay, let's do this. If you're still saying no, the next thing is just elimination, right? Okay, if they're successful, that's just the next thing, because starting to ask for reparations, just breaking all of those things, they will just look for anybody around you that has the slightest level of ideology different from which you always find. Like I said, even in heaven, there was a person like that, Satan, aka Lucifer, right? That had a different view from the Most High God, and they will give the person anything, even if all he needed to do is to tell them your location just once, right? For $500 billion, they will just do things like that, which they can print anyways, and then you just discover the person is more or less assassinated or something. As bad, good, whatever as Abacha was, I think it was just after he was asking for the reparations or also working on a nuclear power in Nigeria. You'd be surprised to hear that. Nigeria was almost going to start a nuclear plant, and they don't like that. There's something about that nuclear power which is not about nuclear bomb. That's why I'm saying private nuclear bombs don't really exist, but just use it like to gaslight the idea for anybody who wants to start a nuclear power, because the person will break free from this oil fossil fuel thing, right? Almost like forever. That's why they had to bomb Iran, I think. Okay, roughly. I've not checked too much details. But of course, they bombed their nuclear plant where these guys are supplying what use energy, supply water, supply everything. They bomb it now. And the same with Iraq, there was no proof that there was any nuclear weapon somewhere. Okay, so this
Yeah,
nuclear
I, Yeah, I heard, and you just mentioned Abacha. I also heard that even the loot that is the Abacha loot that everybody is talking about was Abacha's attempt to pay off our debt so that we can be free. And then so they refused and said, no, that the debt had a tenure, so he cannot come and clear it at once. So because of that, he left the money there for them, because then we are under sanction. And so he just felt, okay, well, you feel you're under sanction. He now took because I know during those periods of sanction, the dollar was stable in Nigeria during those Abacha time. So he had wanted to pay off the debt to say, okay, what you're holding us to ransom about is this money. So we are paying you back your money so that you can leave us alone. And so they now told him, no, the amount that you are paying had a tenure. You have to go through the tenure. We are not saying you should pay everything at once. So rather than bringing back the money to the country, he left the money in their custody. And that is why till tomorrow they are still talking about Abacha loot, Abacha loot.
Yeah, I heard that also. I heard that also. Yeah. So, but then what I'm thinking is one of the things that any Nigerian person or anywhere really, but especially Nigeria, in the Western world is easier. There's data, there is power. People have phones, they can check things, fact check and stuff. But in Nigeria, you need to, in fact, even if you're not performing so much, you need heavy PR, right? Where people understand what is going on. That's why I say maybe blackmails is what is stopping presidents from doing that. But just be transparent, right? Let people understand, why did you take the first subsidy away? Speak like you are their father or you are their something. Just speak. Let them understand you, right? Not just use all these bogus words that you borrow from the Western world. Okay, this and this is that. Put it in simple terms. If you don't know how to articulate it, get somebody who will do it for you. And people can understand. It will be easy for any Western world to gaslight you. Because yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, true. I believe that. But you see, like you said, is people seeing the sincerity of your actions is what Nigerians are the easiest to govern, sincerely.
Yeah,
if they see that you are sincere in every action you have taken, they can follow you quietly and watch you to see the outcome. But coming up to just say subsidy is gone without any plan, without any preparation, coming to now float the naira, try to say you are trying, even as we are speaking, much as they tried, the floating of the naira was to stabilize it, it's still not stable. The black markets are still a bit higher than what you get from the bank. So what's the issue? Because it's some people's business and they will always want to create business from it.
Yeah.
You can never have the values being the same with the black market. You get it? So the earlier you are able to, but communication, like you say, is key. But the challenge with us is that amongst all of the politicians that we have people who are also very selfish and about themselves. So even to say communicate, there's nothing they can communicate to Nigerians that is beyond what the Nigerians are seeing. Because if you communicate, you say, okay, you are trying to cut siphoning of money through subsidy, but we are seeing the cost of governance is the same and almost increasing. We are seeing you voting monies to a system that does not, people are suffering, but you are budgeting billions to take care of. You can imagine $9 million to just go and lobby for the issue that there's Christian genocide. You say no, there's no Christian genocide. Do you need to pay for people that have intelligence in the country? They can get all the information they want to get. You are putting people to go and lobby and you are giving them $9 million. That $9 million converted and put it in the hospital, or it can build a very standard hospital in the country. But you decide to take that money to just go and dish it out to someone because you want to launder your image, you want to improve your PR across the globe. So basically Nigeria just needs genuine leaders, people who are sincere, like they Traore them. See, Traore coming is not, no, people are seeing his sincerity, people are seeing that this guy is out to bring out the change, and so people will give you the support that you need to get. So that's just what we need to see. The moment we see that, who cares about what's happening outside of the country? Nigeria is blessed enough to be able to take care of itself, so we don't need to depend on any other person. If we have leadership that can, harness our resources and make it that we can get what we want to get. Nigeria, even if it's just trade with Africa alone, we have enough to be able to get the monies that we want to get, because Nigeria is a very blessed land. There's nothing we don't have in this country, sincerely. So it's just for us to get leaders that can harness these resources, both human and material, to be able to bring out the best from everyone, and then give the country a list, create industries, make them workable. Electricity, power and electricity is still very, very low. So if you want to establish any business, or you want to build a house in Nigeria, there are 3 things that you must put as part of your budget. You must have power, you must talk about water, and you also have to make room for security. So you have to provide power for yourself, water for yourself, and security for yourself. These 3 are part of the budget you are doing to go and do. So it's there. So we just pray that God will help us to get leaders that can channel our resources to the good of the nation, and then nobody will not depend on anybody. Sincerely.
Yeah, that's true. You can't be communicating, something and doing something else, and your work should actually
Exactly.
speak. The work should speak. It's just because of it's the frustration that has been so far that has made PR something that is supposed to be so important. Because trust me, like I said, and you mentioned the same thing. If people have light, right, and they're perhaps busy watching TV, whatever they're doing, and all of that, the roads are good. You can go greet your grandma. Who wants to care what Nigeria budget is? People don't care about those kind of things.
Sincerely, nobody cares about that.
Yeah, it's because things are getting so bad. That's why people are saying, "Oh, where's the budget? Where's this, Kappa?" So when a 10-year-old is going to ask president, "God, show us the budget," he should be ashamed. He should not. There's nothing that should concern that child. Those things should have been taken care of. But look at everybody now has become a political analyst, including maybe myself. It's because things are not going that fine. Right, it's because things are.
I bet you, Kunle, if Nigeria was working well, I don't think Nigerians will even leave Nigeria. I'm telling you.
Yeah, of course, they will not.
Nigerians will not even, because Nigeria is we are blessed with so many things. The weather, everything is good. The people in the country, very hospitable. We love ourselves and all of that. So it's just leadership that has been our bane. The day we get it right in leadership, Nigeria becomes a bribe for everyone to want to approach. So everybody wants to come back home.
Yes. And the situation of leadership is worsened, amplified by the external forces. So it's just what it is. So if these things play out the way we're looking at it, I think it's time. The song that usually comes to my mind, and I like to put it to Nigerians, put it to people, that the rate of autism, Snow Multimedia is asking or mentioning this, the rate of autism speech delay in children abroad is alarming. Okay, it's not so back at home. Yeah, that's probably due to wrong diagnosis, right? And the boys have been drugged out of the agenda. The younger boys, yeah, vaccine injury, vaccine. So it's all the drugs, and then boys are wrongly diagnosed, especially if you're a boy, you are now an African boy. Even you talk, they will choke you with injection. The boy no talk, he's always looking and not making eye contact. It's another form of what is it called, autism. They will see choke and injection. So they're literally chemically abusing those children. It's what it is. So it's wrong diagnosis, and the boys have almost 2-3 times more diagnosis than the girls, and it's just simply gender. A boy child will be more active, and it's straight away diagnosis. And again, someone said the sugar in the brain or in the blood of an adult is diabetes, but sugar in the brain or the blood of a child is autism. Okay, I think that's what they call it. Although really it should be hyperactivity. When the child just had
it's HD, it's HD,
ADHD,
yes. ADHD, yeah.
Yes.
Sugar in the brain is dementia.
ADHD.
Actually,
Dementia, rather, right?
sugar in the brain is dementia, but another name for autism is actually vaccine injury.
You see?
So I've got an autistic niece, and I had to go to a homeopath. I literally had to force myself to a homeopath, and he actually wrote a book about how since the 17th, homeopath. So you have doctor, you have herbalist, So herbalists that with the white herbalists that have coined a name for themselves in herbal medicine, homeopath. Even rich people, they don't go to doctor, they go to homeopaths.
Wow.
You understand? So
In
homeopaths are the
Australia,
people that
it's
give.
a thing in Australia, right? I've not heard it before.
Oh, it's Australia, it's in UK, it's in every country. It's just that
It's just that
you
it's not
you
quite
can't go
popular.
under them under insurance. You won't get insurance, so then you pay cash in hand because
Okay.
the government has somehow ostracized them. Doesn't so most people in Australia that I know go to homeopaths or naturopaths. So naturopaths are
Yeah, that's what
basically
they are called.
people that would use natural medicine. They'll tell you go and drink maybe our own agbo. They'll tell you go and drink elderberry, herbal tea. It's what we call, do you
Yeah,
understand?
true.
So the things that we've said, oh,
Ayurveda, acupuncture, all of those
yeah,
stuff.
acupuncture, so that what you call it, TCM, that is Chinese sort of medicine or Western
Yeah,
medicine. So
Ayurveda,
these are the
yeah.
people. Yeah, so these are the kinds of things you see. So when you take your child to a homeopath, they'll tell you about vaccine injury,
Oh,
right? So you won't see them publishing it and talking about it because they can be arrested
yeah.
for it in the sense that they don't want anybody questioning the doctors. If you know how many millions go into a doctor or a hospital being able to give vaccines, especially with children at birth, you know that the money is too irresistible. So they would, how can you give us a newborn baby and they're giving him HPV vaccine?
Hmm.
What are you doing HPV for? So a lot of people,
And
rich
that's a
people,
virus,
don't
right?
get their
Virus
children
and
vaccinated.
virus vaccine, isn't it? HPV. I know.
HPV. That's
Yeah.
like that's a sexually
Human
transmitted
papillovirus.
disease that becomes like I think down the line cervical cancer in women, but herpes it translates into herpes in men or something like that. So HPV. So you are giving a child a newborn baby, minutes
Human.
old, HPV.
Yeah, it protects against human papilloma virus. I see.
Virus. So the baby, once they're born, before they are even 1 hour old, they're already giving them like 3 jabs. Before they are, I mean, my niece, imagine my niece, before she was 1 year old, they gave her 26 vaccines.
Oh.
I went mad. My sister, I'm like, and you let them give her that. The doctor said, I don't care what the doctor said. Do you understand? It doesn't make any sense. You said 4 jabs, oh no, not in the United States of America. Go and check. In the United States of America, they give 26.
Oh no.
So before she took the vaccine, she was at least saying things like she was calling her father's name Jide. She just said Jide because after she took the vaccine, she couldn't talk. She started walking on her toes. Typical autistic behavior, right? She started rocking, things like that, non-verbal for no reason. You know what I mean? So basically, just go to a homeopath. If you have a child and you've taken vaccines and whatnot, just go to a homeopath. So oftentimes a homeopath would give you things that would, you will be administering to the baby maybe across 2 or 3 years. So theirs is not quick and terrible like that, So over time, so you can get your children vaccinated against any sort of disease, but you need to do it in such a way that makes sense. Just like the way Agbo works. When you take herbal tea, right, it's not as if it works immediately, right? So you can take it for maybe 6 weeks, but injection 1 day, 2 day, you understand, it's different. So something like
it just deals with the symptoms, doesn't it? And not touch the root.
yeah, so it deals with sin and not also with herbs and what we have always known, that our mothers have known, that we thought we did not know. It's always been something that addresses root cause.
Yeah.
Doctors are not in the business of healing. Take for instance, and maybe I'll stop with this because I want Chichi to talk. I'm taking Chichi's time. So doctors, Pfizer, the company called Pfizer?
Yeah,
Pfizer have been in existence for 175 years. They haven't healed one person. So think about it.
Allopathic or homeopath? No, not homeopath. There's this name they call that kind of way of treating people where you just deal with symptoms and you don't heal them. And it's Rockefeller that started that thing, 125, which is almost matching Rockefeller time, isn't it? Because Rockefeller is around that 1900 it started popping up. That's almost
so 175 years they've been they've been in business. They are multi-billion-dollar big pharma. They haven't healed one person. So I don't know what people are still doing. I like hospitals. They are good for imaging and things. They will, X-ray, big machine and whatnot. But when it comes to healing, the hospitals are not in the business of healing.
Wow.
If they're in the business of healing, people wouldn't, they wouldn't make any money. What's the money after you've healed someone? So they're praying you stay sick. Anyway, I am going to keep silent and I am going to let Chichi speak.
But just
Yes.
before,
Sorry, Chichi.
just before Chichi again, it's a little well, not an emergency, but maybe Olusheye, without being too discreet, you say you wanted to cleanse your child of. By the way, disclaimer is not as if you're giving medical advice before this TikTok will start. But cleanse your child. Could you mention that maybe 60 seconds? We'll still give you your regular time. But Olusheye, just is it you mentioned cleansing your child?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
I just want to say that she mentioned certain place in I didn't quite get that place that she mentioned that is in UK that I can
Oh, I think it's a
use.
certain kind of practice. Sorry to interject you. Certain, just like you have.
Yeah, I've been looking for it. Someone told me about it that I should look for or things to give the boy because I started noticing that he doesn't respond again after that last vaccination. It's been everything working was easy. Growing teeth was easy. Everything was smooth. Before needs are right. It's when he needs to talk, he turns. He knows how to put on his clothes. Knows how to many things, but after the last vaccination, he stopped calling Bethel. He stopped calling the sisters or doing the way, and he gets angry at the slightest things. I'm just trying to fix that now. So I just need to clean his system more. Someone said I should just flood his system with more iron and things that can clear his system. That is still very strong and smart. So I didn't get what she was trying to say, and how can I get that place in the United Kingdom here in Coventry precisely?
Yeah, like
Just
I said,
Google homeopath.
Google homeopathy after MMR vaccination or whatever vaccination that was, or just after.
Just Google homeopath, and I was asking, was it after the MMR vaccination that he started all this? Check, because oftentimes that's the one that just basically injures the child's
I think so.
Yeah, so the same thing with my niece and many other people. Even my cousin has the same thing. So after MMR, don't just let people. If you are here and you want to give birth, just tell them that you have something from your lawyer. That as soon as you are giving birth, if they can guarantee that nothing happens to the child, that they can vaccinate him. I swear to God, they won't touch that child. You will bet the child, but they will refuse to vaccinate the child.
It's true, Shade. Most every vaccine is they just give you what's the word again? A sub-dose that is not infective, that cannot create infection. So usually is the organism that is introduced into your system so that your body can generate body antibodies that will fight when the actual infection comes. So most of the times is the organism that is being introduced into you. You get it? It's not that's vaccine. Vaccine is the virus. It's the virus that is being introduced into you. Then it's expected that dose will make your body and your white blood cells to produce antibodies that will now fight future infection of the disease. So basically, it's the introduction of this. So you'll be shocked to see, and then you cannot have 100% efficacy across everybody. So you would always have people who have different systems that just generate issues for them in the course of taking vaccines. So basically, vaccines is just introducing the organism into you.
Into the person. And I think that's the same principle of penicillin, right? Is it? I would think so. But then Shadi mentioned something that with that they will not give. I've just stepped off a little bit.
She was talking about a lawyer. Yeah, that you should tell about your lawyer.
You want to have a child.
Yeah.
Once you want to have a child in any hospital, once you are ready to have a child, have a conversation with them around, this is what my lawyer, has presented, blah, 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 because they will give you documents and read it carefully as well. Because sometimes they have clauses there that say that once your baby is done, they'll take your baby away from you, they will vaccinate him behind your back. Or they will do something, they will have clauses there. So you get your lawyer to draft something around. If you give my child any vaccine and anything should happen to him, the doctor or the hospital is liable. So what they will tell you is that, sorry, you can have the baby, but we won't vaccinate, because no doctor can guarantee you that anything will not go wrong with your child when they vaccinate him. So if you can't guarantee me that, why are you jabbing my kid? You know what I mean? So you have to be like the outlier when you are dealing with this hospital. There's no such thing as a doctor that you can trust 100%. I want ChatGPT doctors. You understand?
Exactly.
So when you want to give birth to your child and whatnot, present them with a document. As long as you are legal and you're not this and whatnot, you're not committing any crime. Present them with a document that says, if you jab my child with anything and anything should go wrong, I can do this according to XYZ. Because rich people don't jab their children. Vaccine, the rich people, they were born. Your Prince Harry and Prince William or whatever, they don't have one vaccine in their bloodstream.
What do you call them? Okay, rich people. Okay.
Rich people, yes, your elite and whatnot. They don't get vaccinated.
They were born in what sense? I didn't get. Okay, they will give birth. You mean?
They'll give birth. They'll give birth, and no vaccine will be administered. Not one. It's you that they are telling. Oh, you must. There's no must. You must. I am giving birth to a child from my own body. I must what? Are you going to enter me?
And do it by force. And you mentioned something about being paid to vaccinate. I've not heard that before. I heard it during COVID.
Oh, believe me, there's a massive. I want you to sit when you're less busy. There's a massive financial benefit to vaccinating. On each child, there is at least $6,000 to $10,000. If every child you vaccinate and they are vaccinated full to term, there's a certain financial benefit. So maybe your Pfizer will supply them with the vaccines and maybe like $2. By the time they are vaccinated, which is plus the medication or the hospital bill or the labor or whatever bill that you are paying after giving birth, they're going to put the mock-up, get profit, and they make lots of money. Lots and lots of money.
Of which the vaccination is usually free for the person taking it.
So it tells so the vaccination. Yes, so they sell it. Yes, so they sell it and then they present it to you as part. It's just part of it, so that your baby doesn't have polio. It doesn't have this. It doesn't have. Your grandmother now that didn't take vaccine, did she have polio? Or what kind of funny business are we talking about? Breast milk is enough as long as the mother is not eating bad things or poison or something, smoking and stuff, and the mother is healthy. Breast milk is enough. There was a lady recently that just came online. She said we should watch what they tell you in the hospital. They tried to force her baby to take a formula. They were testing a formula. They were trialing a formula. They now told her that no, because she was black, America based. I wish I could find that link. I probably will forward it. Because she was black, America based, they always like to test things on black children and black people generally. So they said she can't breastfeed her baby. They have a formula here that she must give her baby. It didn't make sense. She just had a cesarean section. So what is happening? What is this? What is that? Kiniko. Before you know it, they turn it to a big thing. This white doctor was getting agitated and whatnot, not knowing that her husband was a police. This guy pulled his gun in the lab. He pulled his gun to say, "What the hell are you talking about?" They now wheeled out about they're going to sue, but apparently they found out that it was a trial formula. Something that has not come to the market. They want to look for who to test it on. They want to experiment on our baby. So they are paying Russian roulette with you.
There's money for that guy, probably, and he was like,
big time.
This money.
Wow. Big time. So as long as there's money, as long as people they are telling you that by the time you're 30, you have reached geriatric or 30 something. Chinese medicine that predates Western medicine. Advanced maternal age for them is 42. How come your own is, you understand, Western medicine will say 35. So as long as there's money to be made, IVF will be the only way people over 20 can give birth. I'm talking 20. Contraception is the way that you can maintain yourself. It's how you just abstain and have peace, So many things that when it comes to medicine and big pharma and even food industry does, you need to be very, very, very careful. You need to be on some, okay, I bought a document for my lawyer. This is what the lawyer, have you read it? Have you got your own lawyers? So as soon as I'm giving birth and you jab my daughter with anything, if anything happens like this, I can I will sue you to hell and back. You see, they won't touch your child. But they'll tell you things like, oh, the child will be sick. Oh, the child, they'll just give you bullshit and whatnot. But if you take that child and you are giving them even proper nutrition, proper food, proper agbo, get your agbo, that agbo that your grandmother used to give you that used to hate her, go and get it. Give your child every doses and whatnot. The child will be stronger than even the child that they vaccinated.
Wow. Interesting.
So that's it.
It's good too, because there's so many, and the medicines, and this same thing is happening in the spirit well, spiritual slash religion, the medicines are increasing, but the what's it called, sicknesses are also increasing with new ones. You know, now that quote unquote prayer is increasing, people are praying more. We're seeing more perversion, more corruption. So something is happening. One of it is fake. All right, let's get into today. So we'll use Chioma question to launch into today, so that we read the book of Joshua. So it's been almost 50 minutes. Discussion like kind of goes faster. Chioma, good morning one more time.
Hey,
How
good
are you?
morning. Yeah, everybody's talking about fun stuff. I don't want to get into it, or else we'll go into another tangent. Okay, okay. So to get to my question, so like after Bible study yesterday, I was, my mind was going on about it, and then I was thinking about this, the Sabbath. What day actually is the Sabbath, right?
Saturday. Good.
And the thought occurred to me, like, if they changed times and seasons, switched and moved around the months, what makes us think that they didn't also move the days of the week,
Good.
right?
Let me answer
And
that. We have
so,
more.
sorry?
You have more questions.
No, that's just that one.
Okay, but land properly then, please.
Okay, so if that's, but we have a surefire way of finding out what is the Sabbath day, right? And that's because it was given to us in the book of Jubilees. Now, I was scrolling through the books of Jubilees and I couldn't find them yesterday. So I don't know if you have a reference where the angels were telling exactly, or was it telling Moses, or who, I can't remember who it was, what day one can use to determine what day is the Sabbath.
Okay. Yeah, so first off, it's not something I've studied so deeply into. Okay, to be honest, rather. But there are two things that came to my mind as you speak. One is already something I know, and the second came to my mind as you speak. So the first one is that if they are so unsure of what the Sabbath is, how come they are so sure what the Sunday is, and they make sure everybody moves to a Sunday?
Exactly.
You see, so and I've had people ask that question before, which is very reasonable because most days look exactly the same, right? Months can look slightly different. Years, well, months, certain seasons, of course, you can tell. That's why you can't miss a year, right? No matter how much, there's winter comes at a certain time and it comes back after about 12 months, 364 days thereabout. It's difficult to miss a year, but day by day looks similar. Okay, but then the question is, what is exposing them is their tendency and a strategy of substituting truth, because they tend to substitute truth. They will not just take Passover away from you, they will give you Easter. And they will make sure you don't miss that Easter, because there are days that are not good. Okay, perhaps maybe the day that Cain killed Abel, for example, I don't know what day it is, but that day is probably going to be a day that will be very powerful for some witchcraft activity, because the sun saw something on that day that it wasn't supposed to see, so it makes that day dark. You understand, in a way, right? The day that what other terrible event? The day that the flood started, we have its own power also, in a way. That's those first days that those first things happened. The day also that maybe the day which is is like the 14th of the second month. We see that in the first and second book of Adam and Eve. The day that Adam ate that fruit, that day is also another funny day like that. That can be a day that when they do things regarding temptation and stuff, it will have this special power because of the power of the days. That's why God told them, don't do this on this day, that they will do things on days that are not acceptable or days that are not holy. You wonder, but God created all days, but God knows what He's talking about. Okay, so long story short, they will substitute the feast for you, right? And they will substitute this, take that away, give you Christmas, take this, and they make sure that Christmas does not miss, right? They will make sure. So because of their tendency to substitute Sunday for Saturday, for example, and they have not missed the Sunday, then we know which the Saturday is. That's one. And the second is that the Sunday usually has brighter sun, right? I used to think it was just because I failed. It was a Sunday. I was thinking, okay, maybe because this is right from when I was a child. Sunday usually just has brighter sun. Days usually a little bit warmer and brighter on Sundays. And I thought maybe it's because I didn't used to go to school on Sundays and I go to church. I don't know, but there's a way Sunday is usually brighter. And again, it then occurred to me just right now that Sunday indeed is the first day of the week, you see. And what tells you what the day is the sun, you see. So there's a way it's like the sun is brighter on that first day of the week somehow. somehow, you see. But the previous one I said is a more sure way to tell. If they are confused about the Sabbath, how come they're so sure about the Sunday where they have moved the worship thing? So I think it's gonna be a Saturday, right? Because of that. But I'm sure if you can check deeper, they'll be able to tell somehow how to differentiate between each day. I honestly have not checked so deeply.
Because I think I just wanted confirmation. What I think is that it's the moon that counts the days for us. Because, for instance, is it the Psalm 81 talks about blowing the shofar at the beginning of the month, and it's the moon, according to Genesis, right? The moon was put, the sun and the moon were put there as counters. So the sun measures the seasons while the moon measures time. Or is it the other way
Yeah,
around?
actually, I
Right?
think that's also right. But I think what the way it's really done is the sun tells you what time of the day it is.
It is, okay.
The moon tells you what day of the month it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the stars tells you what month of the year it is. Do you see how it is?
Okay, all right.
So the sun is like, and that is possibly how you have the long hand and the short hand, and maybe a third hand that shows the day on your clock. You see?
Okay.
Because there's this guy that even created a flat earth clock, so to speak. And he can tell you what time it is on whatever part of the world. He just put the thing as a map, and it's like, and of course, where the big hand moves is where the sun will be, and things like that. And with that, as the hand sweeps across what you will call the longitudes, okay, it tells you what time is going to be on what part of the world, and it's literally like perfect on a flat Earth map. So the sun tells what time of the day it is. The moon tells you what day of the month it is. Like new moon, of course, just like moon is named after the month, month rather is named after the moon. And you see the same thing in Yoruba, right? Oshu, that's the month. The moon is called Oshuba, okay? You say moon and you say month, you see. So that's how it is. And I think some other languages, when we were mentioning that, some people pop up the language, and it was more or less the same. The name for the moon also is the name for, is connected to the name for the month. And that sounds like the name for mother. Okay, because the women also, their cycle is close to that of the moon, 28 days. Okay, and
Yeah,
then the
ours
sun.
too. The name for the month is the moon.
Oh, could you tell me what language?
Yeah,
The words.
Birom, just Plateau.
Bikram language in Jos, right?
Yeah, the moon is the month. The what
Okay.
we call the moon is all. If I try to describe the month, we call the moon.
Oh yeah. Could you tell me
Moon
what that word is?
first month. Fuel
What's
is
the word?
FWEL. Fuel.
Well, wow, that's the same word for moon and month.
Yeah, that's moon and month. Yeah.
Wow, that's nice. You see, and someone is saying the same with the Igbo as well. So these ancestors, you see how deep it is linked into the language. So it's not one calendar, one Google map is showing you, and you're now the smartest of all. No, the elders
Before we started to follow the Gregorian calendar as well, the days of the month was 28 days that links with a woman's cycle. There was a
13.
certain belief that because 28 days, so each month was 28 days, and it will end up
Yeah,
in
it
13
is.
months. Yeah.
Yeah, it is
And
because it's 7
also,
days in a week. Yeah, so
yeah, so 28 days. So we end up in fours and you end up in a cycle. So also the underlining thing behind Saturday and Sunday was that, when the Romans took over and blah, 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 etc. Sunday is actually the Saturn worship. That's where we get Sabbath. So Sunday, Solis Day, which is basically Sunday, the day the sun is worshipped, right? And it's deeply linked to the occult. So everything is now upside down. So this Sunday day that they're saying, insisting that we go to church, we do this, we do that, is to venerate whatever deity they're worshiping on that Sunday. But the true day for the Sabbath is meant to be Saturday.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is, if we're talking about.
If we're following the moon, the Sabbath day does not fall on Saturday all the time, which
Oh,
is why it was easier for them to calculate. Because if you're following the moon, if the Sabbath day is Tuesday, because remember, God measures time sundown to sundown. So the way he measures time is not the way we measure time. So if the Sabbath day, because look at it, the Sabbath day is usually 7 days after the spotting of the first moon. How do you say it? The new moon. is 7 days after the first new moon. So if that's the case, the Sabbath day will not be the same every month.
I think it
because
will be.
it's not the same
I
time.
think it
So,
will be.
which was why it was easier. You know what? Scrap all this calculation following the moon. This is rubbish. Let's just stick with one because it's easier that way. Okay, because now we're trying to calculate which day is the new year. It's not the same every year. So if the new year this year starts April 1st, let's just say April 1st, next year it's probably going to be March something else because you are following the site. And again, I guess it's God's way of differentiating that your way is not my way. It's either you go my own way or you do your own way. So it was easier if they're going to, and according to the book of Jubilees, what the angels were saying was that if you don't follow things the way God put it, your lives will be out of whack. Which was why it was important to scatter it, and you would do it this other days. Because another way you can tell is how they moved the months. Okay, they said December. December, according to the Roman or is it the Greek, this means 10. So how are you putting it at the end? When in actual fact that's 10, that means they're supposed to be 2 months afterwards.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is that it was easier to scrap because sitting down and waiting for the moon to show up so that it starts the month and then you start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7th day Sabbath. Because so scrap that and just do it. We said Sunday so that they're able to now, plan. So that it goes deeper than just it's Sunday or it's Monday. They scrapped it because if you are following it God's way, it's just like when he was taking them through the leading the children of Israel through the land, the wilderness. Sometimes they would stay in a place longer, sometimes they will move. So, it was a case of follow me as I lead you. I have put these things in the sky for you to count. But they say, no, we don't want your way. We want to do it our way, which is why it's interesting that's why I'm really suspicious of this. The Sabbath day is 7, when in actual fact, it's not. Because if we're following the moon, the Sabbath day doesn't always fall on Saturday. It doesn't.
Okay, just a moment. I didn't know you had an answer to your own question, but let me learn from what you want to say then. This is what I think, right? Sabbath day is Thursday and also Chineke. Okay, you know what? I honestly don't know where this is going, but in my mind, I think you can't miss when one day is done, right? And the next day comes. That's the easiest thing, right? So if I will think the way it is run, just a moment, Queen Deborah. I would think the way it is run is if we have day 1, let's say the first day God created the heavens and earth, which is maybe supposed to be a Sunday, okay? Okay, for lack of another word, first day of the week, the way Genesis puts it. The 7th day, you can't miss that, right? And then the next day after that will be the 8th day or another day 1. You can't miss the next 7th day, which is the 14th. So if someone keeps that, you probably don't even need the moon to tell what the Sabbath would be. Choma, help me, explain me out of that. So I see, although it's getting not so important, honestly, but tell me how I missed that.
No, as in because, we don't know when the day started, right? We don't know what was the first day of the year that God said this is for day 1. Okay. We don't know when that day is, right? Because of all the confusion. But I just thought it was an interesting topic to bring out. But if everybody decides it's Thursday or Friday or Saturday, Friday, Saturday, that's fine. I just thought it was something to discuss, right?
Okay.
And I think and I think that much as we're looking at it that way, I also look at it from the point of view of Minister Kunle, because if you have the first day, by the time you count 7, the 8th day starts the first day again, so it goes that way. So you don't even really need the moon. But again, if you look at the calculation of the months, they used to follow the moon. So when the moon starts, that becomes the first day. The next moon means the next month. So the very first day they sight the moon, that is the first day. Then it goes on till it disappears, then it appears again, that's another month. So usually you see the counting is maybe sometimes within the middle of the month into the middle of the next month. It's not usually like we have it now, where from 1st to 31st or to 28th. And then somebody was asking about Ethiopia having 13 months. It's understandable. Ethiopia might be following the 7 days, so in a month it's 28 days. It doesn't matter. Some months have 31 days, some months have 30 days, some months have 28 or 29 days. So if you're looking at it from the point of view of like a medical person like myself, we count a month is 28 days, because seven days in a week, 4 weeks in a month, so that's 28. So if you look at it, you discount all the other extra days within those months. If you put them together, it should almost give you another month. You get it. So that way you would see, because you are getting 3 and 4 from some other place. By the time you put it together, you get almost 2 weeks or more. So it goes beyond the 12 months that we have as a calendar month. So for me, like you said, I don't think it's very, very important, for now, because every day is a holiday, right, for us at this point. And we know there are days to work. There are people who are maintaining the Saturday as a Sabbath, because that's even what it is called, right? Then so it has moved to Sunday. Again, there are people who still insist they want to be on the Saturday. There are those who still feel it doesn't make the difference. The object of worship is what is very key to you. Because if they are worshiping on that things, you know who you are worshiping on that day. It doesn't discountenance the fact that you know who you are worshiping on that day. So
But there is a lot of importance the Most High puts on the Sabbath, because if you read that book of Jubilees, they don't play with the Sabbath. It's very important.
That's what the whole Jubilee is about, isn't it? The book. It's the years, the time.
Counting of time.
So Jubilee basically, so it basically goes 7 times 7, that's 49. Then the 50th is the Jubilee. So for me, I just feel that these are the I know the importance that the Most High has attached to it. Well, again, you get to see that when manna was being dropped, those particular periods they don't go out. You get it. So those kind of rituals that were carried out those periods are the things that a lot of us might want to feel we need to go back to, at this point in time. But for me, I just feel that the object of worship is most important than the period that you're looking at. That's just my own thought.
Yeah, I want to say
Chirma is right in saying that it was very important to God, because if you notice the culture now, even in Nigeria, Friday and Saturday is mostly for clubbing. Sunset Friday to sunset Saturday is clubbing and parties and all sorts of things. But if Chirma is, if we are close to it or accurate in any sense, the original days may have been Friday sunset to Saturday sunset was meant to be Sabbath. That's the time that most people are using to club.
But I think what she was even saying is that it may not even fall on Friday sometimes. But I want to say 2 things though. I see Queen Deborah want to say something else, but just a minute. I would want to read literal, texts for us, which I think we'll find interesting. Okay, to suggest that I don't think they have missed the Saturdays. Right, I forgot that I even had that like a 0.3 or 4 from the ones I mentioned. Then the second one is I want to learn something from Chirma also. In my mind, Chirma, you can let me know, because I think you've studied this maybe even more than I have. Is it possible for a month to be more than 28 days if you're using the moon? Is there a possibility of that? Very briefly.
Yeah, sometimes it runs. Yeah, it runs different. That's why remember the Muslims too. They don't eat until when they are breaking their fast. Sometimes the moon is delayed, right? Okay. So so it's possible that maybe that's what now extends to the 13th month. So sometimes it doesn't come as cyclic as the way you want it.
Okay, but let me see if you got my question. You mean, in my head, I think that 28, actually, I know it's different, to be fair, from the book of Enoch. There are longer nights, longer days, and those kind of things, longer months even. But is there a possibility, have you found out somewhere else, maybe you have not even read Enoch, but have you found out somewhere else, anyhow, that 28 pairs of sunrises and sunsets, right, which should be 28 days, sometimes cannot fit a month. Sometimes it's longer than a month and shorter than a month. Is that what we are suggesting?
Sorry, say again. That is at
28,
times that okay.
28 literal days, like sunrise and sunset, that's one day, right? Or vice versa. Are we saying that it's possible that 28 of those may be longer than a month sometimes, right? Maybe the moon may not
I
come out.
believe so. Yeah, I believe because sometimes it doesn't come out. Like I said, remember the Muslims, because I was in Saudi for a bit. The Muslims, when they are breaking their fast, they are looking for that moon. So sometimes it's not at the time, or we're counting it on this day, and that moon doesn't show up till maybe like 2 days later, or even earlier than you counted. So it's possible that it shifts like that.
I think it does. You're right. Because if it doesn't, then, like you said, there will be no need to start looking for the moon for one feast. Just check the
Right.
days and count, right? And also, but again, like you said, I think the Most High God literally asked the Israelites to use the moon and not the sun for their Sabbaths, because there's more than one Sabbath, you know?
Sabbath, yeah, yeah.
So I think you're right. But I want to show something in the text. But just before that, I want Mrs. Deborah, Queen Deborah, to say something. She wanted to say something, I think. Am I wrong? NJK, did you want to say something?
Yes, I just want to contribute to what your man is saying there.
Okay.
I want us to understand, no matter how we try to twist it or how they try to change it, the only day of the Most High God still remain the same. Sabbath is very, very important. And very, very important that we should honor what the Most High God wants us to do. If you look at the book of Deuteronomy 28, you will see then that the Most High God gave us an instruction to follow. The book of Jubilee that you are talking about, or the book of Enoch, or even the book of Adam and Eve, it is there, it was written there, that the holiday of the Most High God must be honored, whether we like it or not. So it's not about every day is special, every day is holy. Every day might be holy. Let me say maybe you have 5 children. All your children are good, they are all beautiful, you understand? But there's going to be one that among them that you will cherish more than all of them. It doesn't matter. You know that one in your own heart. You will not say it. You understand what I mean? So let us understand that.
All right. Let me. Okay.
During the time of Constantine, do you remember that?
Okay, Constantine did one funny thing yesterday. He made Sunday a forceful holiday for some reason. I think it's even political, you know.
Even in England here, before they normally worship on Saturday. Then they change it in the court of in the court of England.
Okay.
They changed it at that time that they should start worshiping on Sunday, and that is why they introduced that if you work on Saturday weekend, they will pay you double money.
And lottos, either lottos or beers, they can't work on. Or there's something about in the UK law that they can't make you work on Sunday regarding beers or regarding gambling, something like that.
There was a time my son was calling Tesco for interview. Work. So my son was telling me that they said that they are going to be working throughout the whole week, from Monday till Sunday. And I said, when you get there, tell them that you are going to go to the house of the Lord on Saturday. You're not going to miss it. My son was, he was afraid that they will not give him that. I said, just tell them like that. So after I went for the interview, he explained to them. And 1 week they did not call the boy. He told me that, Mommy, do you see? I said, don't worry, just wait. They are going to call you. So after the second week, they call him to come and start the job.
Wow. And indeed, in the legal side of things, and that might be just like spiritual kind of stuff also, but also in the legal side of things, if they don't call him, you can just tell them, are you sure it's not discrimination and things like that, you know? Wow, that's one of. I want to read something from the histories. Are you still speaking, NJK?
Yes. I said, for example, for me, I don't work on Saturdays. I'm all the member of the Kingdom of God, the Children of God. We don't work on Saturdays. We are always in His presence on Saturday. So if the Most High God had made the law, I couldn't find the reason why, if we can obey the law of the land in UK, when it comes to the things of God, we find it difficult. We begin to say, oh, it does.
Oh, your network is.
If you can obey the law of the land, go and cross the red light. If you cross the red light, and the red light said that you should not cross, and you cross it, when car crush you, that is your own responsibility. So if we can obey red light and yellow light, amber light and green light, then we should learn to obey the law of the Most High God.
True. True. And then, okay, I just don't know when you stop. Are you still trying to say something?
I say thank you.
Okay, yes, you're welcome. Yes, and that's true. One time I was thinking regarding what you just said, NJK. I was thinking that, but these laws in Leviticus are much. I'll read it and it's a lot, and I'll be like, what these laws are much. Then maybe the Holy Spirit or some just said in my heart that, have you read the Constitution of UK, for example, or the Constitution of Nigeria? If you compare the Constitution of Nigeria, Constitution of UK doesn't have a constitution like that. But if you check UK, gov.uk, whatever, the things that govern how you should do this, how you should do that, don't you think is more voluminous than what is written in the book of Leviticus? I'm like, wow, that's true. The laws of the Most High God are just, and it's not always changing. It's just, if you can put it in a little kind of booklet, right? Maybe a few dozens of pages. It may be much, it may be repetitive. Repetitive even makes it easier, right? And the laws that the Most High God gave Israel is not as much as the Nigerian constitution. It's not as much. But in your head, you're like, these things are too much now, but you don't cross the red light. You don't, So it's perspective. You're saying something.
No. I said it's not difficult. I'm following you. I'm backing you up.
Yeah. So it's just perspective, but we don't quite respect him as much. God, now you're my buddy. Now how can you do this? But if you cross the red light here, the ticket for that will get to your house before you, no matter how fast you're over speeding. The mail will drop like real quick because if snap it is automated. Anyways, but let me read something real quick because Shadi kept mentioning Saturn, of which I don't think Saturn is Sunday, right? Or something like that. I think Saturn is actually Saturn Day, okay? That's why they call it Saturday. Or Satan's Day, really, more or less.
The planets, what I know is like this occultic readings and things that I do is like the planet itself, Saturn, is linked to what we call blood magic. And somehow that Saturn planet is linked, it has to happen on a certain day. There needs to be a certain atmosphere for it to, so blood magic seeped into like ancient cultures, if you notice. So at some point in Africa too, we started to do sacrifice now, live sacrifice and shit and nonsense like that, right? So the Saturn itself, if you go and Google Roman, this thing, Solis Dei is Sunday, right? Linked to the worship of the planet Saturn. The planet, and that is directly linked to the worship of Satan. It's occultic thing. I'm not that deep in occult, you understand? I can read up on it, but I kind of like, I can put some points together and say, okay, this is why this is happening. Yeah, so Saturn is linked to Satan worship directly, and that is why, that Constantine guy moved it. I think that's why he moved it to that he insisted that it must be moved to Sunday. So Saturn itself is that Sunday is for sun worship, Saturn worship. So Lizzie, just Google it. You'll see how everything is kind of like linked together.
Mm-hmm. So let me read. Okay. Yeah, please, Land. You were going to say something?
Yeah, because I was like, another way we can also use another way we can use to tell is another way it's kind of confusing, and where they played in our faces was on what day was Yeshua crucified and on what day did he resurrect. They push it all comes back to that Sunday. They want it to be Sunday, but how do we know it was Sunday, right? They said the first day of the week, but they've changed everything anyway.
It's first Sabbath, he said, right?
They said he was killed on the Sabbath. So they now say, so if it's the Sabbath, then it's Friday, Saturday. But when you're counting Friday, Saturday, one day, Saturday, Sunday, one day, Sunday, Monday, that's 3 days. Right? So if you're saying he was killed on a Friday because it's the Sabbath, or the beginning of the Sabbath, then it's not 3 days. If you count it to Sunday, then something is wrong with that. That's why they're... Sorry, go on.
You just want to force the Sunday, right? No, I'm with you.
Yeah, they want to force that Sunday, yeah.
But the scripture says on the third day. It didn't say on the after
that's
3
the
days.
point.
It said on the
that's
third
the point, that the scripture has to be right. So they must have changed something there, because there were times when it says that, and they did this on the first Sabbath or the first
week. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And what it's saying is that they did it on the first Sabbath, not on the first day of a week. You see, and then it's just translation issue. So the scriptures can be broken into 3 days. There's many things that happen 3 days like that. I mean, the 3 days of walking to sacrifice Isaac, 3 days of Jonah in the belly of the fish, things regarding surrounding Yeshua like that, spending 3 days on the earth, in the belly of the earth is it has to be three. So they are the ones that are messing things up, right? Chairman, right?
Yeah, exactly. They are moving because it has to align to that Sunday. Because, like they said, it's the worship of the sun. Because they were like, Mom was trying to say, Deborah, they were trying to consolidate all worship so that it matches with the old pagan worships. Well, you all know that, right? So that it can be something they will easily accept. Well, because we just changed the faces and we changed the names, but it's still the same day, you know. So yeah, so let's all be happy together, right? That kind of thing.
So this Tacitus, let me just give you a brief of it. It's Tacitus Roman Histories. It has volume 1, 2. Let me see if I'm checking that right. That's volume 1 and 2, basically, right? Let me be sure. Volume 1 and 2, okay. And then the volume 2, well, then it numbers the book anyways from book 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sorry, what's the name of the book again? Sorry.
The Histories, Tacitus, the Histories, or Tacitus Roman Histories, Tacitus, Tacitus. So we can as well just say book 1 to 5, okay, within volume 1 and 2, because it continues the numbering of the books as it goes into the volume 2. Thank you, Father. Okay, so book 5 is where this is, just about at the beginning. So this is like paragraph 4. So let me just read to you. I think it's going to be an interesting read. These are some of the books we read to the detail, in that 21-part World History series. Part of how we establish all these things that we're teaching today. Okay, it's just one of those books we touched into, and that gave us part of the insight as to when the Jesus return must have been in the past. So most times you have to read almost all these books, but you can't read all. You have to reference. So just to let you know where we're at, this is Tacitus Roman History, okay, and this is book 5, okay, within the volume 2, which from volume 1 to 5 is just straight books 1 to 5. Books 1 to 5. So this is book 5, paragraph 4. So to ensure his future hold over. So these are the Romans telling us who these strange Hebrew people are. Okay, strange Jewish people are. And they're saying it from their own perspective. They say very many funny things, that these people, they will not touch another person's wife. They will not touch other women, but that they can do anything so funnily, sexually, whatever they want. That, I mean, the way it puts it is that if they want to, they will not touch any other woman that is not a Hebrew. But when it's time for their wife, they can do all sort of funny things they want to do with their wife. I'm like, well, go to be your own business, not be your wife. Stuff like that. But anyway, this is how they saw the Jews and the Hebrews. So to ensure his future hold over the people, so they think Moses is such a kind of fraud. And this is the view. If mainstream, which they have to, would acknowledge the Hebrew people as the real people at all, these are the books they are sitting on. And I keep asking this history. Why did you take Tacitus Roman history books? This is 226 pages I'm seeing. I think the Bible is bigger than this. And it contains more other components that this kind of history book would not. But they've gaslighted the Bible for some reason. They don't like the supernatural things it discuss. They don't like the fact that it tells them not to sin. They don't like those two things about the Bible, you see. And of course, the third thing, which is hidden, they don't like the true people who the Bible people are, you see. So because of that, they try to gaslight the Bible. So they use these books to kind of confirm the Bible, which should be the other way around. Anyway, so this is the Romans speaking of what they see about the Hebrews, and this is what mainstream holds, that the reason why they will write stories and say Abraham did this and this one parted the Red Sea, this one do that, is just to have a hold over their people. So the Romans are seeing the Hebrews from their own brain, because to them it's all about government power, tying people down. You can lie, you can twist this. So I asked ChatGPT that, for example, this chronicles of or annals of Nebuchadnezzar or something that you're trying to use to confirm that Daniel was a real person and all of that, that did Nebuchadnezzar or whoever, or Sennacherib as the case was with the Assyrians, did he not boast within his books? Because Christians and Hebrews, they use terms and things like that, and they would always embellish things. He didn't call it embellishment, he just said it's their poetic something. And because of that, you can't fully rely on it. I say, okay, this was Sennacherib, which was a very proud king, by the way. Did he not boast in his own books also about how he did this and did that? I said, yeah, but it's a government writing. Oh, so government writing is just super accurate and must be trusted than others. It will twist the story again. Anyway, so that's the Romans seeing the Jews. So Moses, or the Hebrews generally, Moses introduced, to ensure his future hold over the people in their mind, Moses introduced a new cult. So they see it as a cult, which was the opposite of all other religions. How come your own is different? We they do cults too, but this your own cult is different. They think it's a cult like theirs. And all that we hold sacred, they held profane and allowed practices which we abominate. They don't understand that they are the world and these are God's chosen people. They dedicate in a shrine an image of an animal, right? In other words, that's the kind of the likeness of a bull, etc., and of an angel that you have in the Solomon's temple eventually, whose guidance had put on an end to their wandering and thirst. Okay, that means that animal, which is actually God that put an end to their thirst, but has helped them to get out of the wilderness. They killed a ram, apparently in insult. It was so funny. Go and watch those 22 part. What is this? This I was laughing when I was reading it. So they said, because these guys like rams, most of the guys, Romans, in a way, in the sense that there's this god called Amun, okay, which you also find in Egypt, by the way. But there's this god called Amun. They are referring to golden calf, exactly. There's this guy called Amun that the Romans like, or rather, that looks like a ram, just like a goat head, Baphomet, or something like that. So they said these guys, when they want to sacrifice, they keep killing rams. Why now? Amun-Ra, yeah. Why do you keep killing rams? I'm sure the reason Moses is killing these rams is just to insult our own God. Meanwhile, the reason God told them to kill rams is because these are pure animals. So they killed a ram, apparently, and as an insult to Amun, and also sacrificed the bull because the Egyptians worshipped the bull Apis. So the guy has just got everything twisted. He doesn't know that it's Satan and that is leading their nations, because he's saying these are animals that people worship and you guys are unaliving them. And you see that in India. I think a cow is also kind of sacred in India. Okay, watch this. Pigs are subject to leprosy, so they abstain from pork in memory of their misfortune and the foul plague, which tells you what leprosy is. Do you see why how we get some of these things? So when it says pigs are subject to leprosy, it's not talking about hands being chopped off. Pigs' hands don't generally get chopped off. They just have hoof, that's all. But it says pigs are subject to leprosy. That is, pigs have a tendency to have that patched skin, right? Yeah, let me just to show you what leprosy really is in those days, even as early as Jesus' days. Oh, grace. Pig patched leprous, although you might bring another disease, but excuse me, let's see images. So this one has got a skin disease altogether, but I think what it's just saying, gross. Let me white, I think this is what it's saying. Whitened skin. Let's try that. It's showing you cooked pig already. But anyway, let me say pigs. Let me just say pig, pig skin, or pig generally. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Pigs have a tendency to be vitiligo. Yeah, that's vitiligo. So they have a tendency to just have this where they lose their pigmentation, which is interesting. How the word is circled around pig itself, pigmentation. You see. So sometimes these words are not so far away, and they have the etymology at the end of the day. I don't know. I'm just not getting what I'm looking for. But anyway, there's way pigs in their skin is hardly smooth and monotonous like this. Okay, there will always be some patches. Aha, let me show you this. I think this might work. So pigs have these tendencies. Now this thing is not injured, nothing is wrong with it. Yeah, vitiligo is what I think their leprosy means. Okay, even from the days of Moses. So pigs will always have things like this, not just in this kind of part of their skin, but in the actual skin also, under their what's it called? If you scrape the hair off, you see the skin is usually patched and all the fur off. Thank you, Chema. So you see that skin is patched. So they have a tendency to pigmentation or to loss of pigmentation, which is interesting how that is connected to the word pig in the first place, or somehow, you see. Only I don't have the time to search. Let's quickly just not be lazy and try that. The etymology of pigmentation. I should have said pigment actually. Well, let's see if we get something right there. Comes from pigment, of course. I'm asking for. Let's get from of pigment. Okay, let's see. So pingere, pigmentum. Okay, let's see more. Coloring. So let's see if the word pig, literal pig, comes up. Color color something with or as if with pigment. Origin. Let's see the origin. So Latin pingere, pigmentum, pigment. So what is the pig and what is the ment is what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. Well, it's not. It doesn't know it, does it? There's a way to show you a kind of chart like this, and then branches how pig and ment. And if somebody can get it in the comment, just pop it so we can read it from there. Okay. But anyways, let's not digress too far because what we're discussing in itself is a digression. All right. So let's see. Pigs are subject to leprosy generally. So he's saying that as a general statement, which everybody should know, but not knowing that the name of leprosy, meaning of leprosy has changed. So they abstain from pork in memory of their misfortune and the foul plague which which they were once infected. They are frequent. They were once infected, right? So that's talking about when Moses was leprous at a point. That was not any, but Miriam got leprous and things like that. So he's telling you that it's because the pigs have pigmentation or lose their pigmentation and have a tendency to have leprosy, which is vitiligo. That's why they don't eat pigs. He got it wrong, really, but that's just his own view. Their frequent fasts bear witness of long famine the ones that do. Oh my God. So he's saying the reason Christians fast, or let's say Hebrews fast, is because they don't hunger. They don't remember. They use it to remember hunger. We wired them when they were coming from Egypt. He doesn't understand it's a spiritual discipline. And that's why the Romans fail. When you don't know how to fast, just be eating and having sex and do anything like. So they gave frequent fast. Yeah, they did have that. And this is around 60 AD, thereabout, Okay. So that's what their frequent fast is. And in the token of the corn they carried off, Jewish bread is to this day made without leaven. So he's just misinterpreting everything. Who can hit the wrong notes? Like, you don't ask, just ask the people now. You said you started misinterpreting it and giving it meaning by yourself. She's very proud, by the way, and arrogant. Okay, so they are said to have devoted the seventh day to rest. Now, this is where I'm going. Okay, so they said to have devoted the 7 days. Yeah, he's a lovable person. 7 day to rest. So they're just interpreting it. They think Moses made this up. Long story short, let me get the charger. They think they're just basically just saying Moses made all these things up. That's how did God create heaven in 7 days? The 7th day now rested. Let's forget that crap. Let's look at things that are practical. Maybe he did this, and they started just bringing up conjectures and suggestions, and that's what science is still, so-called science is still doing to today. Mainstream still talks about God's word like this, but because of the J people, they cannot completely discount the Bible. They need that nomenclature and the power that the book holds, so they have to respect the thing. You see, he said they are said to have. Not that means it's not really true. They are said to have devoted the 7th day to rest because that day brought an end to their troubles. Okay. Meanwhile, if you ask them, it's the 7th day that God created, So this is supposed to be verse 475 or something. So later, finding idleness alluring, they gave up the 7th year as well. Oh my God. It is interesting how people see you. By the way, these are the people that named you Christians, by the way. Anyway, it doesn't matter as such, but just letting you know that, this is just the way they see you from the outside. He said later, finding idleness alluring. In other words, they're enjoying that 7th day. This thing's sweet, oh. Let's just make the 7th year also no work for this on this 7th year. Finding they gave up the 7th year as well to sloth. Okay, in order to be slothful. So others maintaining that they do this in honor of Saturn. You see, He's saying the others that are maintaining it. So this is the one he recognizes and understands that, okay, maybe those that are still doing it is because of our own Saturn. So he's just seeing the world from his own point of view. And that's what they're doing. Either because their religious principles are derived from the idea, which is probably means I've not searched this word. Maybe I did in the 22-part world history series we did, but I think this is like maybe ethos, like a general name for their religious code, right? Their religious code is probably what this is. So they say either because their religious principles are derived from our own idea, that's what they call idea, okay? Who are supposed to have been driven out with Saturn, okay? And become the ancestors of the Jewish people. Oh, actually, to be fair, this idea is more of a person, not just an idea in that sense. Okay, so he's saying he just literally just quoted his own, what's it called, cosmology here, and saying that, okay, maybe it's derived from the idea who are supposed to have been driven out with Saturn and became the ancestors of Jewish people. So maybe this Saturn is one of the ancestors of Jewish people. The same way the Jewish people will tell you that you that are Romans, you are from Nephilim. So it's a question of who is right. Okay, or else because the seventh constellation, this is his own cosmology now, the seven constellations which govern the lives of men, okay, the star of Saturn moves in the topmost orbit, okay, and exercises peculiar influence, and also because most of the heavenly bodies move round, okay. So their courses, that they still understood the Earth then, that the stars that actually moved around Polaris. You see, Polaris is usually static. There is the star of the north, and the stars have a kind of orbit around it, all through spread about like that. And the ones that farther away from Polaris have a longer orbit, longer journey through the year, I believe. Okay, so their courses is in the multiples of 7. So they're just wondering to this is what that whole verse 4, paragraph 4 is talking about. What is behind the things that the Hebrews do? So, but I've heard and I know that this Saturn day is for Saturday, something like that. And to the extent that these guys thought that that's what the Sabbath is supposed to be about, or they're just wanting to be slothful. Okay, meaning that it's not, if you know the codes, which I've not studied, it's difficult to miss a Saturday. You can always calculate it. Otherwise, as far as the cosmology of the Romans are from the Hebrews, right? I mean, they would have missed the Sabbath day at some point. Where are you reading from? This from Tacitus' Roman Histories, okay? Book 5, paragraph 4. Okay, so let me just show you where that book 5 is. It's just at the beginning there. The Conquest of Judea, that's the title of that. And then let me just run you to the beginning of the book so you see where it is. So we've read these things in 22-part World History series. So that's just the histories. That's the official name. But I call it the Tacitus Roman History. So that's volume 1 and 2, and then volume 1 to 2 is consisted of chapters 1 to 5. So it has different titles and topics and all that. The revolt of this and that. And it will help us. Main things we're saying is how the Romans saw, you see, the loss of Germany. So you could tell there was a Germany then. You see, there was a Germany then. It wasn't only, what's this guy's name? Josephus that was mentioning these names. Franza, you find that in the book of Jasher. So how would we have Germany and there is no Nigeria? Because Nigeria is not there. These are the Hebrews. They are the Judea. You will not find Nigeria. How can we know Germany? This is time of Vespasian, 60 AD. Germany is there. They're not confused. Everybody knows Germany there. Right. And then how come we don't have Nigeria? We don't have Cameroon. Cameroon is a river of shrimps. You won't have that. So how come there's no Zulu here? How come there's no Uganda here as such? It's because the names have been changed. You see, it's because they have been changed. Germany is just, this is just Germany. It's still Germany till today after supposedly 2,000 years. So where was Nigeria? What's happening? How did they cut off completely from history and all? They are these ones. They are the lost, so-called lost things. That's it. When you read these books, you'll be like, so where is Africa now? As big as it is, as terrible as they make it look small, right? As small as they try to make Africa look, where's the maps? So as small as they try to make Africa look, right? they just missed it. How do you miss that? This land is, by the way, the Greenland is not this big. Also, by the way, we were talking about Greenland this morning. It's very, very much smaller. Okay, it's been blown like 7 times what it is because of the Mercator projection. So the Tacitus Roman history, T-I-T-A, someone should type that, Tacitus with a C. So how do you miss this whole thing? You're able to get to Egypt because they can't move the pyramids, they have to acknowledge Egypt. So how did you miss that? I mean, what happened to your people who were exploring everywhere? Right? If it was somewhere caught by sea, I'd be like, well, maybe. So this is where the land of the Hebrews are, but they have converted to this tiny place. It just would not make sense. Go read the Josephus looking for these things I've mentioned. You see, Germany is where they found the deity God, the folks. Now, yeah, it's possible. It's like, I mean, it's true. Toma Restos is volume 2, book 5, paragraph 4. Thank you, Choma. So spot on. Okay, so that's it, you see. So it will be very clear to you. Just go check that out, 22-part World History series. Let me try to just show you what I'm talking about. Maybe some of you will get born again and go and read and stop. The day this live session will stop, and I go know how far. Because it's free to be spoon-fed like this. Videos, yeah. Full series, yeah. So this is full series is there, part 1 to 22, okay? That's it. So read that, check that. So we can literally play Tacitus. Where did we read Tacitus? Subscribe. Okay, you need to subscribe before you get to. I've not signed in myself. Okay, so you can easily just play it and it pops here. And personal because there. So you would also learn some things, and these two go hand in hand, anyways. So it takes time to explain it. Create a WhatsApp platform for us all to join. WhatsApp. What will we be doing in the WhatsApp? Carl King. I know it will still happen, but let me just hear from you. Because we have a kind of Telegram, right? But what would we be doing in the WhatsApp, Carl King, that we're not already doing here? So that's how to get the 22-part World History series. I mean, we see it, we discuss, we talk. So it takes time. People have watched everything. Give it a Telegram. It's the same thing. Calling ministers everywhere. Okay, restricted soon, I see. That's why we have a website, actually. It's difficult to block off a website. The worst you can do is make it difficult to search in Google, right? But that's why we had a website before coming out. We're aware of that these kind of things get restricted. Excuse me. So we did the website, then we started. So we're not completely depending on Google. I mean, what's it called? TikTok and all these things that can be censored and so on. So, but what else apart from that? And also that's why we ask people to sign in, right? If anything happens to TikTok tomorrow, they block something and all that. If you sign in, and let me not show you my code. If we sign in, log in, right? Oops, it's not going through, is it? Well, anyway. But if you sign in, sorry about that. If you sign in, then in a way we have, okay, this person signed in, and if anything happens to our YouTube, TikTok, social media, black out, and they remove our channels, then we can, okay, send message, but okay, we have this Telegram, go join our Telegram, it's there, it's been there all the while, and then we still have a community, and then maybe we're going to be using Zoom going forward, okay, or something like that, but this live thing is not going to be every day, right? I can imagine God has stamped the day we'll do the last one, but like I said, we still have just about the whole of this year, okay, from what we're led to do. Okay, so the whole of 2026 we'll be doing this by God's grace. So that's that. Let's see. Yeah, so that's that about Sabbath days. An interesting one to quickly reference there. Book of Joshua. So let's read. I think this is the next thing to do. Thanks for the idea, my brother Carl. So flip not. Okay, so let's start. Thank you, Father, for this beautiful day, for your grace and your presence and your light. We are so grateful for everything you've done, for the health you've given us, for the wisdom, for the opportunity, for the things you have shown to us and not left us in darkness, for your forgiveness. We bless your name. We give you thanks. As we read, cause these words to strengthen us, to change our hearts from darkness. Help us to walk in righteousness because it exalts a nation, to turn away from sin because it's a reproach. We give you thanks, Father. We ask that your Spirit guide us as we read, to be inspired, to be strengthened in this new week. We give you thanks in the name of your Son, Yeshua, we pray. Amen. Joshua 66. And at that time, Hadad, the son of Bedad, died. Hadad, the son of Bedad, king of Edom, and okay, he didn't die yet. Okay, Hadad, the son of Bedad, king of Edom, and Samlah from Mesrekah, from the country of the children of the east, reigned in his place. Yeah, he died. At that time died Hadad, the son of Bedad, king of Edom, and Samlah from Mesrekah, from the country of the east, which I think is present-day Uganda, thereabout. Okay, reigned in his place. So the Edomites will not let another Edomite reign over them, okay? Because they don't like each other that much. They don't trust each other that much. So in the 13th year of the reign of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, which is the Pharaoh that didn't like these Israelites, already popped up in Egypt, which was the 125th year of the Israelites going down to Egypt. This Samlah had reigned over Edom 18 years at that time, from the 13th year of the reign of Pharaoh. And when he reigned, he drew forth his host to go and fight against Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, and the children of Kittim, because they had made war against Angeas, king of Africa, and they destroyed his whole army. Okay, let me read that again. So when this guy reigned, the new king of Edom, okay, he drew forth his host to go forth to fight against Zepho. Zepho is in Cyprus, which is Kittim. Okay, Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, and the children of Kittim. So he's in Cyprus. So Edom is around present-day Congo, southern part of Congo. Okay, Egypt is still Egypt. Children of the East is referring to people around Uganda, from what we can tell with our maps. Okay, so why did he go to Cyprus to fight this guy from Congo to Cyprus? The children of Kittim, okay, because they had made war against Angeas, king of Africa. Africa, there is Libya, Tunisia. We've mentioned that. So, and they destroyed his whole army. So why did you destroy Angeas? Okay, that's what they're fighting him for. But he did not engage with him, for the children of Esau prevented him, saying he was their brother, which is true. So Eliphaz is reigning over Cyprus, which is an Edomite, but this eastern guy is reigning over Edom. They're in around Congo. So Samlah listened to the voice of the children of Esau and turned back with all his forces to the land of Edom. So he didn't go to fight him in Cyprus. So, and did not fight against Zepho, the son of Eliphaz. So 5, and Pharaoh, king of Egypt, heard this thing. This thing is getting hot. Okay, anyway, it's working. So, and Pharaoh, king of Egypt, heard this thing, saying, Samlah, king of Edom, had resolved to fight the children of Kittim, and afterwards he will come to fight against Egypt. That's preemptive attack, is it? It's not fought you yet. Verse 6. And when the Egyptians heard this matter, they increased the labor of the children of Israel, lest the Israelites should do unto them as they did in war with the children of Esau in those days of Hadad. Just fear. So the Egyptians said unto the children of Israel, hasten and do your work and finish your task. They are building fortified cities and using the Israelites to do that. They used to pay them, but they didn't pay them anymore. It was a strategy. And strengthen the land of Egypt, lest the children of Esau, your brethren, should come to fight against us. For on your account, they will come against us. It's just fear. Esau and Israel doesn't like each other that much. 8. And the children of Israel did the work of the men of Egypt day by day, and the Egyptians afflicted the children of Israel in order to lessen them in the land. But as the Egyptians increased the labor upon the children of Israel, so did the children of Israel increase and multiply. And Egypt was filled with the children of Israel. So they were hoping that when they forced them to work till late in the night, they literally said that in the previous chapter 65, that they would not have time to with their wives, and they would begin to reduce their birth rate. Okay, that was the plan. But somehow the thing worked in the opposite direction because God's hand was involved, and somehow maybe they were just having twins by whatever random encounters the couples would have or something. So all the elders of Egypt and the wise men came before the king and bowed down to him and sat before him. And all the elders of Egypt and the wise men thereof said unto the king, May the king live forever. Thou didst counsel us the counsel against the children of Israel, and we did unto them according to the whole word of the king. But in proportion to increase of the labor, so do they increase and grow in the land. And behold, the whole country is filled with them. These were 150 men that could battle, that went to battle the other time. But now I can imagine there were a lot more. Now therefore, our king, our Lord and King, the eyes of all Egypt are upon thee to give them advice with thy wisdom. by which they may prevail over Israel to destroy them or to diminish them from the land. And the king answered them, saying, Go, give you counsel in this matter. Give you counsel in this matter that we may know what to do to them. And an officer, one of the king's counselors, whose name was Job. There we go. So, like I said, and I've always mentioned before, that there was a time that Balaam, the son of Beor, that's the witchcraft guy, and this Job, the same Job that was afflicted with his children and all of that, his children unalive, his wife was saying, curse God and die. This is the same Job, okay? And you soon see why and how I know it was the same Job. And the third person was the father-in-law of Moses, Jethro, okay? These three men, as powerful as they were all in front of Pharaoh at the time, this Melol guy. So Egypt was very, very powerful. Imagine Egypt and Israel in the same. Then Egypt and Israel has always been Israel, sub-Saharan African people, right? And they are in one place like that because Jacob brought them according to the leading of the Most High God, right? And so it was such a formidable kind of setup they've got. So those three wise men, literally three, were the same Job, were literally serving in the cabinet of one pharaoh at a time, right? Balaam, the son of Beor, witchcraft guy, this same Job, called the wisest man in the East, if you remember, or something like that, right? And then Jethro, who advised Moses how to structure his thing. So this is a very powerful people you're talking about. And the three of them were his counselors. He had literally everything, but he was just afraid, you see. So the Bible is such a small village in that sense. So, like I said, as present day mainstream is wrongfully thinking about scriptures, even the Romans, you can see we read a 60 AD document and they're already misconceiving what the history of the Hebrews are. They thought it was this funny thing they do. And they said it was a cult or stuff like that. You see, contrary to that, there is no way you're just writing stories to form a cult and everything is matching like that. And the timelines, everything is matching. You see. So if we had the book of Joshua, pastors wouldn't have made that, I don't know, sincere mistake by saying Job was maybe the first book in the Bible and it was a long, long time, something like that. Or maybe because someone found a book and they used carbon dating. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, so an officer, one of the king's counselors, whose name was Job, watch this, from Mesopotamia, which is basically Aram, right, just on the top of the Sahel, okay, in the land of Uz, you see. So when they're saying Wizard of Oz, that's even Oz is one imaginary land. No, that Oz is just at that top of the Sahel like that. That's the land of Oz. Something Wizard of Oz. By the way, maybe the Wizard of Oz is going to be Balaam, technically, right? If I just don't want to digress, because I think I read that he was also from Aram. Let me just quickly check. You see the way they put these things in movies. No, not Google. Let's cut that. So they just take your story the same way they took this recent one that people are shouting about, just from South Sudan, the tall guys in South Sudan, and they make them these aliens with blue blood. They've been stealing your stories. Where was Balaam in the Bible from? You see, Balaam was from Pethor, a city in Mesopotamia, modern day Syria, Iraq region. Come on there. Near River Euphrates. No, Euphrates is River Niger. Okay. But long story short, he's also from Oz. So when you're saying Great Wizard of Oz, you're probably talking about Balaam. He indeed was a terrible wizard. From age 15, from two verses before this. He made, the Avatar movie. He made 2 chariots of candle wax. I mean, that kind of maybe celestial with respect to the Celtic people. But maybe they don't do that, I don't know. But making effigies, making people into structures and stuff to do witchcraft by it. And he did that, placed it on the water, great detail. And he looked into the water and he must have said incantation, this one belongs to Egypt, this one belongs to Israel. I don't know, whoever it was consulting for. I think it was consulting for Angias, king of Libya and Tunisia. Made 1 horses and chariots with candle wax. That's for the Libyans, right? This one is for the Egyptians / Israelites because they were together. And he put it into the dish, it's got water in it, and he looks into the water and he sees what's going to happen. Perhaps the other saw it also. Aye, this battle is not good. From there, they withdrew at age 15. So he indeed must have been the Great Wizard of Oz. Anyway, So that's the way these things link, and that's where these books must have been hidden. You see. So Job was from Mesopotamia in the land of Uz, right? Answered the king, saying, "If it please the king, let him hear the counsel." So I think Job didn't say something bad about the Hebrews, by the way. Okay. Otherwise, we would have discovered what his sin really was, where God lets it destroy it. All right. So if it please the king, let him hear the counsel of his servant. And the king said unto him, "Speak." And Job spoke before the king, the princes, and before all the elders of Egypt, saying, "Behold, the counsel of the king, which he advised formerly respecting the labor of the children of Israel, is very good." Okay? "And you must not remove from them the labor forever." Actually, that's not nice. Verse 19. "But this is the advice counseled by which you may lessen them." Job said this. "If it seemed good to the king to afflict them, behold, we have feared war a long time. And we said, when Israel becomes fruitful rather in the land, they will drive us from the land if a war should take place. If it please the king, let a royal decree go forth." Oh, I think Job was the one who said this. Interesting. Well, I'll leave a possibility that is a different Job. Okay, I'll leave a possibility. But then I think there was something I saw more that made me conclude or confirm that it's the same Job. Okay, I think there was something I saw extra. All right, but what I thought, or I want to correct now, is that I think Job said something bad about them, another evil counsel, but the guy that refused to say something bad is the third guy, which is what's his name? Jethro. I think Jethro is one that stayed kind of neutral, because you can't support Israel, they cannot unalive you. Okay, so I think it's the one that says something actually kind of neutral / positive. So let's still leave the possibility that it might be somebody else, but I think there's something that made me confirm. Let me try Google one more time. What city was Job? Oh, yeah. Where was Job in the Bible from? Land of Uz. So it probably was the same person. Job was from the land of Uz, a region mentioned in the Bible located in ancient Edom. About that. You don't confuse yourself. The other one was Mesopotamia in Uz. Modern day Jordan, Arabia. No lie. Modern Syria, Israel, east of Israel. No. So, but it was from the land of Uz. But this guy is saying he's in ancient Edom. It's confused the thing. But that Uz is the thing I'm trying to hit. Okay, AI said this was not the same guy. Okay. It's possible it's different, to be fair. Okay. But at least we know that Balaam is there and that Jethro is there. But we'll still leave it at a 50-50. He said it was not. But what was AI's reason? You can unmute Chioma so we get from you real quick. And maybe what your prompt was.
Yeah, because I have to run off at 12 o'clock because I was like, oh my God, get to the end of this story. Anywho, what AI was saying that is that there were two different people that had the same name. I was like, wow, what a coincidence, that had the same name and lived in the same place, but they were not the same people.
How is
right?
it sure?
So,
You ask it, how is it sure?
well, I was just confident to say, oh my God, thank God. Because to dig and find out, please, I mean, if you read down, it can't be the same guy. Or could it be this was what he said that caused his problem, right? But
No, we can't prove that necessarily, because that would have come up in what Satan would have said against
right?
him.
Exactly.
100%.
So I'm like,
So-
it is either two guys that have the same name that came from the same place at different times.
Yeah, that's very possible. Timeline and space could separate.
Right.
Could you tell us what your prompt was to GPT?
I said, Job is the Job in the book of Joshua and the book of Job. Are they the same guy? Are they the same person? That's what I said.
Oh, that's kind of. Can you ask it? I think you have 1 minute to leave now, is it?
Yeah, I have to run now.
Okay, let me let you go because of time. I would have asked it how it is sure, because it's very quick to disconnect things, you see. Because the goal of this mainstream is to discredit the Bible to the extent, just to the bit where they can still retain their Middle East narrative. And I mean, if not for the Middle East, they'll just discard the Bible altogether. You want to say something?
No. Just in case. Nothing.
Yeah. So, but for the sake of, don't worry, we'll tell you the details and the gist later if you have to go, or if you have to be mute, you can still listen. So random questions, okay? So let me ask this from GPT. Is the Job in the book of Jasher, which is from the land of Oz, the same as the Job in the book of Job, who was also from the land of Oz? Answer briefly. Look that this thing is slow from my laptop. I don't know why. Okay, fair enough. So let's enter. Okay, thinking. Let's just mess up with the brain a little bit, the AI brain. Okay, this one is kind of fair. Your own was quite bam. This one says brief answer, possibly, but not certain. That's kind of, hero there. That one was, maybe it was some other kind of AI, not GPT, I don't know. So it says, maybe I should show us the screen. I'll just read it. Possibly, but not certain. But the book of Joshua mentions Job from the land of Oz. The book of Job also describes Job from the land of Oz. Many Jewish and later commentators identify them as the same person. Oh, indeed, you see. So we're not the first to say this. Say they must be the same. Some people say they're the same. So, but the book of Joshua is not considered canonical there. And it's historically reliable. Historical reliability is debated. There's no definitive proof they are the same individual. So let me just ask one more question. After that, we'll continue. On what grounds did the scholars and the Jewish scholars and commentators conclude that they could be the same person? Answer briefly. Okay. So although that doesn't prove or disprove anything, to be fair, but it will be an interesting situation that you've got those three people in front of the Pharaoh, right? And they were all wise men. Briefly, no, not unquestionable, okay? Many traditional Jewish commentators and later scholars say they could be the same person, but even among Hebrew scholars, this remains an identification by tradition and inference, not a settled or unanimous conclusion. Okay, linguistic, chronological, and textual gaps prevent certainty, which makes sense. Okay, so that's it. But I suspect they might be the same person, right? Because another thing is that the Job in the book of Job is known for wisdom. If you remember, he was like the wisest man in the East, something like the richest man in the East, something like that. I've forgotten. I think wisest it says, right? And this guy is also a wise man before Pharaoh. That's too much of a coincidence. The same name, the same area, the same kind of Hebraic stories, and the same wisdom is connecting to both of them, right? So, but that's just an interesting fact we're just playing with, more or less, which is really interesting. And again, this to keep saying Wizard of Oz, right? I keep wondering what's that Wizard of Oz. Then I later knew some years ago that Oz is still the same somewhere there on the top of the Ur of the Chaldees, okay, around the Sahel, okay. And later I discovered that hey, Balaam is a wizard, is a witch, he does witchcraft, and it's from Oz. So he probably is that Wizard of Oz. Okay, so Job really gave a bad counsel, which I was expecting Satan to have popped that up. I mean, that would have been an easy way to get Job's children killed. Okay, maybe the richest, not the wisest. Okay, richest. It'll be all right. Okay, thank you. I think it said richest in the scriptures, not wisest. But the reason why I'm popping up wisdom again is it in Job somewhere? It says, in the days of my youth, when I think it says something like the presence of God or the dew of God was still with me, and the wise men will come to me. It says something around wisdom, I think. If OBR can also find that. Okay, anyway, let's proceed. This is one thing that reading stuff does that, just talking won't do when we are just preaching at people on Sundays. Behold, the counsel is good, don't remove the labor forever. But this is the advice by which you may lessen them. If it seem good to the king to afflict them, very terrible advice. Very, very terrible advice. Behold, we have feared war for a long time. When the Israelites become fruitful in the land, they drive us from the land, and if a war should take place, okay? If they please the king, let a royal decree go forth, and let it be written in the laws of Egypt, which shall not be revoked, that every male child born to the Israelite, his blood shall be spilled upon the ground. So I do not know how this Job became that good Job, okay? Maybe he repented or something, so maybe not, because Virtue is showing us opposite, right? You have to be wise to be rich. That's true. We are, at least to even sustain the riches. So, so this is one the discrepancy, to be fair, right? This is opposite of what Job would have done. But let me read on. I'm not sure how I got to that conclusion then. His blood shall be spilled upon the ground, and by doing this, when all the male children of Israel have died, the evil of their wars will cease. Let the king do so, and send for all the Hebrew midwives, and order them in this matter to execute it. So these things pleased the king and the princes, and the king did so to the word of Job. And the king sent for the Hebrew midwives to be called, of which the name of one was as Shephra, which is quite a lot of detail. And the name of the other was Pua. I think that's probably in Exodus also, 24. And the midwives came before the king and stood in his presence. And the king said unto them, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon stools, if it be a son, then you shall kill him. If it be a daughter, then she shall live. But if you will not do this thing, then I will burn you up and all your houses with fire. But the midwives feared God and did not hearken to the king of Egypt nor his words. To him at the time may have been wise counsel, but probably the reason him test was approved by God, possibly. But then what I was thinking is that the devil should know that history and should have easily pulled that up before God. Very easily. Maybe it's then God that will say, well, I've forgiven him for that or something. But Satan didn't pull that up, and I'm sure he's aware. There's no way he's not aware. We have 4 more verses to go before we close. Okay. So, but the midwives feared God, okay, and the Hebrew women they feared God and did not hearken to the king of Egypt nor his words. And when the Hebrew women brought forth to the midwife's son or daughter, then did the midwife do all that was necessary to the child and let it live. Thus did the midwives all the days. And the thing was told to the king, and he sent and called for the midwives and said to them, why have you done this thing, and have saved the children alive? And the midwives answered and spoke together before the king, saying, let not the king think that the Hebrew women are as the Egyptian women, for all the children of Israel are hale, and therefore the midwife comes to them, they are delivered before the midwife comes to them. And as for us, thy handmaid, for many days no Hebrew woman has brought forth, which is a lie, brought forth upon us. For all the Hebrew women are their own midwives, because they are hale. And Pharaoh heard their words and believed them in this matter. And the midwives went away from the king. And God dealt well with them, and the people multiplied and waxed exceedingly. So he rewarded them, the midwives, somehow for what they did. So which we can almost tell maybe what will happen to Job, who gave the advice. But again, I'm surprised Satan didn't bring that up. That would have been an easy way to get this guy to suffer. So Joshua 67 is next. We'll do that tomorrow by God's grace. Now, I wanted to remember something. Yes. So in Joshua 67, you see a lot of almost unbelievable miracles about how the children of the Hebrews were saved. How the women would put them inside the ground, right? Man, this Satan is such a twist. The more you read these scriptures, the more you begin to see many things that have been twisted, where the source really came from. It's like when we saw the magic wand thing, right? When we saw the magic wand thing, it tells us, wow, so Moses had this stick that he did miracles with, and this was the stick that God himself did the wonders on the earth after he had created the earth, right? It's the same way you see something that would sound like Cabbage Patch Kids here, but it is the true version in this next chapter 67. Because the time came, there was a miraculous thing that happened because the Hebrew men didn't want to unalive their children, and they didn't want the Egyptians to unalive them. They go put them in the forest, in the bush, and put them in the ground sometimes, and angels will keep those children. I don't know how termites didn't eat them up or something, and will begin to give them this kind of food, almost like a manna thing, right? And some of them will be covered by some leaves, something like that. And immediately I remember Cabbage Patch Kids, when this occultic people started doing their Cabbage Patch, whatever. And it's just a perversion of the truth. They must have had access to these books. and they will just mock it, like we were saying yesterday. They know these revelations, the return of Jesus, who the Hebrews are, and they will mock it. They will do cartoons to mock it, just to safeguard the thing. They will safeguard it roundabout. Every revelation you want to pop up with, they will mock you already in advance. So that's why people like us, except God has helped our ministry, and we have evidence, and we have, God is just helping us to be able to transmit it. Explain it. Otherwise, the moment you say, oh, maybe we dark skin people are like Jesus is actually black, there's a comedy for that. And maybe the Egyptians, they were really Africans, dark skinned people who ruled the world. There's another comedy for that. Maybe the children, the Hebrews, they were saved in the wilderness and all of that. There's a Cabbage Patch Kid to mock that already. So there's mockery. Even in this Peter Pan, there's somehow, some way I got to just see that Peter Pan cartoon recently. Well, about last year, okay? And I saw a mockery of the return of Jesus there. Peter Pan, the classical one, the part one. I see a mockery of the return of Jesus there, of which generally they're always doing resurrections in what's the Disney cartoons. The resurrection is a constant thing. The hero will kind of die and he will just wake up again. He's in the what's it called? The Jungle Book, right? The bear died and it's as if he had died and he came back again. Sleeping Beauty is that way there. Beauty and the Beast. The Beast died, he's been stabbed to death, and he resurrected and changed, transformed. There's always resurrection. Is a theme all over the place, okay? And in fact, the Sleeping Beauty made it worse that when the guy rose the girl up and all that, and they went on a horse and they were going towards a city. You see, that's a mockery of you die and we raised up as a Christian, we're going to heaven. They just mocked that, or at least copied it. Okay, and the city was literally heavenly in the skies, and it was a prince that came to resurrect. Come on. So anyway, the mockery of the coming of Jesus is also there in Peter Pan. When he came and he appeared, they thought, right, the little, I think they call them bush babies or bush boys, or which is, I don't even know where to start, because that what's it called, Peter Pan thing, it's too much witchcraft, too much spiritual attacks. What that thing means when a girl is sleeping and in your dreams you're seeing some boy that is flying all over the place and you are having children. They say this will be our mother. People that they do deliverances for, they have children in the spirit realm. And guess what? When they were going to do part 2 of that Peter Pan, the girl is now an adult, right? She now has a daughter, right? And the daughter now she got taken by Captain, what's it called, Hook, right? Taken to Dreamland or Neverland or something. And the children that used to be the children of her mother, they have not grown old. The same age, they are now her own children. Right? That is spiritual attack. That is spiritual children. So the same juju way they follow the mama, the same evil spirit now is on the child. That's the meaning of it. And people have these children, they'll be hearing children cries in their dream because they have children in the spirit realm. You see? And they make it into a cartoon. Anyway, the part I really want to hit is that they thought the girl was dead in the Neverland place, whatever she was in the Dreamland. And then this guy came back, Peter Pan, they thought he was also blown up by the bomb or something. And he came back, and when he came back, this girl was with him, which is like what we read in the episode of Apollos, the prophet, that when Yeshua came then, Mary was with him, right? And then different words like, oh, I gave my word, I do this, I do that. And when he came, it's just all over the place.